Chapter 775. Indeed, it's your business whether you rent it or not, but you shouldn't have rented it to others after renting it to me yesterday. Tian Donghua's tone had revealed his anger, and he was about to lose his temper. Forget it. I know what you mean. Don't you want more money? All right, Xiao Zhang, you refund him double the deposit. Just treat it as a breach of contract. The manager said indifferently. I don't want any breach of contract. If you don't give me a boat today, this isn't over. Tian Donghua stared at the manager coldly. Fuck. The manager cursed impatiently and said, What can you do if it's not over? I have refunded you double the breach of contract according to the contract. Even if you sue me, it's useless. Why should I sue you? Tian Donghua said disdainfully. I'll put it here. If you don't solve it within 10 minutes, let's wait and see. TSK, am I afraid of you? Am I scared? The manager looked at Tian Donghua mockingly. You can do whatever you want, but I can tell you that I'm in a good mood now. I'll refund you double the deposit. If you don't want it, then you can't blame others. After that, the manager no longer bothered with him and turned to enter the inner room. Only the staff member was left with a troubled look. All right. Tian Donghua took out his cell phone angrily and began to flip through the phone book to make a call. Yang Ming looked at Tian Donghua with interest. He transferred troops from Donghai obviously because he couldn't make it in time. But did he know any other forces in Songjiang? When Tian Donghua was on the phone, a few young men dressed in colorful clothes came from not far away. When the leader saw Tian Donghua, his face suddenly showed a strange expression. Yo, isn't this the young master of the Tian family? How do you have time to come here? Tian Donghua turned his head and glanced at the person. He frowned, but he didn't have time to care about him. The family of the person who came was also involved in the underworld, but they had always been at odds with the Tian family. Of course, the Sun family was involved because the person who came was Ouyang Junyuan, whom Yang Ming had seen in Donghai, the young master of the underworld in Province P. Maybe it was because Yang Ming was now wearing a student outfit, and Sun Jie wasn't following him. So Ouyang Junyuan didn't notice that he was the person who embarrassed him in the Sun family. It's none of your business. Go do what you need to do. Tian Donghua was thinking about how to solve the problem of the ship at the moment. He was not in the mood to argue with Ouyang Junyuan. Ouyang Junyuan came to Songjiang this time, naturally, to see Shuya's concert. He had nothing to do, so he started a film and television company. He wondered if he could use this opportunity to build a relationship with Shuya and get close to her. However, after contacting the staff around Shuya a few times, he didn't find any good opportunities. Nothing to do with me? Haha, are you worried about the ship? Ouyang Junyuan looked at Tian Donghua jokingly. Then, he took out a receipt from his pocket and said, I have booked your ship. Haha. When Ouyang Junyuan came to rent a ship, there was no ship. However, he wasn't very interested in taking a ship. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly saw Tian Donghua's name on the registration sheet on the table. He immediately found the manager and gave him a lot of benefits in private. Then, he successfully bought the ship that Tian Donghua rented. When Tian Donghua heard Ouyang Junyuan's words, his face turned green. After a long time, it was his kid who made trouble. However, he couldn't make the call no matter what. Ouyang Junyuan's identity was very special. It could be said that he was similar to Tian Donghua. Although Tian Donghua didn't deal with him, it wasn't to the point where they had to shed all pretense of cordiality. What's more, this was Songjiang, not Donghai. If they really made trouble, Tian Donghua couldn't take much advantage. Ouyang Junyuan also expected this, so he seemed to be a little unscrupulous in his actions and words. He whistled and looked at Tian Donghua proudly as he stomped his feet. Whether the Sun family instructed the Tian family to go to Province P to fight the Ouyang family, or the Ouyang family dispatched troops to Donghai, they wouldn't get any benefits. After all, it was the other party's territory. Their own battlefront, supply lines, and interpersonal relationships couldn't keep up. It was difficult to do anything. It was because of this that the two families only had small frictions and didn't really have a large-scale conflict. Ouyang Junyuan's finger was cut off by Yang Ming. Although he wanted to retaliate, he wasn't stupid. He knew that the power of the Ouyang family wasn't enough to penetrate here. so he could only endure and find another opportunity. However, Ouyang Junyuan also understood that he had offended Sun Hongjuan's daughter, Sun Jia, last time, so one of his fingers was cut off. The Sun family didn't seem to dare to take his life, so Ouyang Junyuan forgot the pain after the scar healed. When he saw a beautiful woman, he ran out to show off. Ouyang Junyuan was proud, but in a blink of an eye, he saw Chun Mingyan. When he looked closely, it was the girl who sang with Shu Ye on the stage that day. His lust was suddenly aroused. The power of Ouyang Junyuan's family couldn't penetrate here, so he didn't get the VIP ticket for the first concert. He watched from the back of the audience. As for the next few concerts, the VIP tickets weren't tight. Ouyang Junyuan got a few, but the later concerts weren't as grand and interactive as the first concert. The program of singing with the fans didn't appear again. Hello, beauty. My name is Ouyang Junyuan. I have seen you and Shu Ye sing together. Ouyang Junyuan turned his head and began to strike up a conversation with Chun Mingyan. Oh, hello. Chun Mingyan didn't know the conflict between Ouyang Junyuan, Yang Ming, and Tian Donghua, but it could be seen from the incident of robbing the boat that there was a conflict between this person and Tian Donghua, so Chun Mingyan was particularly cold. Beauty, you can't do it anymore. Now the boat is booked by us. How about it? Are you interested in playing with me? Ouyang Junyuan looked at Chun Mingyan lecherously and sized her up. Her figure was really good. Her chest was just right. It was neither too big nor too small. It was the best. Chun Mingyan saw that this person couldn't be reasoned with at all. She simply didn't bother to say anything to him. She turned her head and ignored him. However, Ouyang Junyuan didn't have any self-awareness. Seeing that Chun Mingyan ignored him, he still shamelessly approached. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the chairman of Zhongqiu Film and Television Culture Company, Limited. I see that beauty has the potential to be a star. I can guarantee that I can make you an international superstar no less than Shu Ye. Save it, idiot. Yang Ming coldly interrupted Ouyang Junyuan's words. Can you change to something else besides this set of words? Don't you know that you can easily get beaten up for what you say now? You motherfucker. When Ouyang Junyuan saw that someone dared to scold him, he suddenly became angry. However, after seeing Yang Ming's face, he was suddenly shocked. He pointed at Yang Ming and opened his mouth. How come it's you? Because Sun Jia wasn't here, Ouyang Junyuan didn't think that Yang Ming would be here. After all, today was Valentine's Day. They were all couples. Yang Ming also had girls around him, so Ouyang Junyuan didn't pay much attention to Yang Ming. At this moment, when he saw Yang Ming talking, he looked carefully and was shocked. To be honest, Ouyang Junyuan was still quite afraid of Yang Ming. Although he swore in his heart that he would tear Yang Ming into pieces one day, that was one day, not now. I think you don't have a good memory. Do you feel that you have too many fingers and want to lose a few? Yang Ming looked at Ouyang Junyuan's hand that was missing a finger with some mockery. Ouyang Junyuan's face immediately became very bright. He wanted to tear Yang Ming into pieces on the spot, but he had suffered a loss last time. This time, although he also brought people, he couldn't guarantee that Yang Ming and Tian Donghua didn't have people around them. If they really fought, it probably wouldn't end well. After weighing the pros and cons, Ouyang Junyuan snorted coldly. He said to the few followers behind him, "Let's go." Wait. Yang Ming waved his hand in front of Ouyang Junyuan. What do you want? Ouyang Junyuan was secretly alert. The person in front of him was like a madman. Ouyang Junyuan was alone. It wasn't a wise move to provoke him. Although Ouyang Junyuan didn't have great wisdom and courage, he wasn't a fool. He had already suffered a loss last time. How could he suffer a second time? Leave the boat, and you can go, Yang Ming said in a commanding tone. Otherwise, you have to bear the consequences. In the face of such a blatant threat, Ouyang Junyuan's lungs were about to explode, but there was no way. His face was definitely lost today. He wanted to humiliate Yang Ming, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to be here too. For Yang Ming, Ouyang Junyuan was very afraid. He hesitated again and again. He put the bill in his hand on the window of the rental office. Then he turned and left quickly. He was cursing in his heart. Aren't you arrogant? Then I will let you be arrogant for a few days. After a while, I will show you. Although I can't trouble you openly, there will be assassins to kill you. No matter how good you are at fighting, you won't be the opponent of a professional assassin, right? Ouyang Junyuan's calculation was very good, so he chose to temporarily retreat. Tian Donghua was a little surprised. Why was Ouyang Junyuan so afraid of Yang Ming? He left with a few words and even left the boat ticket. To be honest, if it weren't for Yang Ming, Tian Donghua would really be embarrassed today. Tian Donghua was also impulsive just now, so he put down the ruthless words. However, when he really picked up the phone, he realized that this was Song Jiang, not Dong Hai. Even if he called someone, it would take a long time for them to come over. At that time, half of Valentine's Day would have passed. Fortunately, Yang Ming came forward to solve it, so that Tian Donghua wouldn't be able to clean up the mess. The manager who was in the inner room was naturally called out by the employee, Xiao Zhang, to watch the previous scene. He found that the young master who gave him money yesterday had left, and he was shocked. Yesterday, Ouyang Junyuan was a rich and powerful young master. Now that he had suffered, wouldn't the two in front of him be even more untouchable? The manager secretly regretted that he had just misjudged. This manager wasn't a fool. He understood the key to the whole thing after thinking about it. It must be that these young masters didn't deal with each other. This Tian Donghua was probably evenly matched with that Ouyang Junyuan. They couldn't do anything to each other, so Ouyang Junyuan spent more money to snatch Tian Donghua's boat yesterday. Today, Ouyang Junyuan couldn't afford to offend this person, so Ouyang Junyuan left with his tail between his legs. Thinking of this, the manager quickly smiled and said to Yang Ming and Tian Donghua, "Both of you, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have rented your boat to others, so I decided to waive the bill to compensate for my previous mistakes." That's it. Yang Ming didn't look up and asked faintly. Then, the manager knew that Yang Ming wasn't a good person, and he suddenly hesitated. It seemed that today's matter wouldn't be over so easily. What do you think? Yang Ming didn't have any interest in dealing with such a small character. He spoke just now because he saw Ouyang Junyuan. Tian Donghua's anger at the moment had disappeared. Like Yang Ming, he didn't want to bother with this small character, so he asked Wang Shui, "What do you think?" Then forget it. Wang Shui didn't want Valentine's Day to become a fight. Seeing that these people didn't intend to bother with him, the manager suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "Then you have fun. I won't bother you. In addition, I will give each of you a VIP card. You can enjoy a 20% discount when you book a boat at any time." Yang Ming nodded and waved his hand. "You find someone to take us on board." The manager quickly found the best pilot under him and boarded the boat with Yang Ming. Yang Ming learned how to drive a boat when he was in Europe, but at this moment he was here to enjoy, so he wouldn't take the initiative to drive the boat. What's more, if he drove the boat, what would Chen Mingyan do? Maybe it was because the manager and the pilot had instructed something, so the pilot was respectful since he boarded the boat. He was even very careful when he spoke. Yang Ming couldn't get over it, so he said, "Buddy, you don't have to be like this. I don't like your manager. That's a matter between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. You can do what you want to do. Don't be so restrained. It makes me a little uncomfortable." When the pilot started, he didn't dare to. He answered whatever Yang Ming asked. Of course, Yang Ming asked more about the knowledge of boat driving. Although Yang Ming learned how to drive a boat, he didn't learn it carefully because of the hurry. He just took advantage of the time to ask about some practical things. Seeing that Yang Ming was very easygoing, the pilot also became bold and began to talk and laugh. The cruise ship gradually sailed to the depths of the sea. "Let's go to the deck and look at the sea," Chen Mingyan suggested as she looked out of the window with some fascination. "Okay." Wang Shui was the first to respond. Girls were always very emotional. Yang Ming and Tian Donghua were more inclined to look outside from the cabin. After all, it was very warm inside, and the sea breeze outside was bitterly cold. Yang Ming and Tian Donghua, of course, couldn't ignore the nature of the beauties. The four of them went to the deck outside the cabin. The blue of the sea in winter was extraordinarily pure. Walking on the deck, Yang Ming really admired Chen Mingyan's suggestion. Looking at the sea here was really different. Regardless of whether it was his senses or his mind, there was a sense of relaxation and relaxation. The slightly salty air made Yang Ming have a feeling of returning to nature. The feeling here is so good, Chen Mingyan said sincerely. After living in Songjiang for so many years, this is the first time I came to see the sea in winter. Yeah, it's different from the noise in summer. The sea in winter has its own benefits. Yang Ming turned his head and saw Chen Mingyan's little face that was flushed by the sea breeze. He couldn't help but feel a little restless. Yang Ming gently hugged Chen Mingyan. He thought, no wonder the two people on the Titanic had sex directly. The state of mind here is really different. Chen Mingyan didn't refuse and closed her eyes slightly. She knew what Yang Ming would do to her. Even if she didn't know, with the two examples of Yang Ming, Tian Donghua and Wang Shui, she understood everything. The two guys had already hugged and kissed each other, ignoring Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled slightly. He gently held Chen Mingyan's face and kissed her. Chen Mingyan's breathing immediately became rapid. After a long time, the two separated. Their eyes met, and they smiled knowingly. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan knew in each other's hearts that if Lin Jiyun came together, then the three people wouldn't be able to let go. Tian Donghua and Wang Shui weren't afraid of fainting. They actually kissed together. Yang Ming coughed twice, but it didn't have any effect. He couldn't help but shake his head. He took Chen Mingyan's hand and walked to the other side of the deck. With a whistle, the cruise ship slowly stopped. The pilot ran from the cabin to the deck and shouted to Yang Ming, "Brother Yang, the offshore club is in front. Do you need to eat?" Offshore club? What is that? It was the first time Yang Ming heard of this thing. It is a place where a businessman from Macau invested in and built a place that combines leisure, dining, and entertainment. In fact, it is a giant cruise ship that is parked in the middle of the sea to provide these services. The pilot introduced. "Oh, then let's go and have a look." Yang Ming was a bit curious. He had seen a cartoon called One Piece. There was a restaurant on the sea in it. He didn't expect there to be such a thing in reality. Okay. The pilot ran back to the cockpit and started the cruise ship again. It didn't take long for the outline of a giant cruise ship to appear not far away. As Yang Ming and the others got closer, the face of the giant ship was completely revealed. What a luxurious and majestic cruise ship. On one side of the cruise ship was the dock for docking. At this moment, there were many large and small yachts and motorboats docked. When Yang Ming's ship approached, there was immediately a security guard who took the microphone to give instructions. At this time, Tian Donghua and Wang Shui had just recovered from the kiss. They looked at the giant ship in front of them and wondered, "How did we come here? Meng Yin and I are starving. We plan to eat something, but I guess you two are full from eating each other's saliva," Yang Ming teased. Tian Donghua and Wang Shui immediately felt a little embarrassed. Wang Shui immediately blushed. "Let's go and eat something together." Yang Ming greeted the pilot. "No, Brother Yang. I have burger here. The company has regulations. We can't leave the ship." The pilot waved his hand and said, "Thank you." Yang Ming no longer forced it because every industry had its rules. Since the pilot said so, he didn't have to force anything. "Welcome to the Sea Club." When Yang Ming and the others boarded the deck of the giant ship, the waiters standing on both sides immediately bowed and greeted them. From the deck to the interior of the cruise ship, even Yang Ming, who had seen a lot of the world, couldn't help but be moved. The decoration inside was too luxurious. It was just like a palace. He didn't know where the design was, but it had a strong European style. "Sir, madam, are you here for dinner or entertainment?" As soon as they entered the door, a full-time private waiter came over. "Let's eat first. We'll talk about the rest after the meal." Yang Ming didn't eat in the morning, so he was hungry at this time. "Okay, please come with me," the waiter said. "Right? Is there a single room?" Yang Ming asked casually. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will help you ask." The waiter took out the walkie-talkie and said something. After a while, there was an answer. The waiter said to Yang Ming after listening, "There are still single rooms, but there are only a few luxurious ones left. The ordinary small rooms are occupied." "No problem. Take us there." Yang Ming was not sensitive to the price. Valentine's Day couldn't be too shabby, right? Okay. The waiter nodded and took Yang Ming and the others to an elevator. The elevator was transparent inside and outside. They could see the sea view outside and the facilities in the cabin. However, the elevator went down, not up. When the elevator completely descended, Yang Ming and the others were already in the deep sea. Through the glass of the elevator, they could see the sea scene outside. There were even some sea fish swimming around. The luxury private rooms were similar in design. They could directly see the sea view outside. A group of sea fish swam around, making the people in the room feel like they were in the sea. This design really gave people a novel feeling. It's like an aquarium here. Chun Ming-yen curiously leaned on the wall of the private room and looked at the small fish swimming in the sea. She praised, "It's so beautiful." Yeah, the environment here is really good. Wang Shui couldn't help but nod. "What would you like to eat?" The waiter saw that Yang Ming and the others were very satisfied, and he was very happy. After all, the satisfaction of the guests was directly related to his bonus. "It's our first time here. Get us some special dishes." Yang Ming was already very hungry, and he was too lazy to look at the menu one by one. Even if he looked at the menu, he didn't know what was good and what wasn't. It was better to let the waiter recommend. In order to make Yang Ming and the others become repeat customers, the waiter couldn't simply recommend some rubbish. The waiter nodded and left the room to prepare. Yang Ming and Tian Donghua sat on the sofa. Chen Mingyan and Wang Shui were still looking at the swimming fish outside curiously. "Yang Ming, can we also build an apartment on the sea in the future?" Chun Mingyan had fallen in love with the environment here. "Okay, but isn't it a bit too lonely for the two of us?" Yang Ming smiled. Chen Mingyan was stunned, and then she understood Yang Ming's meaning. She complained, "I didn't say that others can't live here." Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan were naturally talking about Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jiajia, Lan Ling, and the other girls, but Tian Donghua didn't know. He said shamelessly, "Me and Wang Shui also benefit from it?" Yang Ming was speechless, but looking at his face, full of expectation, he didn't want to discourage him too much. He had to say, "Okay, no problem. Anyway, who didn't know how to draw a pie? Let's talk about it when it's built." Sure enough, the dishes recommended by the waiter were good. They looked, smelled, and were very unique. Yang Ming and the others couldn't stop praising them. After the meal, the four of them had nothing to do, so they decided to stroll around the cruise ship to see if there was anything fun. The waiter here was the kind of person who worked from the beginning to the end. From the time he received Yang Ming and the others, he was responsible for all the services for Yang Ming and the others in the offshore club until Yang Ming and the others left. "What do you all want to play?" asked the waiter. "What is here? You also know that we are here for the first time. We are not familiar with this place. Why don't you introduce it to us?" said Yang Ming. "There's a bowling alley, a gym, an electronic game hall, a billiard room, a swimming pool, and a deep-sea diving pool, etc." The waiter introduced. "I heard that you have this here." Tian Donghua suddenly interrupted and made a dice-throwing action. The waiter's face changed, but then he returned to normal. "Sir, what are you talking about?" "Casino. Don't tell me that you don't know." Tian Donghua smiled. "Sir, are you kidding me? How can we have a casino here?" The waiter shook his head and said with a smile, "We are not a gambling ship. Maybe you have watched too many Hong Kong movies. Okay, don't play dumb with me. You ask your boss if he knows Tian Donghua." Tian Donghua also heard his brother mention this place by chance. He said that there was a casino here. It was very cool. It was similar to the Macau casinos on TV. Although Donghai also had some underground casinos, Tian Donghua had not been to a large scale. After listening to Tian Donghua, his heart was naturally itching. How could he not take a look this time? The waiter was stunned and did not dare to neglect. He quickly took out the walkie-talkie and said a few words to it. Then he transferred it to the manager of the club. "President Nya, I am Xiao Lu, the receptionist in the hall number 063. A guest asked me to ask you if you know Tian Donghua." The waiter reported. "Oh, second young master Tian?" When the lobby manager heard the name of Tian Donghua, he immediately said, "Of course, I know him. What's the matter?" "President Nya, He said that he wanted to go to the casino. The waiter lowered his voice. If it weren't for Yang Ming's good eyesight, he really couldn't hear what he said. Oh, wait for me. I will go and see it myself. Where are you? President Nye didn't dare to neglect. After all, not just anyone could enter the casino. Otherwise, if everyone knew about it, it would be over sooner or later. Although the Tian family's power was in Donghai, and President Nye's offshore club was in the Sea of Songjiang, President Nye would never offend the local power. After all, he came here to make a fortune. If he really provoked these underworld people, then his business would definitely not be peaceful. Therefore, when the second young master of the Tian family came to play, President Nye not only waived the bill, but also gave Tian Dongguang some casino chips for his entertainment. For the local power of Bao Sanli, President Nye was even more careful. Not only did he give a lot of monetary gifts every year, but he also often sent some VIP cards and reception vouchers. However, Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan didn't have the leisure to take a boat to his place for entertainment. Now, he didn't know what the relationship between the person below was with the second young master of the Tian family, Tian Dongguang. President Nye didn't dare to neglect. He went down to see it personally to make a decision. Soon, President Nye came to the private room. He glanced at the waiter and looked at Yang Ming and the others present. He smiled and said, "I'm the general manager here. Nye de you. May I ask how many of you? My name is Tian Donghua. I am Tian Dongguang's brother." Tian Donghua said directly. Just now, when he was renting the boat, Tian Donghua felt that he lost face in front of Wang Shui. So he quickly found a way to get it back. Nye de you was stunned, and then immediately smiled. It turns out to be young Master Tian. I'm sorry for not recognizing you. Why didn't you say earlier that you were coming? I would have welcomed you personally. No need. I just heard from little Wang that the casino here is very cool. I want to see it, said Tian Donghua. Sure. I will send you there. Nye de you said quickly. For Yang Ming, he didn't ask much. He thought that Yang Ming was a friend with Tian Donghua, but his identity was definitely not as powerful as Tian Donghua. Otherwise, why did he only mention Tian Dongguang before? Yang Ming didn't know that Nye de you would send a lot of gifts to the Ming Yang Security Company during the holidays, so he wouldn't say much. He wasn't a person who liked to show off. Nye de you personally sent the 4 people to the casino on the top floor. From the outside, it looked like the office of the offshore club's management. In fact, more than half of it was the casino, and a small part was the office. Yang Ming wanted to exchange chips, but Nye de you quickly said that it was not necessary. He directly took out 1 million chips and gave them to the few people. Although 1 million wasn't a big amount, it wasn't small either. Yang Ming secretly thought that Nye de you knew how to conduct himself. Coming here isn't very good, right? After all, Chun Mingyan had a strict upbringing since she was a child. Because of Chun Fei's special identity, she was somewhat unnatural when she entered the casino. Just treat it as accompanying Tian Donghua and the others. If you don't like it, just watch for a while. Yang Ming knew that Chen Mingyan was very repulsed by these things, so he smiled and persuaded her. Okay, Yang Ming said so. Chen Mingyan didn't want to be too maverick and dampen the mood of others. Tian Donghua didn't care. He pulled Wang Shui to play roulette. Yang Ming only left a few chips, and the rest were given to Tian Donghua. Are there any games that aren't very gambling? Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan wasn't interested, so he asked the waiter next to him. There is real-time Lioha lottery and Hong Kong horse gambling over there. Sir, you can go and see. The waiter pointed not far away. Oh, you can bet on horses here? Yang Ming was stunned. He said to Chen Mingyan curiously, "Do you want to go and see?" Horse gambling. Chen Mingyan was very repulsed by gambling, but she was relatively less repulsed by horse gambling. After all, in the Hong Kong TV series, horse gambling appeared as a legal thing. Since it was legal, then Chen Mingyan didn't have so many thoughts in her heart. What's more, Chen Mingyan also wanted to see what horse gambling looked like, so she nodded and said, "Okay, then let's go and see. Please come with me." The waiter accompanied Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan to the horse gambling table. This might be a branch of a peripheral dealer of the Hong Kong horse farm, so they could directly bet. How is it? Are we betting? Yang Ming looked at the live TV screen and asked Chen Mingyan, "Let's see first." Chen Mingyan shook her head. Chen Mingyan was a more rational person. She wouldn't lose her mind because of these things. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. In fact, Yang Ming didn't have the certainty to win. His current ability was X-ray vision. He couldn't predict the future. For gambling like horse racing, Yang Ming was basically the same as others. It was purely a guess. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but think of one thing. That was when he saw Wu Ming destroy the BMW's brake system. He seemed to have foreseen the future. Also, at that time, when he was at Chen Fei's house, he suddenly saw Su Daji being killed with blood all over his body and abandoned on the abandoned construction site. Yang Ming also knew a little about his own potential ability, but he couldn't use it skillfully. Therefore, this special ability was the same as not having it. Number 3, number 3, number 3, number 3, number 8, number 8, number 8, number 8. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise around him. It turned out that this round of horse racing had begun. Those who had bet were cheering for their favorite horses. Looking at the noisy scene around him, Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Gambling can actually make a person so excited and happy. If I can't win in many gambles, will I be like them and have this kind of gambler's mentality? Before Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan bet, there was a burst of exclamations not far away. Yang Ming wanted to look up, and the waiter next to him said to Yang Ming, "Mr. Tian is playing with others." Oh, Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Tian Donghua to actually be playing with others. It seemed that the scene wasn't small, so he said to Chen Mingyan, "Let's go and see." Okay. Chen Mingyan was originally curious about horse racing, but after watching for a while, she found that it was just so. She lost interest. Anyway, she would do whatever Yang Ming said. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan walked over to the noisy people. They saw Tian Donghua and a young man sitting on both sides of the gambling table. The young man looked very calm with a smile on his face, while Tian Donghua was a little excited and anxious. Yang Ming could tell at a glance that the young man was a veteran at the gambling table, and Tian Donghua, a rookie, lost to others in terms of momentum. "Your chips are gone. Do you still want to compete?" The young man smiled and said calmly, "Of course, why not? Do you think I don't have money?" Tian Donghua frowned. He didn't want to lose in front of Wang Shui, so he wanted to win to save his face, but he lost a few rounds in a row and lost all the chips in his hand. "I didn't mean that. I just think that gambling is fun, but it's not interesting if you gamble until your eyes are red." The young man shrugged. Although what he said was very reasonable, Tian Donghua felt that it was unusually harsh. He said with a red face, "Don't say that. I will call someone to send the money. Let's continue to play." Niedayu was on the side. How could he call Tian Donghua's people to send money? He smiled slightly and said, "Young Master Tian, I will call someone to bring another 1 million chips." Chapter 776. Tian Donghua nodded and accepted Niedayu's kindness. However, he also understood in his heart that the power of the Tian family couldn't affect Song Jiang. So Niedayu was completely taking care of the Tian family's face. However, this 1 million was the limit. If he lost again, Nidayu wouldn't give him any more money. Yang Ming didn't know why Tian Donghua was competing with the young man, but it seemed that the two people didn't seem to know each other, and there was no resentment or hatred. Soon, 1 million chips were placed on the table on Tian Donghua's side. After Tian Donghua got the chips, he said, "Let's continue." "Okay, but let's make a deal. We have chips on each other's table. Whoever loses all of them will end the bet. I didn't come here to gamble. I came here to relax." The young man spoke very appropriately and politely. Tian Donghua looked at the chips on the young man's side. In addition to the chips that he had just won, there were still more than 1 million, which meant that the other party's chips were twice as much as his own. After hesitating, Tian Donghua nodded. "Let's play big or small this time. How about it?" They were just playing 5-card stud, but Tian Donghua saw that the other party had more chips than him. He was afraid that the other party would use this to suppress him from betting, so he proposed to change the game. The young man on the opposite side didn't care. He shrugged and said, "It's up to you. Anyway, it's just a game." The rules of the big or small game were very simple. Each person drew a card from the deck, and then turned it over to see whose card was bigger. Each bet was 100,000. What's going on? Yang Ming whispered to Wang Shui on the side. Wang Shui was also very helpless. She shrugged and said with a helpless expression, "When we were playing roulette, the young man was also there, but the young man's luck was very good. He won a few rounds. I've just casually said that his luck was better than yours." As a result, Tian Donghua was narrow-minded. He wanted to compete with that person to see whose luck was better. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't expect it to be because of such a small matter. In this regard, Tian Donghua was really not very manly. He was really narrow-minded. However, this also reflected that Tian Donghua cared about Wang Shui very much. Perhaps it was because Tian Donghua's luck was not good today. Ever since he had trouble renting the boat in the morning, he started to have bad luck. He lost more than he won. In the blink of an eye, he only had 200,000 chips left. At this moment, Tian Donghua's face was flushed. It was obvious that he was nervous. Yang Ming found it funny. The Tian family was also a big family. The Tian family's young master was actually flushed with embarrassment because of this little money. However, according to Tian Donghua's prideful character, he would not give up even if he lost these chips. Yang Ming shook his head and decided to help him. He patted Tian Donghua's shoulder from behind and smiled. "Old Tian, let me play a few rounds for you." Tian Donghua was depressed. Why was his luck so bad? He suddenly turned around and saw Yang Ming. When he heard that Yang Ming wanted to replace him, he nodded and agreed without thinking. Tian Donghua was also afraid that he would lose all his chips. When the time came, his face would be ruined. However, it was nothing if Yang Ming replaced him. If he lost, it would be Yang Ming's loss. Tian Donghua would not be too embarrassed. If he won, it would be better. Anyway, they were on the same side. They would share glory together. So Tian Donghua stood up and gave his seat to Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled and sat down. He said to the young man opposite him, "I will play a few rounds for my friend. Do you mind?" "Of course." The young man nodded. "Your friend is a little excited. You should calm down." Although the young man was telling the truth, Tian Donghua was still very upset after listening. He snorted and hoped that Yang Ming would defeat him. The dealer brought a new deck of poker cards and opened it for Yang Ming and the young man to check the cards. Then, he began to shuffle the cards. After that, the back of the poker cards was spread on the table. "Why don't you go first?" the young man said to Yang Ming. In this kind of competition, the person who drew the cards first had a higher chance of winning than the person who drew later. After all, the biggest ace of spades was only one. The first round was purely for Yang Ming to test his hand. He didn't take it seriously at all and didn't use his special ability. Anyway, he still had 200,000 yuan in his hand. Even if he lost 100,000 yuan, he still had a chance to win it back. Yang Ming drew a poker card and put it in front of him. The young man was surprised by Yang Ming's decisiveness. He nodded approvingly and drew a card. The two people turned over the cards in front of them almost at the same time. As a result, Yang Ming had a 3 of grass in his hand, and the young man got a 10 of hearts. The young man won. Yang Ming only had 100,000 yuan of chips left. The second round began. Yang Ming didn't dare to neglect this time. This time, he let the young man draw first. Yang Ming saw that he drew a jack of clubs, so Yang Ming casually drew a king of diamonds. Naturally, Yang Ming won. In the next few rounds, Yang Ming began to maintain the momentum of winning more and losing less. In the blink of an eye, there were more chips in front of him. Yang Ming wasn't a fool. He wouldn't win every round. If that was the case, it wouldn't be luck, but a problem. However, Yang Ming now won twice and lost once. No one would doubt anything. Let's do this. Now that the chips in both of our hands are about the same, let's just decide the winner in one round. If we play like this, it is estimated that one day is not enough. Yang Ming played for a while and was a little annoyed, so he suggested. The young man also saw that Yang Ming's luck was much better than the previous one. It wasn't easy to beat Yang Ming, so when Yang Ming made this suggestion, the young man hesitated and nodded. Well, let's decide the winner in one round. No matter who wins or loses. Let's not play anymore, okay? Of course, no problem. Yang Ming shrugged and said, You should see that I'm not a gambler. Okay, then who will draw first? Asked the young man. It doesn't matter. You go first. Yang Ming said to the young man. Well, since the rules are set by you, then I will draw first. The young man didn't refuse. Because the suggestion to decide the winner in one round was put forward by Yang Ming, it was normal for him to draw first. This time, the young man was obviously more cautious than the previous few times. When the dealer shuffled the cards, he began to stare at the cards in his hand. When he drew the cards, he was also very careful. After fumbling for a while, he drew a card from the deck. Because it was the last round, there was no need to hide it, so after the young man drew the card, he directly showed on the table. The audience was in an uproar. Even Chun Ming-yin, who didn't care much about this, couldn't help but let out an ah sound. Tian Donghua even showed a helpless expression. It was because the young man actually drew an ace of spades. In other words, this was the biggest card in this deck. Nothing could be bigger than this. In other words, the winner of this game was already decided. There was no need for Yang Ming to draw any more cards. Seeing his own card, the young man smiled and said, Sorry, thanks for letting me win. Yang Ming didn't expect the young man's last luck to be so good that he could draw such a card. He secretly regretted why he didn't draw first. However, when Yang Ming wanted to give up, he suddenly saw a card in the deck. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So, Yang Ming casually drew a card from the rest of the cards. Yang Ming's action made everyone think that he had given up. Tian Donghua was even more depressed as he scolded. It's really bad luck. He actually still lost. Yang Ming glanced at the card in his hand. Although he didn't have to do this at all, he already knew the content of the card. However, he did this to deceive the others. After Yang Ming looked at the card, he slammed it back on the table. He turned his head and said to Nye Diyu on the side, President Nye, is there any music? President Nye was stunned and said, What music? It's the music when the god of gamblers, Gao Jin, won the World King of Gamblers tournament. Yang Ming said seriously, The specific point is that when everyone thinks that the god of gamblers is lost, he will turn the tables and then start to play that piece of music. What? President Nye had an inexplicable expression. Why play this music? You don't understand this, right? If you play this music, I can win. Yang Ming had a matter-of-fact look on his face. Nye Diyu listened to Yang Ming's inexplicable request and was suddenly in a dilemma. He didn't know what Yang Ming meant. Was he joking, or did he really want to do this? In other words, Yang Ming's mental state was not normal. The others also looked at Yang Ming as if they were looking at a fool. The outcome was already decided. They didn't know what Yang Ming was still doing. They thought that Yang Ming was making a last-ditch effort, and they couldn't help but look at him with contempt. However, they didn't know that the more he acted like this, the more they looked down on him. Forget it. If there isn't, I will do it myself. Yang Ming stood up and said, Actually, I am the apprentice of the god of gamblers, Gao Jing Ah. Everyone was in an uproar. I have two senior brothers, Dao Zi and Xing Zi. You can call me Yang Zi. Yang Ming didn't stop until his words were shocking. In a while, you can shout, Yang Zi, I love you. Everyone was stunned. Even the young man on the other side had a stunned expression on his face. Okay, everyone looked carefully. Yang Ming suddenly stood up and turned the poker card in front of him. Pa! The poker card was turned over, but the audience was frighteningly quiet. They looked at the card that Yang Ming turned over inconceivably. Because this card was actually the substitute card in the poker card. The so-called substitute card was actually a white card with the 4 colors of spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds printed on it. There was an empty space next to the colors for the players to fill in the numbers. This was prepared by the manufacturer so that if a player accidentally lost a certain card in the deck, they could use it as a temporary replacement. Every deck of cards would have one of these cards. Chapter 777. When the cards were shuffled just now, although the dealer had already taken out the substitute card and the king and queen, there were actually 2 substitute cards in this deck due to the carelessness of the worker. Yang Ming saw the substitute card in a desperate situation, so he didn't hesitate to draw it. From the perspective of the use of the substitute card, this card could represent any card. The young man was the ace of spades, so Yang Ming's card could also be the ace of spades. From the perspective of the rules, if the card that Yang Ming drew was a discarded card, then this game naturally didn't count. President Nya, who do you think won this game? Yang Ming looked at President Nya, whose jaw almost dropped. President Nya also began to be troubled. How do we determine the winner? Yang Ming's substitute card shouldn't have appeared here, but now it appeared, then the game was really a bit difficult to determine. Then he turned to the dealer with a sullen face. What's going on? The dealer also looked troubled. Boss Nya, I've already removed the 3 extra cards. Who knew that there would be an extra substitute card in the deck? President Nya glanced at the 3 cards on the left-hand side of the dealer. They were all placed there quietly. He also knew that this couldn't be blamed on the dealer. It could only be blamed on the carelessness of the factory's workers. Song Jiang didn't and couldn't have a poker card manufacturer that specialized in supplying casinos, so the poker cards purchased by casinos were only purchased in bulk from a popular card factory, so it couldn't be blamed on others. Hee. Seeing that Nyediyu was troubled, Yang Ming smiled indifferently. This isn't the dealer's fault, but the carelessness of the card factory's workers. Then this game is invalid. Let's play another game. The young man on the other side also had a helpless expression on his face. What was supposed to be a sure-win game had actually turned out to be such a rare and strange situation. However, there was no other way. Now, he couldn't say that he had won. The other party had a substitute card, so it was what it was. It could also be used as the ace of spades, so this game could only be canceled. The young man nodded and smiled bitterly. Okay, then let's play another round. I hope it won't be the same situation again. The dealer was much more careful this time. When he checked the cards, he carefully checked them. After making sure that there was nothing unusual, he began to shuffle the cards. After shuffling them a few times, he put the cards on the table for the 2 of them to choose from. Why don't he go first? Yang Ming made an inviting gesture. He didn't believe that a person's luck could be good enough to draw the ace of spades twice in a row. If that was really the case, then Yang Ming was willing to admit defeat. Because he had to admit that the young man opposite him was the god of gamblers, sure enough, this time the young man's good luck was gone. He drew a card that almost made Yang Ming cramp from laughing. It was actually the smallest card in the deck, 2 of diamonds. These 2 rounds were really extreme. It turned from the biggest to the smallest in an instant. However, this time, the young man didn't rush to open the cards. He didn't look at the cards after he drew them. He just put them on the table. It was probably because he was too proud of the previous round, but he didn't win in the end. He lost some face, so this time he simply kept a low profile. Yang Ming smiled slightly. His bad taste rose again. He reached out and touched a 2 of clubs, then he turned it directly on the table. The audience suddenly burst into an uproar. Yang Ming's card could be said to be one of the best small cards in the deck. Yang Ming also showed a disappointed look. This round was the same as the previous round. This was the same as the previous round, if there was no accident like the previous round. However, that kind of accident couldn't happen every time. Not to mention that this time, Yang Ming turned the cards first. Even if there was an accident, this accident could only appear on the young man's side. However, just when everyone thought that it was impossible, this accident happened. Even the young man himself had a slight smile on his face, thinking that he was going to win this time. The young man leisurely turned the card in front of him, and everyone suddenly showed a strange expression. The young man was shocked and quickly looked down at his card. As a result, his jaw almost dropped. How is this possible? What he had gotten was actually the card with the smallest suit in the deck. The young man almost went crazy. Although Yang Ming's card was very small, it happened to be bigger than the only one in his hand. Everyone, don't be too surprised. I have just said that my true identity is actually the disciple of the god of gamblers. Yang Ming boasted shamelessly. Everyone naturally didn't believe it, but because of these 2 coincidences, they also sighed in their hearts that Yang Ming was so lucky that he could win like this. Among them, the most helpless one was the young man himself. If Yang Ming's card was slightly bigger, then his loss would not be unjustified. However, Yang Ming's small card restrained him, making him really depressed to his grandmother's house. You won, I lost. However, the young man's self-restraint was still very good. He didn't forget what he said before. Regardless of the outcome, this was the only round. He pushed all the bets on the table to Yang Ming and said, "You are a very interesting person. If you don't mind, how about becoming friends?" The disciple of the god of gamblers, Gao Jing, Yang Zai. Yang Ming's impression of the young man was also very good. If he didn't cheat, he would have lost the previous round, so Yang Ming's heart was still slightly guilty. He stood up and reached out to the young man. "What god of gamblers?" I just said it casually to adjust the atmosphere. "My name is Yang Ming. Nice to meet you. Huang Rongjin, from Singapore." The young man smiled and shook hands with Yang Ming. "I'm also very happy to meet you. Anyway, your gambling skills have opened my eyes." Seeing that the outcome was determined, and the two were still talking and laughing, Rendezvous suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It was not uncommon for two groups of people to fight at the gambling table, but it was rare to see such harmony. "I'm just lucky." Yang Ming waved his hand. "I don't know how Mr. Huang appeared here. Are you traveling?" Hee. One of my good friends is a fan of Shuya. He took me to watch the concert, but my musical talent is not good, so I can only spend time alone in this C club. Huang Rongjin spread his hands and said, "I see, but I have to leave with my friend now. I'm afraid I don't have time to talk to Mr. Huang." Yang Ming said apologetically, "It's okay. This is my business card. If you have time to go to Singapore, I will be a good host." Huang Rongjin politely handed over his business card. Yang Ming took it and glanced at it. The title on the business card was a company's consultant. With Huang Rongjin's generosity, it was estimated that this was his family's business, and Huang Rongjin was just a name on it. "I'm a student. I don't have a business card, but I still know some friends in Songjiang. If Mr. Huang has something, you can call me." As Yang Ming said this, he used his mobile phone to dial Huang Rongjin's mobile phone number. "Okay, sure." Huang Rongjin saved Yang Ming's number. He didn't doubt what Yang Ming said. Since Yang Ming could enter this casino, it meant that Yang Ming couldn't be just an ordinary student, so it was normal for his family to have some power in Songjiang. "However, you don't have to call me Mr. Huang. That is too distant. Since you're still in school, then I must be a few years older than you. I will call you little brother Yang. You can call me Brother Huang, or just call my name directly, Rongjin. Brother Huang is too polite. I will call you Brother Huang." Yang Ming nodded and smiled. The reason why Huang Rongjin said so much to Yang Ming was that he had a good impression of Yang Ming. Yang Ming was different from the previous Tian Donghua. Although his behavior was a bit weird, he didn't really take winning or losing the gambling game as a matter of fact. Huang Rongjin could still see this, and Yang Ming's unruly character was also very suitable for him. Huang Rongjin was also such a person. Otherwise, he couldn't ignore his family business and preferred to collect rare items. After chatting for a while, they left. For the chips on the table, when Rendezvous asked Yang Ming if he wanted to convert them into cash or store them in the card, Yang Ming smiled and said, "Forget about it. The capital was originally taken by President Nia, and the income belongs to the casino." After saying this, Yang Ming remembered that this gambling game was originally made by Tian Donghua, so he turned back and said, "Old Tian, you won't blame me for making a decision on my own, right?" "How can I?" Tian Donghua shook his head. Yang Ming finally won the gambling game. Tian Donghua also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his group didn't lose face, and he could get out of the embarrassing situation. At this time, Rendezvous couldn't help but look at Yang Ming a lot more. Although the 3 million yuan on the table was nothing to him, it was an astronomical figure for an ordinary family. Yang Ming didn't care at all. Recalling the calmness at the gambling table before, Rendezvous increasingly believed that this Yang Ming's family was definitely not ordinary. Listening to his words to Huang Rongjin, it could be understood that he was a native of Songjiang, and he had some power. Rendezvous's nature as a businessman immediately wanted to see if he could get closer to Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming said that he didn't want it, how could Rendezvous be so inconspicuous? He gave a look to his underling, and someone was responsible for this matter. Not long after, a bank card was handed to Yu. Mr. Yang, this is what you just won. At the same time, this credit card is also a membership card of our offshore club. With this card, you can enjoy VIP treatment here. Yu handed the bank card to Yang Ming. The same card was also handed to Tian Donghua, but there was no money in it. Yang Ming saw that the other party had already done it properly, so he could not give face. He took the card, thanked, and put it in his pocket. Chapter 778. That's it. Thank you for President Nie's warm hospitality. We still have something to do, so we will leave first. Brother Huang, call me if you need anything. Yang Ming smiled and said goodbye to President Nie and Huang Rongjin. As they were talking, Huang Rongjin's phone suddenly rang. Yang Ming didn't care. He made a gesture to Huang Rongjin and prepared to leave, but he saw Huang Rongjin's face change. What? You said that little G was caught? What happened? Yang Ming lifted his leg and was about to leave. When he heard Huang Rongjin say this, he couldn't help but slow down and look back. Obviously, Huang Rongjin's friend was in trouble. Since Yang Ming had a good talk with him, it was not good to leave immediately. He was going to wait and see if there was anything he needed help with. I got it. Don't worry. I'll be there right away. Huang Rongjin instructed on the phone. What's wrong? What happened? When Huang Rongjin hung up the phone, Yang Ming asked with concern. Sorry, Brother Yang. My friend has a problem. I have to go there quickly. I don't have time to accompany you. Huang Rongjin said anxiously. Do you need help? Asked Yang Ming. My friend is a fanatic fan of Shuya. Isn't today Valentine's Day? As a result, he bought a large bouquet of roses with his follower early in the morning and went to the hotel where Shuya stayed to wait. He thought that she would not come out, but Shuya came out. My friend ran up to give the flowers. As a result, he was pulled away by the security guard next to him before he saw Shuya's face. My friend had a bad temper, so he had a physical conflict with the security guard. As a result, he was detained and threatened to be sent to the police station. Huang Rongjin smiled bitterly. His follower called me. I'm going to see if I can spend some money to settle the matter. I don't want the other party to make a big deal out of it. It's not a big deal, so I won't trouble Brother Yang. After all, it was the first time they met. Although the two people got along well and felt that each other's character was good, Huang Rongjin couldn't trouble others directly. If that's the case, then that's fine. If you really can't do it, then you can call me again. Yang Ming thought that this wasn't a big deal. He probably didn't need to show up to solve it. Huang Rongjin nodded and left in a hurry. On Valentine's Day, Shuya didn't arrange a concert. In this special festival, although Shuya wanted to spend it with Yang Ming, she also understood that Yang Ming must be accompanying Chun Mengyan at this moment. How could he accompany her? It was meaningless to stay in the hotel. She suddenly thought of Zhou Jiejia, her former love rival. However, since she met Zhou Jiejia with Chun Mengyan that day, Shuya had no prejudice against her. Shuya wouldn't care about a person who was sick in bed, but she was somewhat envious of Zhou Jiejia. In any case, Zhou Jiejia would eventually win Yang Ming's love through her own efforts. But what about herself? It seemed that he was not as good as Zhou Jiejia. Shuya shook her head with some self-deprecation. She suddenly had the urge to go to the hospital to accompany Zhou Jiejia, the former love rival. Maybe after she woke up, the two people would become good friends. After all, if they lived under the same roof in the future, friends were always better than enemies. Undoubtedly, Yang Ming was a very overbearing person. Although Yang Ming's character was not so clear in junior high school, now Shuya really realized Yang Ming's overbearingness. Therefore, Shuya wouldn't be stupid enough to do anything to be jealous. It would only make her more passive. Yang Ming would be very disgusted with a girl with such a character. Shuya found her agent, Su Li, and told her that she was going to the hospital to visit a friend. Su Li naturally couldn't interfere with Shuya's itinerary. She was just busy helping Shuya prepare the car and found a few bodyguards to accompany her. Ji Xiaohe was a fanatic fan of Shuya, and he had reached the point of madness. Of course, his fanaticism for Shuya wasn't because he wanted to possess Shuya, nor did he have any improper thoughts about Shuya. Ji Xiaohe's feelings for Shuya were the kind that came from the heart. She was like a goddess that couldn't be profaned. He bought this bunch of roses for Shuya today without any other intention. He just wanted to express his love for Shuya. For his young master's crazy fan behavior, Ji Xiaohe's follower, Wang Shili, couldn't do anything. He had to accompany the young master to wait at the door of the hotel. Young master, how can Shuya just go out casually? Let's not wait, Wang Shili advised. How do you know? Are you Shuya's agent? Ji Xiao glared and said disapprovingly. If you're not happy, you can go back first. I'll wait here by myself. Wang Shili smiled bitterly. Why should I go back? Am I not afraid that the cold weather will freeze you? At that time, the master will scold me for not doing my best. However, since the young master said so, Wang Shili couldn't say anything more. After a while, he didn't expect Shuya to really come out of the hotel. Although she was wearing sunglasses and a big hat, Ji Xiaohe still recognized her glance. Ji Xiaohe was excited. He rushed over with the roses. When Shuya went out, the security guards at the door naturally paid extra attention. They immediately found Ji Xiaohe, the restless factor. Before he ran to Shuya, Ji Xiaohe was stopped by a few black-shirt men who came out of nowhere. What are you doing? Who are you? Get out of the way, Ji Xiaohe said impatiently. Seeing that Shuya was going to get into the car, if he didn't go over, he wouldn't be able to make it. We are the security guards of the hotel. Sir, your behavior is very suspicious, so we have to carry out the necessary interrogation. The security guard was very polite. Interrogation? What interrogation? Do you think I look like a bad guy? Seeing that Shuya was about to get into the car, Ji Xiaohe was anxious. He pushed away the security guard and rushed over. When a security guard saw Ji Xiaohe's posture, how could he let him go? He quickly grabbed him. Ji Xiaohe was so angry that he turned back and punched the security guard in the face. The security guard was immediately anxious. Originally, we can talk about it. What do you mean by hitting me? However, due to the rules, the security guard didn't immediately fight back. Instead, he stared at Ji Xiaohe. Why are you hitting people? I'm hitting you. Ji Xiaohe punched again, and the security guard immediately became bruised. This time, the security guard waved his hand, and the other security guard next to him quickly controlled Ji Xiaohe. Although Ji Xiaohe was quite fierce, he was also fierce. He wasn't the opponent of the two trained security guards. First, take him back to the security room, and then ask the manager whether to call the police or not. The security guard who was beaten said bitterly. It wasn't good to hit people at the entrance of the hotel, but when they returned to the security room, they could do whatever they wanted. Let me go. Do you know who I am? Why do you want to catch me? Ji Xiaohe was also a pampered person since he was a child. His family was also very rich. Otherwise, he couldn't mix with Huang Rongjin. Why would the security guard care who he was? Even if he was a character, the manager had to make a decision personally. Anyway, take him back to the security room first. Seeing that Ji Xiaohe was caught, Wang Shili instinctively wanted to rush over, but when he just took a step, he hesitated. After weighing the pros and cons, he stopped. After all, it was impossible for him to grab Ji Xiaohe from those people. Instead, he might put himself in danger. It was better to contact Huang Rongjin and see if he had any good ideas. Huang Rongjin's temperament and character were much calmer than Ji Xiaohe. This time, Huang Rongjin was also the leader. As a result, the scene from before occurred. How would Shuya notice these little things? She didn't even see Ji Xiaohe's shadow. When she got in the car, she instructed the driver to go to the Songjiang City First People's Hospital. Ani Li, I came to see Jia. She came back once, and Ani Li also saw her. Ani Li wasn't a groupie. She just thought that Shuya, this girl, was beautiful, but that was it. You're here. You go ahead. I'm going to wash a rag and wipe the floor, Auntie Li said with a smile. Shuya nodded and entered Zhou Jiajia's ward. Zhou Jiajia was the same as when she came last time, lying on the bed calmly. Her face was still so peaceful, without a trace of fluctuation. Shuya gently sat on Zhou Jiajia's bed and held Zhou Jiajia's hand. For a time, she was filled with emotions. She didn't know what to say. Jiajia, it's me. Can you hear me? After a while, Shuya calmed down. After all, she came here with a purpose. She didn't just come here casually. The more she knew about Zhou Jia, the more Shuya suspected that Zhou Jiajia's so-called knot was related to her. After all, Zhou Jiajia's biggest wish had been achieved. Yang Ming had accepted her. What other worries would she have? The only possibility was that Zhou Jiajia felt that she was impulsive and broke up Yang Ming and her. She was very guilty about this matter. So even if she was with Yang Ming, she would still be brooding about what happened in the past. Therefore, since Shuya thought of this possibility, it was necessary to try it. I know you're listening. I'm Suya. Do you remember me? Shuya whispered in Zhou Jiajia's ear. I know you like Yang Ming, so I don't blame you for what happened in the past. Fortunately, we have met him again, so there is no regret. If you can hear me, then get better quickly. I think we will become good sisters. Originally, Shuya also had an attitude of giving it a try, but she didn't expect that Zhou Jiajia's EEG, who had always been calm, changed and became active. Shuya was shocked, but she didn't expect her words to really work. Chapter 779. Shuya looked at the equipment beside her in astonishment. Although Shuya was not a doctor and had never learned how to use medical equipment, she still understood this common sense. The EEG that was calm just now suddenly became active. Anyone would be shocked by this. Shuya quickly stood up and wanted to run out to call someone. She just saw Auntie Lee coming from outside the ward with a basin of water. She quickly said, Auntie Lee, Jiajia's situation seems to have changed. Hurry up and call the doctor. What? There's a change. Auntie Lee was also shocked after hearing it. She quickly put aside the basin in her hand and ran out of the ward. It didn't take long for two doctors in white coats to rush in. They pushed open the door of the ward and asked, What happened to the patient? This is the case. I was talking to the patient just now. Suddenly, the patient's EEG seemed to have changed. Shuya explained to the doctor. Oh, is that so? The doctor's expression became dignified. He walked quickly to Zhou Jiajia's ward and carefully observed the waveform display on the bedside instrument. After the doctor finished looking, he operated the instrument again and called up the waveform chart from a few minutes ago for comparison. Then, he discussed something with the other doctor next to him in a low voice. After a while, both of them nodded at the same time. Auntie Lee didn't know what was going on. She had been worried. After all, as Zhou Jiajia's special caretaker, she was obligated to take care of Zhou Jiajia. If Zhou Jiajia had an accident, how could she explain it to the boss who hired her? Doctor, how is it? Auntie Lee saw that the two doctors were just talking to each other. She didn't know what happened to Zhou Jiajia, so she couldn't help but ask. This is the case. The doctor who spoke just now said, from the patient's current EEG, the waveform is very active. This is a good sign. In and out of the country, many similar patients will have this sign before they wake up. Auntie Lee was happy after hearing it. That is to say, Jiajia is going to wake up? In theory, yes. The doctor nodded. Maybe tomorrow, maybe we have to wait for a while. But compared to before, this is already a big leap. For example, the patient now has almost walked out of herself. The current state is almost the same as sleeping. When she has enough rest, she will wake up by herself. Then, how long will it take? Auntie Lee was a little anxious when she saw the doctor was ambiguous. This we can't say for sure. After all, from our medical point of view, the patient's body fully recovered. In our opinion, the patient is no different from a normal person. But to wake up, since Zhou Jiajia was hospitalized, these attending doctors had also received a lot of benefits from Yang Ming. Although the hospital regulations did not allow them to accept red packets, Yang Ming's cigarettes, alcohol, and shopping cards were endless. There was no harm in accepting such personal gifts. If they did not accept them, the patient's family would think that they did not want to treat the patient seriously. Therefore, these doctors were very concerned about Zhou Jiajia's condition. I see. Auntie Lee was a little disappointed. However, this is a good start. The conversation between this lady and the patient may have touched the knot in the patient's heart, so the current result was produced. The doctor said, in this case, we have to rely on this lady. You'd better recall what you just said to the patient. Then, when you have time, talk to the patient about similar topics. Maybe you can let the patient wake up as soon as possible. Okay, I got it. Shuya nodded. That's great. We will go first. If you have anything, call us at any time. The doctor said. After that, he left the ward. Shuya breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these two doctors didn't recognize her. Otherwise, if this was publicized and the reporters learned about it, they might dig up some old news. The two doctors didn't recognize Shuya just now because they didn't expect that the celebrity, Shuya, would come to the hospital. Secondly, their minds were on the patient, and they didn't look at Shuya carefully. However, Shuya couldn't continue to stay here. After all, once or twice was nothing. After a long time, someone would definitely recognize her. At that time, it would be really troublesome. Shuya stood up and said to Auntie Lee, then I will go back first. Oh, right, miss, I still don't know your name. I forgot to ask last time. Auntie Lee patted her head and asked, Oh, Shuya hesitated and then said affirmatively, My surname is Suya. My name is Suya. Suya, not bad. This name is very nice. It is as beautiful as you. Auntie Lee wasn't a groupie. Naturally, she didn't know Shuya, so she didn't think much about it. Shuya, the reason why she told Auntie Lee her real name was also after a mental struggle. But in the end, she said it. If Yang Ming accidentally learned her identity from Auntie Lee, it would be good. In these 2 days, Shuya had a headache about how to confess to Yang Ming. In this way, it would save her a lot of trouble. At that time, it would depend on Yang Ming's attitude. If Yang Ming accepted her, it would naturally be good. If Yang Ming really didn't accept her, it wasn't that there was no room for redemption. At most, she could bite the bullet and deny it. She would say that Auntie Lee heard it wrong. She said Shuya, and Auntie Lee misheard Su and Shu. Auntie Lee was very excited. She wanted to tell this good news to Miss Chun and Mr. Yang, but after thinking about it, Zhou Jieja hadn't woken up yet. She just got better. Even the doctor couldn't give a definite time, so she gave up. It was better to wait for a while. In fact, she really guessed it right. Zhou Jieja's knot in her heart was indeed the incident in the past. This could be seen from Zhou Jieja's diary. In the past, she was impulsive. As a result, Suya transferred schools, and Yang Ming also became depraved. This incident made Zhou Jieja really regret it for a long time. Until now, she was still brooding about it. Although she got Yang Ming's forgiveness, she didn't know how Suya was now. So this became a worry in Zhou Jieja's heart. Due to a strange combination of circumstances, this injury became a knot in her heart. Zhou Jieja subconsciously wanted to wake up, but she didn't want to wake up. Yang Ming promised her that he would accept her after she recovered. But when the moment came, Zhou Jieja didn't know how to face Yang Ming. Especially in the past, she caused Suya and Yang Ming to be separated. Until now, there was still no news of Suya, which made Zhou Jieja feel very guilty. This happiness that originally belonged to Suya, how could she accept it with peace of mind? Therefore, Zhou Jieja closed herself in a small box, delaying as much as possible. Suya, who was now Shuya, changed her appearance, but Zhou Jieja couldn't see it in a coma. Moreover, people in a coma had a strong sixth sense to the outside world. Even though Suya's voice had changed, Zhou Jieja could sensitively capture the similarity of the sound waves, which made her sure that the person who was talking to her was Suya. This involved some very mysterious things. There were many similar cases in the world. For example, a girl heard that her husband had died on the battlefield, and she suddenly fainted. No matter how the people around her called her, she just didn't wake up. It wasn't until many years later that her husband returned. It turned out that her husband hadn't died, but had been captured by the enemy. Later, when the war was over, her husband was sold as a slave. After many years of hard work, he finally redeemed himself and returned to his hometown. When he found his wife, he found that his wife was lying quietly on a hospital bed. At this moment, both his appearance and voice had changed a lot. Even his younger brother didn't recognize him. It wasn't until he took out the keepsake that his younger brother confirmed his identity. After he came back, he spent every day talking to his wife. Then, a miracle happened. His wife woke up one day, and she immediately recognized her husband the moment she woke up. This magical phenomenon that modern science couldn't explain could only be attributed to the sixth sense. This was a very famous and ordinary anecdote that everyone knew. There were many similar anecdotes, but in any case, Zhou Jieja heard Suya's voice. Maybe she was really not far from waking up. Huang Rongjin originally thought that it was just a small security guard of a hotel. This was not a big deal at all. It should be easy to solve by spending some money to compensate. But when he arrived at the place, he found that his idea was wrong. Things were unexpectedly tricky. He ran back and forth for several laps, but he didn't even see the face of the person in charge. Not to mention the manager. He didn't even see the manager of the security department. After a while, the people of the security department gave face to Ji Xiaohe, a foreign guest, and didn't do anything to him. They just didn't let him go. They threatened to send Ji Xiaohe to the police station after the manager came back. Beating a hotel staff in public was a crime that could be big or small. Huang Rongjin said a lot of good words, but they didn't care about him at all, especially the security guard whose face was swollen. He looked at Huang Rongjin with evil intentions. Huang Rongjin was so angry in his heart. What are you so arrogant about? Isn't it just a small security guard? Look at how arrogant you are. But now, after all, it was someone else's territory. Huang Rongjin didn't dare to do anything. Holding back his anger, he walked out of the hotel. Huang Rongjin sighed and took out the phone. Fortunately, his family's company had business dealings with a trading company here. The relationship between them was good. Huang Rongjin decided to find this company to help. "Hello, is this Brother Song?" Huang Rongjin said very politely. "Oh, I am. Who are you?" Song Heng leaned on the boss's chair and touched the female secretary's chest very comfortably. Recently, Song Heng was a lot more low-key. He just played some shady business between the boss and the secretary in the office. He didn't dare to go out and cause trouble. Yang Ming didn't find trouble with him again. However, Song Heng's modesty earned him a lot of popularity. In the business world of Songjiang, Song Heng's reputation was quite good. "I am Huang Rongjin, the second son of Singapore's Huang Hantian." Huang Rongjin quickly introduced himself. "It's younger brother Huang." "Hello, hello." Song Heng naturally remembered it all of a sudden, but Song Heng's age wasn't that old, so he was on the same level as Huang Rongjin. "I heard from Director Huang that younger brother Huang came to Songjiang. I want to be a good host, but younger brother Huang didn't give me this opportunity. Brother Song, let's talk about these things when we have time. I have something to trouble you this time." Huang Rongjin hesitated and said. The cooperation between the two was quite pleasant, so it was normal for Huang Rongjin to ask for help. "Oh, what is it? Let me hear it. If I can do it, I will try my best." Song Heng asked after listening. "This is the case. Ji Xiaohe, does Brother Song know him?" asked Huang Rongjin. "Oh, I have heard that the Ji family also has a big consortium in your place. Their strength is also very strong." Song Heng nodded and said, "Ji Xiaohe is the young master of the Ji family. I heard Director Huang briefly introduce him. Ji Xiaohe beat someone up today, and the other party was unforgiving." Huang Rongjin sighed and said, "Beat someone up? Who did he beat?" Song Heng also put away his smile, and his tone became serious. After all, beating someone up seemed to be simple, but the most important thing was who the person was. "A hotel security guard," replied Huang Rongjin. "What? Security guard?" Song Heng suddenly said, "Isn't it fine to just pay some money? What is there to be unforgiving about? But the other party? Brother Song, can you come forward and help to mediate?" asked Huang Rongjin. "What hotel?" Song Heng asked casually. In his opinion, this was not a big deal. If he could help, he would naturally help. "Heavenly Earth," said Huang Rongjin. "Heavenly Earth? What? You said Heavenly Earth?" Song Heng was shocked after listening. "Beat their people up? Then it's over." "Over?" Huang Rongjin was stunned. He was somewhat surprised by the change in Song Heng's attitude. "Brother Song, what the hell is going on? What do you mean it's over?" "Brother Huang, I really can't help with this. I can't afford to offend this Heavenly Earth. Even in Songjiang City, There aren't many people who can offend them. Song Heng carefully persuaded, I'm really sorry. Brother Song, does this heavenly earth have a strong background? Why is it like a tiger's, but that can't be touched? Huang Rongjin was very puzzled. Forget it. I will tell you the truth. Song Heng sighed. The security guards of this heavenly earth belong to the Ming Yang Security Company, and the predecessor of the Ming Yang Security Company was a gangster. Do you understand what I'm saying? Gangster? Gang organization? Huang Rongjin was shocked. He didn't expect Ji Xiaohe to provoke the local gang. You think about it. Although you only beat a security guard, which boss doesn't want to lose face? You beat his people, which is equivalent to making him lose face. Will he let it go? Song Heng explained. This heavenly earth and the Ming Yang Security Company have the same boss. They are also the bosses of Songjiang. It's not that I don't want to help, but they won't even bother with me. Then, I'll trouble you, Brother Song. I will think of a way myself. Huang Rongjin listened to Song Heng and understood everything. Ji Xiao's trouble this time is really big. Huang Rongjin suddenly thought of something and asked, Right, Brother Song, do you know this person, Yang Ming? Huang Rongjin originally didn't want to trouble Yang Ming, but after thinking about it, he really didn't know anyone in Songjiang. However, since the people Ji Xiaohe provoked were so powerful, even Song Heng, the local tyrant, couldn't do anything. Thinking about it, Yang Ming, who he just met, couldn't do anything. However, with an attitude of giving it a try, Huang Rongjin still asked a question. Let's explore the details of Yang Ming first. What? Song Heng was almost scared to death when he heard the name. His butt seemed to be loaded with spring. He bounced up from the chair with a whoosh. What did you say? Yang Ming? Did you piss him off again? Oh my God, listen to my advice. You should run away quickly. Run away? What do you mean? Huang Rongjin was somewhat inexplicable. You provoked the people of Heavenly Earth and the Ming Yang Security Company. You will definitely suffer a little, but they may not do anything to you. But if you provoke Yang Ming, then you can only wait for death. Song Heng's hand, holding the mobile phone, trembled a little. When he thought of the situation when Yang Ming came to him last time, Song Heng almost peed his pants. Brother Song, what are you talking about? What happened to Yang Ming? Which Yang Ming are you talking about? Huang Rongjin thought that Song Heng had misheard. The Yang Ming I'm talking about is a young man in his 20s. He has a crew cut and is very tall. He is about 183 meters. Why do you say it like he is a demon? It's him. Song Heng was shocked. You didn't really provoke him, right? Then it's over. Huang Rongjin was really a bit confused this time. What the hell is going on? But he still said, I didn't provoke him. I just know him. He left me his phone number. He said that if there is something in Songjiang, I can look for him. I just want to confirm his identity. Song Heng listened to Huang Rongjin and was stunned, but then he said happily, It turns out to be like this. That's great. You can look for him for this. If he is willing to help you, it may work. Huang Rongjin asked more, but Song Heng refused to say more. It was no wonder. How could Song Heng's shocking history be casually told to people? Huang Rongjin thought that Song Heng didn't dare to talk about it, so he no longer asked. He thanked him and hurriedly hung up the phone. However, Huang Rongjin didn't see how scary Yang Ming was. He was a very approachable person with a strong sense of humor. Recalling Yang Ming's behavior on the boat before, Huang Rongjin was a bit amused. He opened the phone book and dialed Yang Ming's phone number that he had just saved today. Yang Ming had just returned to the small yacht at this moment. He was playing Titanic with Chen Mingyan, but the phone rang, destroying the romantic atmosphere just now. Glancing at the caller ID, it was a bit familiar. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Hello. Hello. Is this Yang Ming, my younger brother? Huang Rongjin asked tentatively. I am. Who are you? Asked Yang Ming. It was somewhat inexplicable to call Yang Ming as a younger brother, because few people would call him that. I am Huang Rongjin. I met you on the boat. Huang Rongjin said quickly. Oh, it's Brother Huang. Hello. Yang Ming thought, I was wondering why this phone number was so familiar. It turned out that I had dialed it before. Younger brother Yang, I'm a little embarrassed to ask. Huang Rongjin hesitated. After all, it wasn't right to ask for help when they just met. Is it because the matter over there is not easy to solve? What help do you need? Just say it. Yang Ming smiled and probably guessed it. Because Huang Rongjin left because of something. Now, he called Yang Ming. It must be that the matter over there was troublesome. Younger brother Yang, you are right. It is indeed like this. Huang Rongjin smiled bitterly. My friend beat up the security guard of Heavenly Earth. He has a bad temper. As a result, the other party's people didn't give up. Oh, why? Why? Yang Ming didn't take it seriously and asked indifferently. Huang Rongjin was shocked. Sure enough, there is hope. Yang Ming didn't question the background of Heavenly Earth, but directly asked why. That showed that Yang Ming's background may be stronger than Heavenly Earth. My friend is a fan of Miss Shuya. He didn't mean anything else. He just wanted to send a bouquet of flowers to the goddess in his heart. As a result, the security guard stopped him and didn't let him go. When he saw that Miss Shuya was going to leave by car, he was anxious and fought with the security guard. Now, they're going to send him to the police station. I'm afraid that it won't end well if things get out of hand. Huang Rongjin was very fair. He didn't distort or favor, because he knew that if he wanted to solve the problem, he couldn't just shirk the responsibility. Only by objectively narrating the process of the matter, people could help. Oh, is this the case? Is it serious? Yang Ming continued to ask after listening. Half of the security guard's face was swollen. Huang Rongjin replied. This way, Yang Ming hesitated. Although it was only a matter of a sentence for the hotel to release the person, wouldn't it be too much to do so? After all, Huang Rongjin was just a friend that he just met, and it was his friend who had an accident, not him. If all of his friends came to him through relationships, where would the dignity of Bao Sanli's side be? Seeing that Yang Ming just said this way, Huang Rongjin immediately became nervous. He didn't know if Yang Ming would care about this matter. After hesitating for a while, Yang Ming said, Let's do this. After all, it was your friend who started it first. This is his fault. Let him apologize to the other party and compensate more for the medical expenses. Do you think this is okay? Huang Rongjin was stunned. Yang Ming actually discussed with me? Moreover, isn't this solution what I want? However, Huang Rongjin was somewhat hesitant. I wanted to talk to them like this before, but they didn't accept it at all. I will make a phone call, and then you can go directly. Yang Ming said very casually. This. Huang Rongjin had some doubts, but when he remembered Song Heng's reaction before, he suddenly calmed down. It seems that this Yang Ming is really a big shot in Songjiang. So he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yang. It's just a small matter. Also, tell your friend that it's okay to chase stars, but pay attention to the method. Don't be too excited. Yang Ming smiled. Sure. Huang Rongjin said quickly. This time, things became unexpectedly smooth. When Huang Rongjin returned to the security room, Ji Xiaoboxen was already standing at the door with his head down. Apparently, he was frightened just now. The manager of the security department also came back. When he saw Huang Rongjin, he said, Hello, you are Brother Yang's friend. I am the manager of the security department. Just call me Shaoli. Manager Li, hello. Huang Rongjin hurriedly stepped forward and said, Sorry to trouble you. How could Huang Rongjin not see it? This matter is really going to be resolved. Since they brought Ji Xiaohe out, it means that they are ready to settle this matter. Look at this matter. We are all family. There is no need to say so much. Manager Li waved his hand and said, I also troubled Brother Yang to call me. I'm really sorry. You could have just said it before. Huang Rongjin didn't expect Yang Ming's face to be so big. The manager of the security department seemed to be older than him. He actually called Yang Ming Brother Yang. Then, the power of Yang Ming could be imagined. Little Ji apologized to him. Huang Rongjin glared at Ji Xiaohe. Sorry, I was anxious just now. Ji Xiaohe also calmed down at the moment. He also felt a little guilty about his previous irrationality. I was also a bit rude at the time. The security guard who was beaten had a smile on his face at the moment. There was no hostility like before. Forget it. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. That's fine. Since everyone is so straightforward, then I won't say anything. Huang Rongjin quickly took out the prepared envelope of money. He withdrew 20,000 yuan. He thought that it was enough. This is the medical fee. It is my little compensation. How can this be? Manager Li took the lead and refused. You are Brother Yang's friend. I can't accept the money even if you give it to me. This is a separate matter. Huang Rongjin looked at Manager Li's bright smile and sighed. It seems that Yang Ming is really a capable person. I met a noble person today. However, Yang Ming's face was just face. Huang Rongjin wasn't the kind of person who didn't know when to back down. He knew that if he didn't give the money, it would be Yang Ming owing him a favor. So he stuffed the money in his hand into the hand of the security guard who was beaten. This is also Yang Ming's intention. The security guard looked at Manager Li and didn't dare to accept Huang Rongjin's money. Forget it. If this is the case, you take it first. Manager Li waved and said. Huang Rongjin didn't know that Yang Ming was actually the big boss behind these people. He thought that Yang Ming wanted to owe him a favor. Seeing that the money was given out, he was relieved and said, Then I won't bother you, my friend, and I will go back first. Okay, I will send you. Manager Li nodded and said, How can I trouble you? Huang Rongjin waved his hand. The two people declined for a while and came to the door of the hotel. Huang Rongjin and Ji Xiao got in Wang Shili's car, and Manager Li also went back. You really don't let me have peace of mind. If I didn't just meet a powerful friend today, today's matter would definitely not be so easy. Huang Rongjin scolded Ji Xiao angrily. I'm sorry, Brother Huang. Ji Xiao also saw the attitude of the security department people to Huang Rongjin before and after. He was also impulsive. At that time, he only had Shuya in his eyes. He didn't consider others at all. Forget it. Let's not talk about this first. I will call Yang Ming and thank him. Huang Rongjin took out his mobile phone and dialed Yang Ming's number. In the Heavenly Earth security room, the security guard who was beaten saw Manager Li come back. He quickly handed over the envelope with the money and said, Manager Li, this is the money just now. Why are you giving it to me? Manager Li waved his hand and said, This is for you. You just take it. Brother Yang also means the same. Brother Yang said that you did the right thing. This money should be taken. Really? After the security guard heard it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Although they were not very clear about the identity of Yang Ming, Yang Ming's name in the security company was still very famous. The instructors who were sent to train them were said to be Brother Yang's apprentices. So how could these people not worship Yang Ming? In particular, the relationship between Yang Ming, Bao Sanli, and Ho Junhan was also very good. He was also their leader, so Yang Ming's praise made these lower-level people suddenly happy. It's just that this money is too much. My face is just swollen. I will go back and put a hot towel on it. There will be no problem. The security guard said with some difficulty. That's it. If you think the money is too much, you can treat our security department to a drink after work. Isn't that fine? Manager Li smiled. Of course, no problem. Let's do it today. Everyone has time, right? The security guard quickly responded. Yes, great. Let's not go home until we are drunk tonight. Everyone said happily. In a blink of an eye, they forgot the previous unpleasantness. Yang Ming, you carry me. Chen Mingyan glanced at Tian Donghua, who was holding Wang Shui intimately. She was a little jealous in her heart. She actually took the initiative to speak to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was stunned. Looking at Chen Mingyan's appearance, he knew that she was angry because of the previous 2 phone calls. Well, don't talk about carrying. You can carry me too. Yang Ming smiled and picked up Chen Mingyan and spun her around in the air. You scared me. Chen Mingyan closed her eyes. Be careful. Aren't you afraid of throwing me into the sea? Throwing you into the sea is good. It just so happens that it's winter. If you fall into the sea, I will jump in. We will be the real Titanic. Yang Ming said with a smile. Stop it. Isn't that stupid? If I fall into the sea, you don't save me. Instead, you want to jump in. What's wrong with you? Chen Mingyan complained. Hee, isn't it just a casual remark? With me here, how can you fall into the sea? Yang Ming laughed. You are so talkative. Chen Mingyan tapped Yang Ming's forehead with her hand, But suddenly Chen Mingyin looked around strangely. She frowned and said with some surprise, Yang Ming, why are there no boats near us? Because there was a special pilot. Yang Ming did not care about the route of the boat. Now that he heard Chen Mingyin say so, he paid attention. Sure enough, Chen Mingyin was right. All around them was the vast and endless sea. There were no boats passing by. Before, although they couldn't see the coast, they often saw boats passing by. After all, these yachts were all owned by the same company. They would go back and forth in the specified area, so it was normal to encounter each other. But it would never be like now, where they couldn't see a boat for so long. Yang Ming frowned and looked around with his special ability, but he found that there was really no boat nearby. The nearest boats were near the offshore club, and they were already far away from the offshore club. Yang Ming was shocked. Although he had special abilities, and his skills were first class, in this unknown sea, it was inevitable that he would be a little flustered. After all, if there was a situation, it was definitely not something that could be controlled by human factors. Yang Ming quickly looked at the cockpit, but he saw a scene that shocked him. The previous pilot was gone. Seeing Yang Ming frowning, Chen Mingyin was also a little flustered. Yang Ming, what's wrong? Nothing. Afraid that Chen Mingyin was worried. Yang Ming forced a smile, but he said, You wait for me here. I will be back soon. Fortunately, he had learned how to drive a boat, so he didn't panic. With his extraordinary eyesight, it was difficult to get lost. He just had to look at the direction of the shore and go straight. As for reef, that was nothing in Yang Ming's eyes. So although Yang Ming didn't know what was going on, he wasn't too worried. After all, the situation was still okay. Yang Ming walked quickly to the cockpit, but unfortunately found that the fuel gauge had reached the red line. In other words, there was no fuel in the boat. Obviously, it was impossible to drive it back. What the hell is going on? Yang Ming couldn't help but fall into contemplation. If the disappearance of the pilot was an accident, then the fuel in the fuel tank was also gone. How could this be explained? All this made Yang Ming suspicious. There seemed to be a huge conspiracy in this. On this yacht, except for the cockpit, there was no place to hide at all. The pilot must have slipped away somewhere in the middle. Yang Ming quickly returned to the deck and shouted to Tian Donghua, Old Tian, come here, there is something important. Tian Donghua was being intimate with Wang Shui. When he heard Yang Ming shout, he turned around with some dissatisfaction. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you wait? You have no eyesight at all. Wait? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I'm afraid the situation will be worse if we wait for a while. Looking at the boat drifting along the sea, God knew where it would drift to. What do you mean? Tian Donghua was stunned. What are you talking about? What's worse? What happened? Wang Shui and Chen Mingyin on the side listened to Yang Ming's words, and their faces suddenly showed doubts and anxiety. The pilot disappeared. No one is controlling the boat now. Yang Ming sighed. He knew that this matter couldn't be hidden from Chen Mingyin and Wang Shui, so he simply said it. Chapter 780. How was Lin Jiyun feeling unwell? She just felt that it was inappropriate for her to be with Chen Mingyin on Valentine's Day. Although Chen Mingyin wasn't hostile to her, Lin Jiyun wasn't the kind of person who would take advantage of others. Therefore, Lin Jiyun thought about it again and decided to give Yang Ming and Chen Mingyin a chance to go out alone. Lin Jiyun sent a text message to Yang Ming. Just as she put down the phone, she saw her mother come in. Yanair, how is it? Does your stomach still hurt? It's okay. Lin Jiyun saw her mother come in and pretended to be in some pain. In fact, Lin Jiyun's stomach didn't hurt at all. It wasn't so serious that she couldn't get out of bed. It's not time yet. Why is your menstruation so messy? Shen Yueping handed the hot water bottle in her hand to Lin Jiyun and said, Yanair, did you take any medicine? What medicine did I take? Lin Jiyun was stunned. It's that. Shen Yueping was an experienced person, and her daughter was now a woman, so she didn't avoid it. Contraceptive pills. Lin Jiyun recalled. After she did it with Yang Ming last time, she did take emergency contraceptive pills. The description of the pill also said that it would bring forward the time of menstruation. Looking at her daughter's appearance, Shen Yueping didn't doubt it anymore. She said seriously, "That thing can't be taken casually. Did you take a long-acting one or an emergency one?" "Emergency," Lin Jiyun whispered with a blush. "That's good. Mom can tell you that you and Xiao Yang can't be satisfied. Using those long-term contraceptive pills is not good for your body. It may seriously affect your fertility." Shen Yueping said, "Did you forget to take safety measures?" And Lin Jiyun was a little embarrassed. "Just that one time, when you go to the supermarket in the future, buy some condoms. You can also put one in your bag. Although you are a girl, don't be shy. This is also because I'm afraid that you and little Yang will have thoughts on the spur of the moment, and it will be too late to take precautions." Shen Yueping read a report a while ago on how parents treated female education, so at this moment, it was clear and logical. Although Shen Yueping's thoughts were somewhat conservative, she wasn't the kind of person who desperately wanted to stop something from happening. It was better to let it go. She still understood this principle. The most important thing was to correctly guide her daughter's sexual concept. Lin Jiyun's face was burning as she listened. "Mom, don't say any more. All right. I'm doing this for your own good. Then you rest. I'll go out first." Shen Yueping stood up with a smile and left the room. Lin Jiyun quickly covered her head with a quilt. "The pilot disappeared? What do you mean?" Tian Donghua was baffled by Yang Ming's words. "That is, the pilot driving this ship has disappeared," Yang Ming explained with a wry smile. "Did I not make it clear enough?" Tian Donghua was stunned. "The pilot disappeared? How is it possible? Don't joke around. Where can he go on this sea? Did he jump into the sea? I'm not joking with you. If you don't believe me, you can go and look for him yourself." Yang Ming pointed to the direction of the cockpit and said, "I just went there. There's no one there. Can we go to the toilet?" Chen Mingyan hesitated and asked. "Of course, this possibility exists, but the current situation is that the fuel gauge on the ship has reached the bottom. That is to say, even if we find the pilot, it is useless. Besides, I have already looked. There is no one else on this ship except us." Yang Ming said helplessly. "Ugh." Tian Donghua quickly ran to the cabin to take a look, then looked around for a while. He finally confirmed that Yang Ming was telling the truth. The pilot was gone. Tian Donghua was a little anxious. "Motherfucker, what kind of charter company is this? The quality of the pilot is really good. Scolding people can't solve the problem." Yang Ming spread his hands and said, "Now think of a way. What should we do?" Yang Ming was the calmest person. After encountering a problem, he would think about how to solve the problem instead of worrying blindly. "Where are we now?" Tian Donghua frowned and looked at the endless sea around him and asked. "I don't know, but for such a long time, there is no ship passing by. We may be far away for the coastline." Yang Ming told everyone his guess. "Then if we continue like this, wouldn't we not know where we are going?" asked Tian Donghua. "That's hard to say. Maybe we can be washed to the shore by the current. Of course, it is also possible that we are on the shore of an isolated island. That is a bit fucked up." Yang Ming shook his head and said. Although Yang Ming said so, he secretly observed the expressions of Tian Donghua and Wang Shui. It was because things were too strange. It was strange to the extent that it was a little strange. Why did the pilot disappear for no reason? And the fuel tank just happened to be out of gas? This made Yang Ming wonder if someone deliberately did it. Moreover, this ship was rented by Yang Ming. Yang Ming had to wonder if Tian Donghua was involved. But after thinking about it, Tian Donghua had no reason to harm him. The pilot and the charter company had no reason to harm him. The ship was rented by Tian Donghua, and he had never shown up. So even if someone wanted to target him, it was impossible to predict in advance. Not to mention that if he didn't appear today, this ship would have been taken away by others. Could it be that all this is really just a coincidence? Yang Ming thought for a long time and couldn't think of a reason. "Look over there. What happened there?" Yang Ming was pondering when he suddenly heard Wang Shui exclaim loudly, "En?" Yang Ming raised his head and looked in the direction that Wang Shui pointed. He was suddenly shocked. He didn't know when the deck at the stern was gone. The billowing seawater was pouring into the ship along the stern, and the stern was gradually tilting. What's going on? Yang Ming was shocked. If the ship only ran out of gas, it was still okay. At least there was still hope for survival. If the ship capsized, then survival was uncertain. I don't know. I just turned my head and suddenly saw the deck at the stern collapse. Wang Shui said in panic. Damn, I can't be so unlucky, right? Yang Ming knew that it was useless to be anxious now. Although he could swim, he was thousands of miles away from the shore. Even if his legs were to cramp, it was impossible to swim back. Everyone, hurry up and split up. Look for life jackets or something like that in the cabin. Yang Ming knew that it was useless to complain. The most important thing was to see how to save his life first. Okay, Tian Donghua wasn't a fool. The panic just now was because he was too shocked. Now, he had recovered his calm demeanor. He pulled Wang Shui and ran in the direction of the cabin. Let's go to the cockpit and look. Yang Ming pulled Chen Mingyin's hand and said, If we can't find life jackets, are we going to die? Chen Mingyin's body was trembling. After all, it was difficult for a girl to calm down in this situation. What are you afraid of? At most, we can play the Titanic once. Didn't I just say it? You can rest assured. Even if I die, I won't let you die. Yang Ming didn't have confidence in his heart, but in order to let Chen Mingyan feel at ease, he still smiled and comforted her. His tone was very relaxed. Nonsense. If you're going to die, what should I do? Chen Mingyan was very stubborn as she straightened her neck. Anyway, if we're going to die, we will die together. Okay, but are we not dead yet? Let's see if we can survive together. Yang Ming smiled. Chen Mingyan, also smiled. Yes, living together is much better than dying together. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan came to the cockpit. Yang Ming saw a few sets of life jackets under the cockpit seat. He quickly found them, but he found that there were only 3 sets of life jackets. Now there were 4 people on board. In other words, one of them was destined to not have a life jacket. Yang Ming looked at the life jackets and smiled bitterly. At this time, isn't it time to show off my style? What's wrong? Seeing Yang Ming in a daze, Chen Mingyan quickly asked, Didn't you find the life jackets? But there are only 3 sets. Yang Ming took out the life jackets and shook them in his hand. Then, I won't wear it. Chen Mingyan didn't even think about it and blurted it out. Don't joke around. You guys were in a while. I'm good at swimming. I'll think of a way. Yang Ming shook his head and ran out with Chen Mingyan. This wasn't a place to stay for a long time. After all, at this moment, they were in danger. If they were one step late, their lives would be in danger. When they came to the deck of the ship, Tian Donghua and Wang Shui just came back. Tian Donghua looked dignified. I only found a life buoy. You can use it. Ha, are you serious? Yang Ming was stunned and then said happily, Just in time, I found 3 sets of life jackets. You, Wang Shui, and Chen Mingyan have 1 each. I'll use the life buoy. How can this be? The sea is so cold. Tian Donghua immediately said after listening, Why don't I use it? Okay, you don't have to waste time with me. I'm good at swimming. I naturally know what to do. Don't all of us die? Yang Ming gave the life jackets in his hand to Tian Donghua, Wang Shui, and Chen Mingyan without any explanation, but he grabbed the life buoy in Tian Donghua's hand. Tian Donghua saw that Yang Ming was very determined, so he couldn't refuse anymore. After all, time was tight now. He reluctantly took the life jackets. The 3 people just hurriedly put on the life jackets. Yang Ming was also checking whether the life buoy was strong. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a motorboat motor accompanied by a person's laughter. Chapter 781. Ha ha! Yang Ming. Oh, Yang Ming, you didn't expect it, right? You also have a day like this? The voice on the motorboat was very familiar. Yang Ming looked up and saw Wang Jitao, who had disappeared for a long time, standing on the motorboat. Wang Jitao. Yang Ming frowned. It seemed that all of this should be his doing. However, it seemed a bit impossible for Wang Jitao to make such a big move with his personal strength. Was Wang Jitao really so powerful? Could it be that there was a mole on my side? Otherwise, things were too coincidental. The stern just leaked, and Wang Jitao appeared. If he didn't predict the future, then he also had special abilities that could remotely control everything here. However, this was obviously impossible. If Wang Jitao had this ability, he didn't have to go through so much trouble. He could also kill Yang Ming on land. Hee, Yang Ming, have you ever thought that one day you will also die? Wang Jitao's voice was a little hoarse, and it seemed particularly sharp in the whistling sea breeze. His messy hair was blown up, making him look like a madman. Wang Jitao, what do you want to do? Are these things all caused by you? Yang Ming was surprised by Wang Jitao's sudden appearance, but he still asked calmly. So what? Yang Ming, you ruined my family. I will kill you today. Wang Jitao shouted. You want me to die? Not necessarily. Even if the boat capsizes, we may not die. Yang Ming said faintly. Then let's try. As Wang Jitao finished speaking, he took out a pistol from his pocket. The black muzzle pointed at Yang Ming. This time, I want to see if you will die or not. Yang Ming's cold sweat suddenly came out. This guy is purely a madman. Although Yang Ming could be very sure that he could avoid Wang Jitao's gun, he couldn't guarantee that Chen Mingyan, Tian Donghua, and Wang Shui could also avoid it. At that time, if there was a heroic scene of a beauty blocking the gun for him, then Yang Ming would really be better off dead. Ha, why? Are you scared? Wang Jitao sneered. I will give you a chance. It's too boring to kill you with one shot. How about this? You jump into the sea. I will watch you sink to the bottom and feed you to the sharks. Then, I will let your peoples. Not only will I not kill them, but I will also bring them back to the motorboat and send them back. Can I believe you? Asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming really didn't dare to compliment Wang Jitao's character. Believe it or not, it's up to you. However, if you don't jump, then you all have to die. Wang Jitao widened his eyes, and his expression was very ferocious. Who should I start with first? Waha! It's better to kill someone familiar. Chen Mingyan. Hee, I'm sorry, dear study commissary. Who asked you to follow Yang Ming, this bastard? Don't blame me when you die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for choosing Yang Ming. Wait. Yang Ming saw Wang Jitao raise the pistol and quickly stopped him. For a madman like Wang Jitao, Yang Ming was really afraid that he could do anything. Even if he was good at fighting, it couldn't be compared to a random gun. If Wang Jitao really shot randomly for a while, then Yang Ming really couldn't handle it. If I jump down, will you hurt others? Yang Ming asked after a moment of hesitation. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. You can choose not to jump, but when I kill them one by one, you will also die. Wang Jitao coldly snorted. Okay, then I will jump. I hope you will keep your promise. Yang Ming nodded and said very solemnly. You jump. Hurry up and jump. Maybe I will change my mind in a while. Wang Jitao laughed. Yang Ming, don't jump. Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's words and suddenly became anxious. She pulled Yang Ming's hand and didn't let go. It's okay, don't worry. Yang Ming said softly in Chen Mingyan's ear. But Chen Mingyan naturally didn't want Yang Ming to be in danger. No buts. If I don't jump, we will all die. Don't you see that he has a gun? Yang Ming held Chen Mingyan's hand. Let's discuss with him, persuade him. Chen Mingyan didn't give up and said, It's useless to say anything to this kind of madman. Yang Ming said, Believe me, I won't die. Okay, don't waste time. Fuck. Wang Jitao scolded impatiently. Why are you still being so lovey-dovey at this time? Hurry up and jump. I will blow your head off. Yang Ming turned around and looked at Wang Jitao. Remember what you said, or you will regret it. After that, Yang Ming jumped into the sea. Damn, are you threatening me? Wang Jitao said disdainfully. Hee, I will watch you die. Yang Ming struggled in the sea. After a while, he choked on a mouthful of water and coughed loudly. Not long after, he sank into the sea. Wow, I sank. It's so cool. Wang Jitao looked at Yang Ming's appearance and shouted with joy. After waving for a long time, he said, Who knows if you're really dead or not? As he said that, He picked up the pistol and fired 2 shots at the place where Yang Ming sank. No, Chen Mingyan was shocked, but it was too late. Red threads floated up from a sea. Obviously, Yang Ming was shot. Ha 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 ha. The sharks will come in a while. You all wait for death together. It's so fucking cool. Wang Jitao laughed crazily. You don't keep your words. Are you a fucking man? Yang Ming has already jumped into the sea, and you still shoot? Tian Donghua was angry and pointed at Wang Jitao and shouted, Hey, why can't I shoot after jumping into the sea? If I don't shoot, how can I attract sharks? Wang Jitao said disapprovingly. At this moment, Chen Mingyan was completely dumbfounded. She knelt on the deck of the ship and looked at the deep sea. I will fight with you. Tian Donghua was immediately furious. He picked up a leisure chair on the deck and threw it at Wang Jitao. Io, you still dare to be cocky with me. Do you want to die? Wang Jitao quickly leaned back to avoid the stool. He raised his hand and shot, hitting Tian Donghua's leg. Ah! Tian Donghua squatted down while covering his leg. Blood overflowed from his fingers. Wang Jitao, what are you doing? How can you shoot my husband? Wang Shui saw that she was shot, and her eyes widened. She questioned Wang Jitao. Shoot? I already gave you a lot of face by shooting. You hit me with a stool. It's good that I didn't shoot him to death. Wang Jitao said indifferently. Wang Jitao, you are really good. Wang Shui was so angry that she pointed at Wang Jitao and couldn't speak. Sister, you slowly play with my brother-in-law. I am leaving. I wish you a good time at the sharks. Wang Jitao blew the barrel and said proudly, What did you say? You are leaving? What should we do? Wang Shui suddenly became anxious. You do what you have to do. Wang Jitao said indifferently. You are shameless. You want to leave me alone? Wang Shui looked at Wang Jitao angrily. Che, I am too lazy to care about you. Wang Jitao was already crazy. Family and friendship were nothing in his eyes. Brother, I will make you regret it. Wang Shui stared at Wang Jitao fiercely. She didn't know when, but there was a smart remote control in her hand. I have already guessed that you are an ungrateful person. Fortunately, I was prepared. Then let's die together. After that, Wang Shui pressed the red button on the remote control. However, for a long time, nothing happened. What happened? Why didn't your motorboat explode? Wang Shui looked at Wang Jitao and his motorboat in amazement. You are still too inexperienced to play with me. Wang Jitao smiled coldly. Fortunately, Brother Huang helped me check the motorboat and found that there was a time bomb installed on it. You are ruthless. It is said that the most vicious thing is a woman's heart. You still have a trick up your sleeve for your brother. Then I don't have to be merciful to you. You know? Wang Shui suddenly knelt on the deck in despair beside Tian Donghua. She looked at the injured Tian Donghua and muttered to herself, I am sorry, husband. It is all my fault. Although Tian Donghua was injured, his life was not in danger. The conversation between Wang Shui and Wang Jitao made him suddenly dumbfounded. He didn't expect Wang Jitao to be Wang Shui's brother. Chen Mingyan on the side also looked at everything that happened in front of her. The secret in the middle was so amazing. Wait for death. In a while, Yang Ming's blood will attract the sharks. Ha! Wang Jitao laughed wildly and was ready to start the motorboat. The thing that attracted the sharks is probably your own blood, right? A voice as cold as an iceberg suddenly sounded in Wang Jitao's ears. Wang Jitao was so shocked that he almost dropped the gun in his hand. However, it didn't matter whether he held it firmly or not. In the next moment, the pistol had fallen into the hands of someone else. This person was naturally Yang Ming. Looking at Yang Ming standing beside him, Wang Jitao was shocked. You, how are you not dead? Yeah, of course I'm not dead. Yang Ming looked at Wang Jitao with some ridicule. I just said that if you don't keep your promise, then you will regret it. Wang Jitao didn't expect that Yang Ming would suddenly appear on his motorboat. What about me? You are surprised, aren't you? I wasn't shot to death by you. Yang Ming looked at Wang Jitao with a smile. Wang Jitao didn't speak, but his expression meant that. Well, then I will let you solve your doubts before you die. See, You didn't shoot me. The blood in the sea was from me cutting my arm with a knife. I did this to make you feel at ease. Yang Ming stretched out his arm. There was a big wound on it, but it wasn't a gunshot wound. You cheated. Wang Jitao was angry and shocked. He didn't expect his plan to be ruined in the end. Hee, it's just that you were too stupid. Yang Ming snorted. However, I didn't expect that Wang Shui was actually your sister. Chapter 782. Yang Ming really didn't expect that Wang Shui was actually Wang Jitao's younger sister. Yang Ming also investigated Wang Jitao's family in advance, but he didn't find out that Wang Jitao had a younger sister. There must be some secrets in this that outsiders didn't know. However, these were not important. Yang Ming had long suspected that there was a spy between Tian Donghua and Wang Shui, or that the two people were simply in cahoots. Because he wouldn't be a spy, Chen Mingyan would definitely not join forces with Wang Jitao to harm him. After Yang Ming jumped into the sea, he deliberately pretended that he was not a good swimmer and drowned in the water. He took the opportunity to attack Wang Jitao, but he didn't expect that Wang Jitao wasn't stupid. He was actually afraid that he wouldn't die, so he shot into the sea. Thanks to Yang Ming's special ability, after closing his eyes, he could see the 6 directions. He saw the direction of Wang Jitao's gun and quickly hit aside. In order to not let Wang Jitao doubt, Yang Ming used the dagger that he carried with him and cut his arm. He let the blood flow to the sea to confuse Wang Jitao. Although he was injured, this small injury was nothing to Yang Ming. Yang Ming wanted to swim to the back of the yacht to attack Wang Jitao, but he didn't expect that Tian Donghua would stick up for him, which led to Wang Jitao's crazy shooting. Yang Ming wanted to stop it, but he couldn't do anything underwater. However, the next thing also let Yang Ming figure out who the spy on his side was. Originally, Yang Ming still didn't understand why Wang Shui would be a spy, but after listening to Wang Jitao's words, all the answers came out. Perhaps it was for kinship, or perhaps it was for revenge. Since Wang Shui was Wang Jitao's sister, Wang Shifan was Wang Shui's father. It was reasonable for Wang Shui to help Wang Jitao deal with him. However, what happened next was rather dramatic. Perhaps it was because Wang Jitao had promised Wang Shui that he wouldn't hurt anyone except for Yang Ming. After the matter was over, Wang Jitao used a motorboat to bring the rest of the people back to shore. However, Wang Jitao did not keep his promise. Not only did he hurt Wang Jitao, but he also did not intend to save Wang Shui. Wang Shui seemed to not trust Wang Jitao. She also left something on his motorboat and installed a time bomb. Yang Ming couldn't help but admire the depth of this woman's scheming. However, that Huang Yukai seemed to be more talented. He actually anticipated something in advance and removed the time bomb on the motorboat. As a result, Wang Shui's plan to blow up Wang Jitao failed. Therefore, it made Wang Jitao even angrier. However, Wang Jitao's madness also created a good opportunity for Yang Ming. If Wang Jitao wasn't distracted, he really couldn't make a move. So, there was the previous scene. Yang Ming put a gun against Wang Jitao's head. I admire you. Your every plan seems to be perfect. It's a pity that I'm not the original Yang Ming. Do you think that you can harm me a second time after you hurt me once? Damn, the winner is the king, and the loser is a thief. I'm in your hands now. You can say whatever you want. Wang Jitao didn't think about it this time. Anyway, it was either you die or I die. He didn't think that Yang Ming would let him go. Hurry up and give me a quick death. Damn, if you want to give birth to Tao, why give birth to Ming? After listening to Wang Jitao's genteel and generous words, Yang Ming wanted to laugh, but he held it back. If he laughed, he would inevitably sympathize with him, but this person was not worthy of sympathy. Although it was his right to like Chen Mingyan and Zhou Jia, and Yang Ming couldn't interfere since Chen Mingyan and Zhou Jia had chosen to be with him, then Wang Jitao should recognize the reality and give up those illusory fantasies. However, it was obvious that Wang Jitao was too stubborn. He turned love into crazy revenge. Yang Ming shook his head. Although he wanted to torture Wang Jitao and then kill him. He looked pitiful enough. Yang Ming hesitated, but he suddenly heard Wang Jitao say ugh, and his eyes bulged, and his mouth was wide open. After taking 2 deep breaths, he fell to the edge of the motorboat and slid into the sea. Wang Jitao saw that there was an iron target on his back, something like a flagpole, and Wang Shui looked at this side with some panic. Obviously, Wang Shui found something from somewhere and inserted it into Wang Jitao's back. Looking at Wang Jitao's miserable appearance, Yang Ming couldn't help but be a little moved. This woman, Wang Shui, is really ruthless. Didn't I just shoot Tian Donghua? It actually led to such a crazy counterattack from Wang Shui. However, it could be seen that Wang Shui's feelings for Tian Donghua were real. No matter who it was, once they touched her lover, she would retaliate crazily without hesitation. Yang Ming sighed, but then again, such a woman, although her character was strong, there was nothing wrong with it. This kind of character was somewhat similar to Sun Jie. Yang Ming also believed that if one day Sun Jie really became his woman, then if something happened to him, this woman could turn Song Jiang upside down. Yang Ming. At this time, Chen Mingyan recovered from her panic. She opened her eyes wide and saw that Yang Ming was fine. Her eyes were full of joy. Just now, Chen Mingyan was almost scared to death. When she saw Wang Jitao shoot into the sea, Chen Mingyan almost jumped down. If it weren't for Yang Ming telling her firmly that he would be fine, Chen Mingyan really couldn't hold on. However, later, when she saw Yang Ming magically appear on Wang Jitao's motorboat again, Chen Mingyan was really surprised and happy, because the final result was finally the same as those on TV. The good people did not die, but the unlucky ones were still the bad guys. However, was Yang Ming a good person? At least, Chen Mingyan thought so. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Jitao's body with some pity. In the end, the one who attracted the sharks might be himself. Yang Ming leaned the motorboat against the sinking yacht and said to Chen Mingyan and Tian Donghua, "Get on the boat. We are saved." Chen Mingyan was the first to run onto the motorboat. She suddenly jumped into Yang Ming's arms. Although the scene just now was less than 10 minutes, Chen Mingyan was scared into a cold sweat. Okay, it's okay. Didn't I say that nothing happened? Nothing happened. Yang Ming patted Chen Mingyan's back to comfort her. "Let me see the wound on your hand." Chen Mingyan also remembered that Yang Ming's arm was still injured. She quickly pulled Yang Ming's arm. At that time, in the water, Yang Ming didn't take off his clothes in a hurry. He directly cut the sleeve of his coat. "It's okay. It's just a small injury. It will be fine in a while. It's more important to go back to the shore and find a place to dry the clothes." Yang Ming's whole body was wet. It must be known that this was winter. It wouldn't take long for him to freeze. At this time, Tian Donghua also stood up and staggered to get on the motorboat. Wang Shui wanted to support him, but Tian Donghua angrily shook his hand and said, "Don't touch me." Now, if Tian Donghua couldn't see that all this was done by Wang Shui, then he was a fool, especially when he remembered that Wang Shui and his half-brother had met privately several times. His heart was even more angry. These two people were actually plotting to harm Yang Ming. Didn't she know that Yang Ming was his good buddy? She could actually do this kind of thing. It was simply inhumane. "Husband, Wang Shui saw that Tian Donghua shook her off and would rather limp. She was very wronged. "Who is your husband?" Tian Donghua glared. "Who are you? I don't know you." When Tian Donghua said this, he was so angry that he trembled. He was unstable and almost fell into the sea. Yang Ming's eyes were sharp. He quickly went up and helped Tian Donghua onto the motorboat. Wang Shui was about to follow him onto the motorboat, but she heard Tian Donghua say, "Yang Ming, start the boat. Don't worry about her." Yang Ming was a bit embarrassed. Although he was quite critical of Wang Shui's approach, how should he say it? Wang Shui avenged her father. This made sense. It was reasonable no matter where she went. From his point of view, Wang Shui was his enemy. But from the point of view of a daughter, what Wang Shui did was not wrong. Not to mention that she was not the kind of person with a vicious heart. Although she was vicious, she was also targeting someone. At least, she did not vent her anger on Chen Mingyan. After Wang Jitao broke his promise and hurt Wang Jitao, Wang Shui turned against Wang Jitao for her lover. Therefore, this woman was not so hopeless. But now was other people's family matter. Yang Ming was not good to intervene. However, if they really started the boat and left Wang Shui here alone, then Wang Shui would definitely die. Forget it, old Tian. You let her come up first. If you let her stay there, she will die. Yang Ming finally opened his mouth. When Wang Shui heard that Yang Ming actually spoke up for her, she couldn't help but be stunned. She looked up with some surprise and saw that Yang Ming's expression was very normal. He didn't seem to be saying sarcastic words, so she quickly said, Sorry, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about it after we get on the boat. Don't dawdle. Now I'm the one driving the boat. I have a final say. You don't have to care about what old Tian says. Yang Ming saw that Wang Shui was looking at Tian Donghua. Tian Donghua didn't speak, and Wang Shui didn't dare to move, so he spoke. What are you looking at? Just come up when I ask you to. Tian Donghua glared at Wang Shui and said coldly, Don't you see that Yang Ming and I are injured? Do you want to kill us all by dawdling? Wang Shui was shocked and quickly got on the motorboat. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. This Wang Shui is still a little woman. Forget it. I don't intend to pursue this matter anymore. Let bygones be bygones. Yang Ming estimated the remaining amount of oil in the motorboat and estimated the distance from here to the Songjiang dock. It seemed that the remaining oil was not enough to support the return trip. Wang Jitao shouldn't have come from Songjiang. Chapter 783. Wang Jitao didn't come from Songjiang, right? Yang Ming turned and asked Wang Shui. I don't know. I gave him the motorboat, but I don't know where he is. Wang Shui whispered. Tian Donghua glared at Wang Shui. If it weren't for Yang Ming's pleading, Tian Donghua would have really left her alone. Yang Ming didn't ask anymore. He looked around with his special ability and found the nearest island. He estimated that they could probably hold on until there. When they reached the shore, he would find a way to study the problem of coming back. The island was an island near Songjiang. It was developed into a tourist attraction. It could still be a temporary place to stay. Because of Yang Ming's special ability, even on the endless sea, he could still accurately find the direction of navigation. He didn't take unnecessary paths. Soon, the outline of the island appeared in front of everyone. We are saved, Chen Mingyan exclaimed excitedly as she pointed to the front. Tian Donghua and Wang Shui were also excited. Among them, only Yang Ming knew what was going on. The others thought that Yang Ming was just driving aimlessly. Yang Ming couldn't tell them this in advance, so he could only let them be nervous for a while. Soon, the motorboat approached the dock of the island. The receptionists of several resorts on the island were waiting here. When they saw the motorboat coming over, they surrounded it and began to solicit business. Come to our house to play. Our environment is good, and the price is good. As soon as this person finished speaking, he saw Yang Ming and Tian Donghua, who were covered in blood. He couldn't help but be shocked. You were robbed? In particular, Yang Ming's body was like a drowned rat with ice shards. It was like he had just escaped from death. Kind of. We encountered pirates. Can you take us to the nearest hospital first? Yang Ming said as he took out 100 yuan from his pocket and gave it to the person who spoke. All right, no problem. This person was a resident of the small island. Usually, his job was to attract customers. He could get a commission of 10 yuan for each person he pulled in. Yang Ming and the other 4 people only cost 40 yuan, but Yang Ming offered 100 yuan, which was equivalent to pulling in 10 guests. How could he not be willing? However, were there pirates nearby? This person was very surprised, but looking at the appearance of this group of people, if they didn't encounter pirates, how could it be explained? When other people saw that he got 100 yuan, they were very envious. However, these people were local residents and they knew each other. They were just envious, and there was no competition for business. After parking the motorboat, Yang Ming and the other 3 followed the local to the shore. The local was usually responsible for picking up guests, so he had a van assigned to him by the resort. After welcoming Yang Ming and the others into the van, they drove to the only hospital on the island. However, even though it was the only hospital, it was very big. Thinking about it, it took more than an hour to get from the island to Songjiang. If the people on the island had to go to Songjiang because of a minor illness, wouldn't it be torturous? After the 2 surgical appointments, Yang Ming and Tian Donghua entered the clinic. Yang Ming's injury was easy. After disinfection, some medicine was applied and bandaged, but Tian Donghua's injury was a bit complicated. Because it was a gunshot wound, according to the regulations, they must first call the police. Yang Ming knew that if the police came, the investigation wouldn't be finished in a short time, and it also involved some secrets of Wang Shui. Before discussing with Tian Donghua, it was best to be cautious. So, he winked at Chun Mingyin and then whispered, "Call your dad and let him talk to the police here. Let's treat old Tian first." This island also belonged to the scope of Songjiang, so Chen Fei's words were quite effective. After Chen Fei talked, the police here naturally didn't want to be meddlesome. After all, the city bureau said that it was involved in an important case and asked them not to participate. Moreover, Chen Fei was indeed right. Wang Jitao was also a person who was monitored by the police. The injuries of both of them were not vital parts, so they could be discharged after simple treatment. The person who solicited customers had been accompanying and helping, which made Yang Ming feel that this person was really good. The local residents on the island were very simple. This person thought that he had taken 100 yuan from Yang Ming, so naturally, he had to be worthy of the money. So, even if there was nothing for him to do, he would accompany until the end instead of going back to continue soliciting customers. Go to your resort and rest. Yang Ming was also a little tired. Seeing that this person was really good, he let him earn more extra money. Okay, thank you. The person was overjoyed. In this way, 40 yuan was in his hands. This person thought, "It seems that being kind has good karma. I followed him from the beginning to the end." As a result, Yang Ming went to my resort to rest. If I wanted to leave after sending him to the hospital, would I still be able to earn 40 yuan more? This place was really good. At least from the outside, it was still very classy. Yang Ming was very satisfied with this. He booked 2 rooms. Tian Donghua rushed to pay the deposit and took the room card. The 4 people took the elevator upstairs. Although during this period, Tian Donghua and Wang Shui didn't say a word, they also adopted a tacit attitude toward her existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask her to support him. At the door of the room, Yang Ming glanced at Wang Shui and looked at Tian Donghua. Then he said, "Old Tian, don't talk about Wang Shui. I will talk to you slowly after we go back." "Okay." Tian Donghua nodded. Then he turned his head to Wang Shui and said, Let's keep this account for the time being. Why don't you thank Yang Ming? Otherwise, I will kill you directly." Thank you. Wang Shui said hurriedly. AI. Yang Ming looked at Wang Shui, who was like a punching bag and was very helpless. However, all of this was what she asked for. Yang Ming had done his best. After entering the room, Yang Ming sat on the bed. Along the way, he was tired, especially after soaking in the cold sea. His body was frozen. At this moment, he just wanted to take a bath and rest. "Chun Mingyin, turn on the hot water. I want to take a bath. I can't take it anymore. My body is full of the smell of the sea." Yang Ming said as he smelled his sleeves. You're injured. How can you take a bath?" Chun Mingyin said quickly, "Don't get infected again. It's okay. If I don't take a bath, I will feel uncomfortable all over." Yang Ming said, "Look, there are salt particles all over my body. Is that okay?" Chun Mingyin was very concerned about Yang Ming's injury. She was afraid that he would have an accident or something. "I will be fine as long as I am careful." Yang Ming said, "Okay, quickly turn on the water. I can't stand it anymore." Okay. Chun Mingyin saw that Yang Ming was determined. She had no choice but to get up and walk quickly to the bathroom and start to turn on the water. However, seeing the bathtub in the bathroom, Chun Mingyin had a flash of inspiration. She thought of an idea, but she was a little shy. Yang Ming meant to take a shower, but Chun Mingyin thought that if the bathtub was filled with water and Yang Ming sat in it, his injured hand could be placed outside. However, in this way, it was definitely inconvenient for Yang Ming to take a shower with one hand. She had to help. But thinking about it, with the current relationship between herself and Yang Ming, there was no need to care so much. The two of them were about to break through that layer of defense several times. However, due to a combination of circumstances, they were caught up with other things midway. Therefore, there was nothing to be shy about helping Yang Ming take a bath. So Chen Mingyan filled the bathtub with water and returned to the room. She said, "Yang Ming, how about you take a bath? Isn't that the same?" Yang Ming wondered, if my arm is always soaked in water, wouldn't it be better to take a shower? No, I mean, Chen Mingyan said this and hesitated. What? Yang Ming didn't understand. When he saw Chen Mingyan stop talking halfway, he was still puzzled. I mean, I can help you, Chen Mingyan said with a red face. Help me? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan's appearance. Suddenly, his heart moved. Could it be that Chen Mingyan wants to help me take a shower? Yang Ming was suddenly overjoyed and said, well, this time my arm won't be in the water. After that, he didn't wait for Chen Mingyan to explain. He stood up directly and walked to the bathroom. Chen Mingyan was helpless. Initially, she still wanted to retreat, but at this moment, she couldn't. She had to say shyly, then you take off your clothes and go in first. Take off my clothes and go in first. Why does this sound so ambiguous? Yang Ming smiled and went into the bathroom. He quickly took off his clothes. When it came to his underwear, he hesitated and finally took it off. Yang Ming thought in his heart, anyway, Chen Mingyan will be down sooner or later. It's better to take this opportunity to train this little girl's visual impact ability. Otherwise, it won't be a good thing if she is too shy at that time. In contrast, Yang Ming preferred Lan Ling's boldness. Thinking of this, some parts of Yang Ming's body began to be restless again. Among the many women, only Lan Ling was the boldest and the one who liked to try new things the most. Yang Ming sat in a bathtub and then shouted to Chen Mingyan outside. Mingyan, I am ready. Oh, Chen Mingyan felt like a year outside. She was very nervous. When she finally heard Yang Ming's voice, she was relieved. What am I afraid of? I'm his girlfriend. What's the big deal about helping him take a bath? Chen Mingyan cheered herself up. Then, she gritted her teeth and went to the bathroom. But first, she knocked on the door. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Mingyan, I can't go out and open the door for you even if you knock on the door. Can't you just come in directly? Chen Mingyan's action was subconscious. Now that Yang Ming said this, she reacted. She couldn't help but blush and carefully open the bathroom door. Although she knew that she had to face it sooner or later, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but close her eyes. Chapter 784. However, Chen Mingyan didn't have Yang Ming's special ability. She couldn't see the way with her eyes closed. This bathroom was narrow, so it was easy to fall. Chen Mingyan had no choice but to open her eyes again. She saw that Yang Ming was completely sitting in the bathtub. Only his upper body was exposed, so she was relieved. Chen Mingyan found a towel and then moved a small stool. She sat on the edge of the bathtub and tested the temperature of the water with her hand. Then, she said, Is this temperature okay? Very good. Yang Ming grabbed Chen Mingyan before she took her hand out of the water. He said, Do you want to come in too? What are you talking about? You're so annoying. Chen Mingyan said, If you continue to be so indecent, I will leave. Yang Ming smiled and let go of his hand. Okay, then I won't move around. This is how it should be. Your hand is injured, and you still move around. Although Chen Mingyan pretended to be calm, she was very nervous in her heart. She didn't dare to look under the water. Why are you looking up? Are you tired? Yang Ming saw Chen Mingyan's appearance and found it funny. Can't my neck hurt? Chen Mingyan certainly wouldn't admit that she was shy. That would make her seem too useless. Lin Jian wasn't shy. Isn't it more painful to look up? Yang Ming knew what Chen Mingyan was thinking, so he deliberately said it. Chen Mingyan was interrupted by Yang Ming. She made up her mind. What's wrong? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Ugh, it seems that I haven't seen it before. Even when I was in high school, that time in the movie theater, it was dark. I couldn't see anything. I just touched it. However, I have touched it before. Am I still afraid of looking? Chun Mingyin immediately lowered her head. It didn't matter if she didn't look, but when she saw it, she was shocked. How could it be so big? Chun Mingyin had been a good girl since she was a child. Naturally, she hadn't watched any porn. Although she occasionally read some novels with some sex scenes, the novels were written very vaguely. It was impossible for there to be a specific description. Surprised, he couldn't help but frown. If such a big thing entered his body, wouldn't it stab him to death? Chun Mingyin was scared when she thought about it. She didn't know how Lin Jiyun and Lan Ling could stand it. They even enjoyed it. What are you looking at? Yang Ming followed Chun Mingyin's gaze and then finally fell on his own body. So he asked somewhat amusedly. Nothing. Chun Mingyin naturally refused to admit that she had seen anything. Yang Ming didn't ask anymore, but closed his eyes. He seemed to be a little tired. Chun Mingyin breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Ming kept staring at her, it would be awkward. Seeing that Yang Ming closed his eyes, Chun Mingyin simply let go. She carefully wiped Yang Ming's upper body where the water in the tub couldn't reach. Especially the part where Yang Ming was injured, Chun Mingyin was even more careful. However, Yang Ming's body wasn't dirty. It was just a little uncomfortable when the seawater touched it. So, Chun Mingyin only needed to do a simple wipe, and it was done. Okay. Chun Mingyin patted Yang Ming's back and said, I will give you a towel to wipe your body, and then you come out. I will use this hot water to wash your clothes. It's so comfortable. Yang Ming stretched and then stood up from the water. Yo, what are you doing? Chun Mingyin didn't expect Yang Ming to stand up. She was shocked. It was one thing to see in the water, but it was another thing to see Yang Ming stand up naked. Chun Mingyin was scared by Yang Ming, and her hand unconsciously moved forward to block. Yang Ming suddenly had a plan in his mind. With Chun Mingyin's push, Yang Ming took advantage of the situation and slipped into the tub. Hearing Yang Ming's exclamation, Chun Mingyin quickly used her hand to support him. Oh my God! Yang Ming was already injured. If he fell like this, wouldn't it be terrible? So, Yang Ming grabbed Chun Mingyin's hand and then sat down in the tub. How could Chun Mingyin have more strength than Yang Ming? She was dragged into the tub by Yang Ming all of a sudden. Yang Ming was naturally prepared. He wouldn't let Chun Mingyin fall directly into the tub. Otherwise, with her head down, wouldn't she become a fool? Chun Mingyin didn't expect that when Yang Ming fell, she would immediately lose her balance and fall directly into the tub. She still didn't react. She felt that she had fallen into the water. Fortunately, the water was relatively shallow, and Yang Ming was sitting in it. Chun Mingyin didn't choke on the water, but Chun Mingyin shook her head. Why is there a hard object next to my mouth that I don't know what it is? At first, Chun Mingyin thought it was Yang Ming's leg, but later, she felt that something was wrong. Why is it so hot? Chun Mingyin got up from the tub and looked down. She blushed immediately. That unknown object is actually the thing that I just saw. I actually had intimate contact with it. This is too embarrassing, right? Very cool. Yang Ming looked at the embarrassed Chun Mingyin lecherously. You still dare to say it. If you say it again, I will bite it off. Chun Mingyin said angrily. Okay, then you bite. Yang Ming smiled. You're not afraid? Chun Mingyin was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to really dare to ask her to bite him. What am I afraid of? Why should I be afraid? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and asked. You're not afraid of pain? Chun Mingyin asked curiously. Biting doesn't hurt. Yang Ming said inexplicably. How is it possible? Chun Mingyin wondered. You take the word bite apart and see what it is. Yang Ming smiled slyly. Mouth, you go to hell. Chun Mingyin said halfway and immediately understood what Yang Ming said. I actually stupidly asked him for a long time. This guy is really annoying. Hee, I'm just kidding. But now, you should take a bath together. Just treat it as a couple bath. Yang Ming picked up Chun Mingyin and carried her into the bathtub. I'm wearing clothes. What are you doing? Chun Mingyin was shocked. Although she just fell into the water, only her top was wet. Now, with Yang Ming's action, her whole body was wet. Anyway, it's already wet. Let's ask the resort staff to pick it up and wash it. Yang Ming smiled. Chen Mingyin was helpless. Anyway, she had slept in the same bed with him. Now, it was nothing to take a bath together. It was just that now it was daytime. Chen Mingyin was still a little embarrassed. Unlike at night, when the lights were off, they couldn't see each other's expressions. Fortunately, Chen Mingyin took off her coat. Now, she wasn't wearing much. Yang Ming reached out to take off Chen Mingyin's clothes. Chen Mingyin struggled twice and didn't resist. She let Yang Ming take off her clothes. How was this a bath? Chen Mingyin endured Yang Ming's touch. She wiped her body with water and jumped out like she was escaping. Then, she ran to the bed, got into the quilt, and didn't come out again. Yang Ming smiled. Today is a good opportunity. This is the first time he observed Chen Mingyin's body so closely. Although Chen Mingyin always hid it, Yang Ming saw it clearly. Yang Ming had a special ability, but he still disdained to do things like peeping. Otherwise, he would have seen Chen Mingyin's body in high school. Yang Ming quickly dried himself with a towel and followed Chen Mingyin back to the room. He saw Chen Mingyin wrapped herself tightly on the bed like a mummy. Yang Ming was amused. He didn't know how this little girl did it. She looked like a burrito. Give me some quilt. Yang Ming pulled the quilt, but it was tight. Chen Mingyin closed her eyes and didn't speak. She pretended to be asleep. Hurry up and get it to me. I'm going to freeze to death. Yang Ming pulled again, but he didn't dare to use too much force. He was afraid that Chen Mingyin would fall to the ground. Chen Mingyin still didn't move. Yang Ming had an idea. He pulled again, and then he screamed, It hurts. I used too much force. The wound is bleeding again. Yang Ming, are you okay? This time, Chen Mingyin sat up from the bed and looked nervously at Yang Ming's arm. But she saw that the gauze on it was intact. There was nothing at all. You are lying again. Chen Mingyin rolled her eyes at Yang Ming angrily. Hee, but it will be soon. If you pull a few more times, the wound will really burst. Yang Ming pretended to pull the quilt again. Chen Mingyin was helpless. She flattened her mouth and pulled out half of her quilt to give it to Yang Ming. Okay, you can come in. After that, Chen Mingyin turned around and didn't dare to face Yang Ming directly. Yang Ming certainly didn't decline this time. He used the advantage of being an assassin and got into the quilt with lightning speed. He took the opportunity to pick up Chen Mingyin from behind. Chen Mingyin's body trembled. She could guess what would happen next. However, Chen Mingyin was not afraid. She was just a little nervous. The two of them had been together for so long. It could be said that they should have done it a long time ago. It was just a strange combination of circumstances. Every time they were not disturbed, there were other accidents, or they were on their period. That was why they kept pushing it. In fact, Chen Mingyin had already made up her mind to give herself to Yang Ming. So at the moment, although she was nervous, she was still slightly happy. This moment was finally coming. Chen Mingyin was somewhat unbalanced in her heart. Why would Lan Ling and Lin Jiyun be ahead of me? If it was Shuya, then she would accept it. However, even Shuya didn't. You be gentler, okay? I'm a little nervous, Chen Mingyin said softly. Yang Ming was stunned and immediately understood what Chen Mingyin said. Originally, Yang Ming also had this intention. Now that Chen Mingyin didn't object, it couldn't be better. However, Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyin and found it funny. He couldn't help but want to tease her. Did I hug you very hard? Then should I be gentler? As Yang Ming said this, he loosened his arms. Chapter 785. I'm not talking about this. Chen Mingyin was almost angered to death by Yang Ming today. How could such a smart person be so stupid today? Then what is it? Yang Ming continued to ask. You're a fool. Chen Mingyin was mad. Such a good atmosphere was ruined just like that. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. How did being a proper person make me a fool? It seems that it's better not to be a proper person in the future. Otherwise, I will become a fool. Since Chen Mingyin called him a fool, if he didn't take any action, then he was really a fool. Yang Ming smiled and turned Chen Mingyin over from the bed. Chen Mingyin made an sound, and then her lips were sealed by Yang Ming. The matter between the two people was not rushed, but it was the kind of thing that happened naturally. Therefore, Chun Mingyin's heart at the moment was also a little calmer. There was no initial nervousness. She closed her eyes and let Yang Ming do what he wanted. Yang Ming saw that Chun Mingyin was not nervous, and he was emboldened. Chun Fei was fine, which made Chun Mingyin completely relieved. This opportunity was just right. It was better to help Yang Ming. Otherwise, it would be a worry in her heart. Speaking of it, Yang Ming was also a veteran. He was not inexperienced at all, seeing that Yang Ming was familiar with it. Although Chun Mingyin was faintly uncomfortable in her heart, she was also somewhat fortunate. If it was the first time for both of them, Yang Ming would be dull and have no skills. Wouldn't it hurt to death? Yang Ming gently kissed Chun Mingyin's body all the way, from top to bottom, all the way to between her legs. Chun Mingyin pushed Yang Ming away and whispered, "Don't, it's so dirty." "What's dirty? Didn't you already take a shower? Besides, you just bit me. Now it's my turn to bite you," said Yang Ming. Chun Mingyin still wanted to say something, but her whole person was filled with a strange feeling that she had never had before. Her mind also became blank. "Can I?" Although Yang Ming didn't say it so clearly at this moment, Chun Mingyin definitely understood. "Who?" Chun Mingyin took a deep breath. She was almost killed by Yang Ming just now. Now, her whole body was still trembling. "Then, you be gentler." Yang Ming nodded. With Chun Mingyin's words, it meant that she acquiesced. Perhaps the feelings in the two people's hearts had been suppressed for a long time. Finally, it was time to explode. Everything seemed so natural. When Yang Ming really entered Chun Mingyin's body, 2 crystal tears fell from Chun Mingyin's face. "Yang Ming, you have to cherish me in the future," said Chun Mingyin as she cried. "I will." Yang Ming nodded solemnly. "Then, will you marry me in the future?" Chun Mingyin, like all girls, became sentimental. Yang Ming nodded again. "Yes, I have so many women. Only my first time with Chun Mingyin happened when both of us were awake." Thinking of Lan Ling, Lin Jiyun, and even Xiao Qing and Sun Jie, it happened when I was in a daze or when they were in a daze. Thinking of this, Yang Ming really felt that he owed them. "Oh, even if you're lying, I am very happy." Chun Mingyin smiled. It was the kind of smile that came from the heart. "I won't lie to you." Yang Ming gently kissed the tears on Chun Mingyin's face. "What if Suya comes back one day?" Chun Mingyin actually didn't say if, but definitely. However, now only she knew that Suya was Suya. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Chun Mingyin to ask this question at this time. "Even if you marry her, I won't blame you, but you can't abandon me." Chun Mingyin clenched her teeth and said, "Otherwise, I will die in front of you." Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head, but he didn't know what to say. Chun Mingyin seemed to have finally put down the jealousy in her heart and was determined to be a docile wife. But the more she was like this, the more uncomfortable Yang Ming's heart was. Everything that Chun Mingyin changed was all for him. "If I want to marry, I will marry both of you. If I can only marry one, it must be you." Yang Ming said with certainty, "I promised you, and I will do it." Chun Mingyin listened to Yang Ming's words and closed her eyes, but her expression was very gratified. She whispered, "I believe you, but it really hurts." Yang Ming quickly stopped the movement of his lower body and waited for a while before continuing. However, because it was Chun Mingyin's first time, Yang Ming didn't dare to take too long. Although he wasn't done, he still pretended to be very satisfied and ended this battle. "Why don't you continue?" Chun Mingyin suddenly asked. "I can bear it. It's over." Yang Ming lied to her. "I don't believe it. You are lying." Chun Mingyin mercilessly exposed Yang Ming's lie. Yang Ming suddenly blushed and said, How do you know?" "I helped you twice with my hands. Do you think I don't know anything?" Chun Mingyin snorted. Yang Ming had to smile bitterly. "Mingyin, it's your first time. It can't be too long. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk tomorrow." Chun Mingyin had some complaints, but she was very happy to see that Yang Ming cared about her. Chun Mingyin had some complaints because how did Yang Ming know that she wouldn't be able to walk tomorrow? He must have tested it with Lin Jiyun or Lan Ling to know. The two people were whispering sweet nothings. Suddenly, the phone in the room rang sharply. Yang Ming was shocked. Chun Ming-yin was closer to the phone. She picked up the phone unhappily. Before she spoke, there was a delicate female voice on the phone. "Sir, do you want special service?" "Want my head." Chun Ming-yin was furious and hung up the phone directly. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Chun Ming-yin was so angry, Yang Ming didn't understand. What was said on the phone? She asked if you want special service. Chun Ming-yin frowned and said, "Why are the hotels like this now? I can't let you stay in the hotel by yourself in the future." As soon as her voice fell, the phone rang again. Chun Ming-yin didn't want to pick it up this time, but the phone kept ringing. She had no choice but to pick it up again. This time, the voice on the phone changed to a more charming one. "Sir, do you want a massage?" Chun Ming-yin was so angry that she dropped the phone, but then she picked up the phone and dialed the number of the service desk. "Tell those indecent people not to call my room. My dad is the captain of the criminal police. If they call again, I will ask my dad to seal your hotel." The receptionist at the reception desk was shocked and quickly reported the matter to the lobby manager. The lobby manager was also shocked after hearing this. He couldn't offend people. If the hotel was really closed down because of this, wouldn't the resort's boss kill him? The lobby manager quickly found the maid in charge here and scolded her. He told her not to ask anyone to call that room again. Since then, Yang Ming's room was quiet. Yang Ming didn't expect such a quiet girl like Chun Ming-yin to be so angry. She actually thought of using her family's power to attack others. However, Chun Ming-yin's next words let Yang Ming know why she was angry. "No wonder you met Lan Ling when you went out. It turned out to be like this. I really have to talk to my dad. This can't go on. I have to check these entertainment venues." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It seems that sometimes it doesn't necessarily have to offend someone to cause a storm. Yang Ming thought, "It seems that I have to tell Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli when I go back. I have to tell them to be careful with their properties. Don't get into trouble. Isn't that because you misunderstood me? I feel bad in my heart." Yang Ming said, "Otherwise, why didn't I look for a prostitute when our class went camping?" "Okay, but you're absolutely not allowed to look for those indecent women in the future. Otherwise, if you bring back an infectious disease, I will ignore you again." Chun Ming-yin warned, "With you guys, do I still need to look for indecent women? Do I have that kind of leisure time?" Yang Ming rolled his eyes. "There are more and more women. In the future, I will be exhausted just by accompanying my women. How can I have the energy to look for prostitutes? Then, I feel better down there now. It's not very painful. Why don't we try again?" Chun Ming-yin took the initiative to say, "Okay." Yang Ming had this intention, but he was afraid that Chun Ming-yin wouldn't be able to stand it. He nodded, and the two quickly intertwined together again. This time, Yang Ming was finally free. Chun Ming-yin was very aggrieved as she bit her lip. Apparently, it was painful. Should I go and wash the clothes? After resting for a while, Chun Ming-yin suddenly remembered that her and Yang Ming's clothes hadn't been washed yet. If so, how can we go back at night? How can you move your body around now? I will call the waiter to get it dry cleaned." As Yang Ming said this, he got up and grabbed the internal phone next to Chun Ming-yin. He dialed the number of the front desk and asked a waiter to come up and get the clothes. The front desk didn't dare to neglect the guests in this room. They quickly asked someone to go up and get the clothes. They carefully sent them to the dry cleaning department and ordered them to be washed as soon as possible. The sky outside gradually darkened. Chun Ming-yin also rested enough. The dry cleaning clothes had already been sent up. "Let's go back." Chun Ming-yin looked at the time on the phone and said to Yang Ming, "Oh, there's no hurry, right? We can stay here for the night. Anyway, there's nothing important." Yang Ming said with some surprise, "No, we must go back today," Chun Ming-yin said firmly. Chapter 786. Okay, Yang Ming was helpless. He thought that Mother Chin probably didn't allow Chun Ming-yin to spend the night outside and gave a death order. The two people got up and quickly cleaned up. Chun Ming-yin's movements were a bit sluggish, but fortunately, it didn't affect anything. Yang Ming called Tian Donghua and asked him if he wanted to go back. Tian Donghua didn't even think about it. and said that he wanted to go back. Obviously, during this time, nothing happened between Tian Donghua and Wang Shui. Tian Donghua was probably still angry with Wang Shui, so he didn't give her a good face. Out of the room, Tian Donghua and Wang Shui were already waiting there. Sure enough, Tian Donghua still had a gloomy face, and Wang Shui was cautious on the side. Yang Ming was helpless. It seemed that these two people still hadn't reconciled, but this matter couldn't be rushed. Let's talk about it slowly. At night, the wind at sea was colder than during the day. It was a bit thin to drive the motorboat back. Yang Ming found the lobby manager and asked him to help contact a big ship to Songjiang. The resort had connections with those who ran the boats. They helped each other to attract guests, so the lobby manager easily found an empty boat. However, because Yang Ming had too few people on his side, the other boat could carry 20 people. For people were equivalent to running an empty boat, and they had to pay for it. However, Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan was anxious, and he couldn't wait until the boat was full. So he negotiated with the owner of the boat to book a trip. The boss naturally agreed. Anyway, as long as there was money to be made, anything was fine. It was warm in the cabin. Yang Ming let Chen Mingyan lean on his body. The way the two of them snuggled up to each other was very warm. However, Tian Donghua and Wang Shui on the opposite side weren't so harmonious. Wang Shui lowered her head, but Tian Donghua looked up and didn't look at her. Wang Shui, you, and Wang Jitao. Yang Ming took the initiative to find topic. Wang Jitao is my half-brother. Wang Shui sighed and said, originally, I didn't have much to do with him since I was young. It was just a kind of familial love that was causing trouble. When Wang Jitao said that it was you who harmed my father and wanted me to take revenge on you, I unexpectedly agreed. You still have the cheek to say that. When Tian Donghua heard this, he raised his hand and slapped Wang Shui. He shouted, you know the relationship between Yang Ming and me. How does Yang Ming treat you? When has he ever mistreated you? Wang Shui lowered her head and dared not speak again. Old Tian, don't interrupt. Yang Ming waved his hand. Originally, this involved her own father. Wang Shui's actions were understandable. What's more, Wang Jitao hurt you. She changed her position immediately. Tian Donghua thought about it. It was indeed so. When Wang Jitao heard him, Wang Shui went crazy and wanted to kill Wang Jitao. He felt a little comforted in his heart. Wang Shui, I will persuade old Tian about this matter. Wang Jitao is dead. This matter doesn't have much to do with you. You can forget about him. I won't pursue anything. Yang Ming said, still not thanking? Tian Donghua's mood was a little better. He glared at Wang Shui. Thank you. Wang Shui was very grateful for Yang Ming's generosity. Yang Ming waved his hand. This matter was over. Yang Ming didn't want to continue to be entangled in this kind of thing. The speed of the boat was very fast. Soon, they arrived at the Songjiang Pier. Yang Ming thanked the boat owner and paid the fare. Then, he walked with Tian Donghua to the parking lot on the shore. Tian Donghua's leg was just an external injury. It didn't hurt his muscles or bones. After the bullet was removed, there was no big problem. He had no problem driving. After persuading Tian Donghua, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan got in the car and drove to Chen Mingyan's home. In a while, you pick up Sister Lin. Chen Mingyan suddenly said. What? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't quite understand Chen Mingyan's meaning. Today is Valentine's Day. Regardless of whether it is early or late, you go to her. Sister Lin will be very happy. Chen Mingyan said. Yang Ming's heart trembled. He immediately understood why Chen Mingyan was so anxious to come back. It turned out to be because of this. He didn't expect that Chen Mingyan, who had always been narrow-minded, would become like this today. What's wrong? Are you too touched? Chen Mingyan smiled. Hey, if you aren't used to it, then I will return to my original state. And Yang Ming, you're not allowed to go. You can only accompany me tonight. Let's go get a room. Chen Mingyan said this deliberately. Okay. Yang Ming knew that Chen Mingyan was joking, so he also joked with her. Forget it. I'm scared of you. I will definitely not come today. It hurts. You go and destroy your sister Lin. Chen Mingyan shook her head quickly. How can this be called destroying? Yang Ming was a little depressed. At the entrance of Chun Mingyin's home, Chun Mingyin pushed open the door. As she was about to get off, she was pulled by Yang Ming. Why don't we go together? Jiyun is very happy to be with you. In fact, which girl likes to spend Valentine's Day with 3 people? Chun Mingyin smiled and broke away from Yang Ming's hand. I am leaving. Have fun. Text me when you're free. Do you want me to send you? Asked Yang Ming. No need. The people who live here are from the police system. Which bad guy dares to come here? Chun Mingyin waved her hand. Yang Ming nodded, but he still watched Chun Mingyin enter the unit door and go upstairs. After returning home, he started the car and left the community with peace of mind. Although it was winter, there were a lot of pedestrians on the road today. Almost all of them were couples. There were also those who sold flowers. Today's roses could always be sold at a good price, even if the roses in their hands weren't real. Yang Ming didn't call Lin Jiyun directly. Instead, he drove the car directly to her door and knocked on the door. Who is it? Shen Yueping's voice came out. It's me, Yang Ming. Ani Shun, open the door. Yang Ming said. Oh. Shen Yueping was stunned and quickly opened the door. When she saw Yang Ming, she said happily, Little Yang, why are you here? I saw that there were a lot of couples on the street at night. It was very lively, so I wanted to find Jiyun to go out and have a look. I just don't know if her body is better. Yang Ming said. She's much better. I'm looking for information online. Shen Yueping said, Come in. Yang Ming nodded and entered the door. He saw Lin Jiyun sitting on the sofa with a notebook looking for information. When Yang Ming came in, Lin Jiyun didn't look up. She just said, Mom, is Dad back? Are we eating now? Yang Ming smiled and sat directly next to Lin Jiyun. He directly held her slender waist with his hand. Lin Jiyun was shocked and found that something was wrong. She immediately looked up, but she saw Yang Ming looking at her with a smile. She was a little surprised. Hey, why are you here? Then, she looked at her mother, who was busy pouring water, and whispered, Didn't you go with elder sister Yin? Your sister Yin insisted that I accompany you, Yang Ming smiled. Really? Lin Jiyun was delighted. She didn't expect that Shen Mingyin would actually take the initiative to let Yang Ming accompany her. I'm very happy that both of you are so harmonious. Yang Ming said sincerely. At this time, Shen Yueping came over. Yang Ming quickly changed the topic. Jiyun, what are you looking at? Oh, I'm looking at some jewelry companies' marketing cases. When it comes to the actual company management, I find that my knowledge is too little. It's not enough, so I have to learn more. Lin Jiyun said with some worry. Don't worry. Don't you have a dedicated manager? You just have to look at more. You don't have to worry too much about the management. Yang Ming said. That can't be. I don't want to be a useless person. In the future, your business will get bigger and bigger. I can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Lin Jiyun sighed. Yang Ming didn't expect Lin Jiyun to have such thoughts. He was a little shocked, but this was also a good thing. Then he encouraged, It's good that you have this thought, but don't worry. Take it slow. And Lin Jiyun nodded. Jiyun, aren't you much better? Yang Ming picked you up to go out and play. Can you go? Asked Shen Yueping. I should be fine, right? Lin Jiyun was fine. Of course, she was very willing to go out with Yang Ming. How could Yang Ming not know the real situation of Lin Jiyun? So he smiled and stood up. Then let's go. It's still early. We can go to the amusement park. Okay. Lin Jiyun was very happy to turn off the laptop. Then, she went into the house and put on her coat. Mom, then I'm going out. Go ahead. Have fun. Shen Yueping wouldn't object. After they went out, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun got in the car together. Lin Jiyun asked, Today, where did you and Sister Yin go? Although Lin Jiyun wasn't jealous, she was still a little curious. We took a boat to the sea. Yang Ming played it down and didn't mention Wang Jitao and the almost dangerous incident. Oh, so that's it? Lin Jiyun didn't ask more. Where do you want to go? Why don't we go to the sea? Yang Ming naturally wanted to treat everyone equally. I don't think so. The sea breeze is very strong at night. It's not safe. Lin Jiyun shook her head and said, I can go anywhere with you. I'm very happy to sit in the car for a while. Hee hee. You haven't eaten yet, right? It just so happens that I haven't eaten yet. Why don't we find a place to eat first, and then we'll figure out where to go? Yang Ming suggested. Okay, Lin Jiyun would agree, but she said for the first time, I kind of want to eat pizza. Is that okay? Lin Jiyun generally didn't take the initiative to ask for something to eat. She was a very easygoing person. Today, she wanted to eat pizza because she saw a web advertisement when she was surfing the internet. The pizza on it was very good. Okay, why not? Yang Ming smiled and said, Don't mention pizza. If you want to eat the Leaning Tower, I will cut it down. Leaning Tower? Lin Jiyun was stunned. The Leaning Tower of Pisa, said Yang Ming. Annoying. Lin Jiyun snorted and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 787. Yang Ming wasn't fond of Western food. He always felt that it wasn't enough, but today was Valentine's Day. Since Lin Jiyun liked it, it didn't matter what he ate. Do you know where there's a pizza shop? Yang Ming hadn't eaten any pizza before. There's one in the commercial street and near our school. It is the Pizza Hut chain. Lin Jiyun had eaten it once and thought that the taste was okay. Gu Xinyao, who was her roommate, invited her to eat. Since Gu Xinyao knew that Lin Jiyun was Yang Ming's girlfriend, she was very respectful to Lin Jiyun. She would ask Lin Jiyun out to eat when she was free, but Lin Jiyun refused most of the time. However, she couldn't stand the invitation again and again. Lin Jiyun had no choice but to agree once or twice occasionally. Gu Xinyao preferred Western food. KFC, McDonald's, and Pizza Hut were the places she often visited. Lin Jiyun went out with her a few times, and they went to these places. In fact, Gu Xinyao also wanted to follow Lin Jiyun's wishes, but Lin Jiyun was more easygoing. She never said where she wanted to eat, so Gu Xinyao had to make the decision herself. Then let's go to the school to eat, Yang Ming suggested. Because there were too many people in the commercial street at this time, the restaurant might not have a seat. Okay, Lin Jiyun naturally didn't care. However, she didn't expect that the school was so lively. Thinking about it, school was about to start. Many students had returned to school. Even if they didn't want to come so early, they would return to school early to spend Valentine's Day with their lover. Yang Ming parked the car and got off with Lin Jiyun. They entered the Pizza Hut restaurant. Hello, sir. The seats in the restaurant are full now. You need to wait in line. Is that okay? As soon as they entered the door, the receptionist greeted them. Really? This place is full too? Yang Ming glanced at Lin Jiyun next to him and asked, Do we wait? Since we are here, let's wait for a while, said Lin Jiyun. Okay, then let's wait for a while. Yang Ming nodded and said, Okay, please come this way. You can rest in the waiting area for a while, the waiter said. As he walked in, he saw Gu Xinyao, who was putting salad on a plate. At this time, the plate had been stacked on top of each other. It was almost half a meter high. Seeing Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, Gu Xinyao quickly waved the clip in her hand and shouted, Brother Yang, sister-in-law, you're here too? Xinyao. Lin Jiyun had a good relationship with her recently. When she saw Gu Xinyao, she also smiled and greeted, We don't have any seats. We have to wait for a while. You guys eat first. Then, let's eat together. Just me and Bai Hai. Anyway, it's a table for 4. Gu Xinyao said, Is it okay? Lin Jiyun turned to ask for Yang Ming's opinion. Of course I don't care. You decide, Yang Ming said with a smile. Then let's go together. We are familiar with each other anyway, said Lin Jiyun. Great. Then, I will take you there. Gu Xinyao knew that her man usually didn't have a chance to curry favor with Yang Ming. At this moment, there was a good opportunity. How about you let go? She quickly led the way with a tall salad plate. It's over there. Gu Xinyao held the salad plate in one hand and pointed with the other. As soon as Yang Ming raised his head, he saw Bai Hai sitting at a 4-person table to rest. As he was about to go over, he saw a waiter walk over and say to Bai Hai, Sir, there's a table for 2 over there. Can you sit there? There are 4 guests waiting. What table? Bai Hai glared and said, How do you know that there are only 2 of us? There are 4 of us. But, sir, this meal card recorded that there are 2 of you. Sorry to trouble you. The waiter persuaded. Get lost. If you continue to dawdle, I will throw you out. Bai Hai scolded impatiently. Bai Hai was overbearing. How could he sit down and wait for another table? The waiter was helpless. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. Looking at Bai Hai's dressing, he didn't look like a good person, so he didn't dare to offend him. I say, can you change that temper of yours? Next time, speak more nicely. Yang Ming looked at Bai Hai and found it funny. Is this guy able to predict? He actually predicted that there would be 4 people at this table in advance. Bai Hai was stunned. He looked up and saw that it was Yang Ming. He was shocked, but when he saw Yang Ming smile and didn't blame him, he was relieved. He smiled and said, I told him, but he didn't believe it. He was still dawdling, so I was a little impatient. Brother Yang, you are here. The waiter saw that it was indeed as Bai Hai said. There were indeed 4 people at this table, so he had to say sorry and then leave. There was no seat. I just happened to see Xiao Gu serving the salad, so I followed her. Yang Ming said, Am I bothering you? Of course not. How can that be? Brother Yang, since you're here, I can't wait to welcome you. Come and sit. Let's see what you and sister-in-law are eating. It's my treat today. Bai Hai was grinning from ear to ear at the moment. The longer he worked in the Ming Yang company, the more Bai Hai understood the importance of Yang Ming. Usually, many people wanted to treat Yang Ming to a meal, but they didn't have the chance. He was lucky this time. Yang Ming nodded. He was no longer polite. After sitting down, he handed the menu to Lin Jiyun and let her order. Lin Jiyun and Gu Xinyao looked at the menu over there and chattered about what was delicious. Yang Ming casually talked to Bai Hai. How are you recently? What are you doing? Thanks to Brother Yang's recommendation, Brother Bao and Brother Ho are very fond of me. I am currently the security manager in the Huashang district. Bai Hai said, Oh. The security company's business has expanded to various residential properties? Yang Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan had almost monopolized the Songjiang security industry. At present, the Mingyang Security Company is responsible for many high-end residential areas in Songjiang. Bai Hai said, for example, the Huashang district that I am responsible for has a lot of rich people, so the treatment is very good. The money I get is more than what I used to get in a bar. That's it. Yang Ming patted Bai Hai's shoulder and said, Not bad. This is also a serious career. It sounds good when people talk about it. Bai Hai nodded. Yeah. If it weren't for Brother Yang's advice, I wouldn't have gotten such a good opportunity. Do it well. There will be opportunities. Yang Ming said, Also, don't talk like a gangster in the future. You're also a manager. Bai Hai hurriedly smiled and agreed. Yang Ming wasn't very interested in the imported pizza. After coming up, he pointed and said, Isn't this just a pie? Is it so delicious? Hee, Brother Yang is right. I don't like to eat it very much, but Xin Yao likes to eat it. I'm just accompanying her. Bai Hai smiled and said, I read in the book that when Marco Polo lived in China, he loved to eat the scallion pancakes from the north. After returning to Italy, he thought about scallion pancakes day and night, but he didn't know how to bake them. Later, he finally found a Neapolitan chef who was willing to make scallion pancakes for him at a party at a friend's home. However, scallion pancakes were not easy to make. The chef didn't know how to put the filling into the kneaded dough for a long time. At this time, everyone was hungry. So, Marco Polo proposed to put the filling on the pancakes and bake the pancakes before eating. Mistakes were made, and this new scallion pancake was unanimously praised by everyone. After the chef returned to Naples, he combined the scallion pancakes with Neapolitan cheese and ingredients to create a unique pizza. Not bad. You know how to read books. Yang Ming nodded, very gratified. If the people under Bao Sanli were like Bai Hai, then there would be nothing to worry about in the future. Usually in the security room, I have nothing to do. I go online and read books. Bai Hai smiled embarrassedly. It seems that you and Little Ge have a good relationship. Yang Ming joked. You eat according to her taste. Bai Hai smiled bitterly. He said in his heart, Isn't her status because of you? If you didn't speak up for her, would I still want her? But now it seemed that the relationship between Gu Xinyao and Lin Jiyun was getting better and better. Bai Hai also took Wu Xinkai's previous matter lightly. It was fine after he thought it through. As long as Gu Xinyao was devoted to him in the future, it was fine. Anyway, it wouldn't hinder him from looking for other women outside, and Gu Xinyao wouldn't interfere. But he still said, "Yeah, Xinyao, and I plan to get married after she graduates." Yang Ming nodded and didn't ask anything. He picked up the pizza on the table and ate it. Yang Ming was really hungry. Plus, he was injured, so he needed to replenish his strength. Although Yang Ming felt that this thing was really not as delicious as the scallion pancake, it had a unique taste. It was not bad to eat. He finished most of the pizza in one go. Gu Xinyao and Lin Jiyun preferred desserts like salads. As for the pizza, they couldn't eat anymore after eating one piece. When paying the bill, Bai Hai asked Gu Xinyao to pay the bill, and Gu Xinyao pulled Lin Jiyun to accompany her to scratch the receipt. When they walked away, Bai Hai whispered, "Brother Yang, Wu Xinkai's uncle came to Songjiang and threatened to retaliate against you. You should be careful." Wu Xinkai's uncle? Who is it? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. "I'm not very clear, but I heard that his uncle opened a freight station in Guangzhou," said Bai Hai. "Oh, don't worry about him. Where did you hear this?" asked Yang Ming. "One of Wu Xinkai's mistresses said it. She is a little waitress in the bar. I have been paying attention to Wu Xinkai's movements from her." In fact, Bai Hai was also afraid that Wu Xinkai would retaliate against him, so he kept such an idea. However, he got something else from the waitress's mouth. He originally wanted to report it to Bao Sanli, but he happened to see Yang Ming today, so he directly told Yang Ming, "I got it. You should be careful. Don't worry about me." Yang Ming decided to call Bao Sanli later and ask him to be careful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have time to fight with these cats and dogs. Chapter 788. Chen Mingyan hesitated for a long time about the death of Wang Jitao. In the end, she didn't tell her father, because if her father intervened, it was likely to be unfavorable to Wang Shui. Wang Shui might be sentenced. This wasn't what Yang Ming wanted to see. Chen Mingyan didn't want to be a talkative woman. When she returned home, her mother was busy cooking in the kitchen. Chen Mingyan wondered, "Mom, Dad isn't at home. Why are you preparing so many dishes? Isn't today Valentine's Day? Only you are allowed to celebrate. But I'm not allowed to celebrate with your dad?" Mother Chen smiled and said, "I'm making a few dishes. I'll take them to the hospital later. It's also romantic with your dad." "Mom, I support you." Chen Mingyan couldn't help but laugh after listening. "How was it? Did you have fun with Yang Ming? Why did you come back so early?" Mother Chen had to go to the hospital to accompany Chen Fei, so she felt that Chen Mingyan came home too early. Usually, she would definitely ask Chen Mingyan to come back early. "I'm very happy. I was just thinking that it was boring for you to stay at home, so I came back early." Chen Mingyan said, "Who knew that you also celebrate Valentine's Day?" This child. Mother Chen touched Chen Mingyan's head and said, "Stay at home. I'm leaving." Chen Mingyan said goodbye to her mother and went back to the room. She felt a little lost in her heart because Yang Ming was accompanying another woman. Chen Mingyan sighed and turned on the computer. She was bored and planned to go online to pass the time. "Hey." Chen Mingyan opened QQ and found that Shuya was online. Immediately, she sent a message. "Are you there? Sister Suya." "And I'm here." "Mingyan, why are you online? Where's Yang Ming?" Shuya was very surprised. "Why is Chen Mingyan online at this time? Isn't it time for lovers to go shopping?" "Hee. I'm with him during the day. He's going to accompany Sister Lin at night. I can't be too overbearing," Chen Mingyan said. After this sentence was sent out, Chen Mingyan was a little surprised. Why did she start to play mind games? When Chen Mingyan sent this sentence, the implied meaning was to tell Shuya that she would not monopolize Yang Ming, so she hoped that Shuya would not become such a person. Very good. I think that sometimes a girl can't be too stingy. That'll be disgusting. Shuya was naturally not stupid. She immediately understood the meaning of Chen Mingyan's words, so she said this. Chen Mingyan saw that Shuya said so, and she was relieved. She said, "AI, but Yang Ming is really worrisome. Maybe he will have other girls in the future." Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's woman for the first time today, and her mood became a little sentimental. She was also very clear about how good Yang Ming was now. He was no longer the poor student Yang Ming. Hee hee, are you talking about me? Shuya asked with a smile. Of course not. Then again, you were his first girlfriend. Even if I am jealous, I can't be jealous. Chen Mingyin quickly denied. The fact was indeed the case. Chen Mingyin was not so ambitious. This was not the harem of an ancient emperor. There was no point in scheming. Instead, it would be disgusting to Yang Ming. After reading Chen Mingyin's words, she was also very happy. She was happy to see that Chen Mingyin was easygoing. Otherwise, there would be a quarrel. Coming out of Pizza Hut, Bai Hai asked Yang Ming about the arrangement. If there was no arrangement, they would hang out together. Then let's just walk around the street. Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun and Gu Xinyao, who were holding hands and chatting happily, and nodded. Gu Xinyao, this woman, was not simple. She could actually find a common topic with Lin Jiyun. She was very attentive. Her skill in greeting others was not ordinary. However, Lin Jiyun did not have many friends. Even if Gu Xinyao's character was not good, she did not dare to lead Lin Jiyun astray. Let's walk around the commercial street. Yang Ming suggested. Okay. Bai Hai naturally agreed. Bai Hai also drove, but he drove a broken minivan. But no matter what, Bai Hai could be considered as a car owner. In the beginning, he was just a street punk. It was very good that he could have today's achievements. This car belongs to the property management. Now, it is assigned to our security department. It is basically a scrap car that has been eliminated. Seeing Yang Ming's puzzlement, Bai Hai explained, this car costs a lot of gas. Isn't it reimbursed by the property management? Yang Ming asked casually. No, 200 yuan of gas coupons are given every month. I will take care of the rest myself. Bai Hai said, the property management is not a fool. 200 yuan of gas is enough to patrol the community. You kid didn't take advantage of the public. Yang Ming smiled and said, how do you divide people? Look at the two of them chatting well. How about, Brother Yang? I leave my car here and take your car? Originally, Bai Hai wanted to say that he drove here as a driver, but when he thought that his car was too broken, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. How about this? Little Gu can drive, right? Asked Yang Ming. Yes, she has already gotten her driver's license. Bai Hai nodded. That's fine. I will take your car and let little Ji drive my car. I can teach Jiyun how to drive. I also plan to ask her to get a driver's license. Yang Ming said, okay. Bai Hai quickly walked over and told Gu Xinyao about Yang Ming's intention. Gu Xinyao naturally accepted it, so it was settled. Lin Jiyun and Gu Xinyao got into Yang Ming's BMW X5. Yang Ming and Bai Hai got into the minivan behind. Gu Xinyao's driving skills were good. She usually drove Bai Hai's broken bun. This broken car was just right for her to practice her driving skills. Now, it was more convenient to drive a BMW with better handling. Yang Ming felt that it was better for the two girls to teach each other how to drive than to teach by himself. Otherwise, he and Lin Jian might go to bed while teaching each other. Bai Hai's car was indeed broken. When it started, it emitted black smoke. When it was driven, it made a clanking sound. Can your car still be on the road? Why do I feel like it's falling apart? Yang Ming looked at the car that was leaking on all sides. He thought, it's really hard for him. It's really hard to drive this kind of car. However, Bai Hai seemed to enjoy it very much. It seems that one must be content with what one has. Gu Xiao didn't drive for a long time. She got off halfway and let Lin Jiyun change to the driver's seat. It didn't take long for the car to start slowly. Although it wasn't very stable due to the swaying, it finally started to drive. Yang Ming asked Bai Hai to slowly follow behind them. He didn't overtake them, so that at least he could take care of them if there were any problems. Lin Jiyun wasn't stupid. Besides, the automatic transmission car was easy to master. Gradually, she could figure out the rules and drive well. Just as Yang Ming was cheering in his heart, a Mercedes-Benz G55 off-road vehicle suddenly turned left from the fork in front. When did Lin Jiyun encounter such a situation? She accidentally bumped into the Mercedes-Benz with a bang sound. Your coach can't do it either. Yang Ming saw that it was just a slight collision, so he was relieved and said jokingly. Bai Hai was also shocked, but when he saw that Yang Ming wasn't angry and was just joking, he was also relieved. Before Lin Jiyun and the others got off the car, a fashionably dressed girl jumped out of Mercedes-Benz. At first glance, she was a non-mainstream person. After getting off the car, she pointed at Lin Jiyun and scolded, "Do you know how to drive? Don't you have eyes?" Lin Jiyun got into trouble, and she was at a loss. However, Gu Xinyao had seen the world. When she heard the girl's unpleasant words, she was suddenly unhappy. She opened the door and jumped out. "Do you know how to talk? If I hit you, I'll compensate you. You fucking don't have eyes. Your eyes are on your ass." Lin Jiyun also got out of the car at this time. Seeing that Gu Xinyao and the person in the Mercedes-Benz were quarreling, she quickly pulled Gu Xinyao's hand and said, "Xinyao, don't quarrel. You're the one who drove the car, right? Do you know how to drive?" When a non-mainstream person saw that the culprit came down, she naturally wouldn't let it go. The door of the Mercedes-Benz was also opened at this time. A boy ran down quickly and angrily dragged the non-mainstream person to the side. He yelled, "When is it your turn to talk? Hey, Wu Zhongjie." Lin Jiyun looked at the person with some surprise. "Sister Lin, I'm sorry. My girlfriend is not sensible. Don't mind her." After Wu Zhongjie finished, he turned to the non-mainstream person and said, "Xiao Yin, apologize to Sister Lin." "Sister Lin, I'm sorry." The non-mainstream person called Xiao Yin was reprimanded. Although she didn't know who this Sister Lin was, she obviously knew Wu Zhongjie, so she quickly apologized. "Where is Brother Yang?" Wu Zhongjie didn't bother with his girlfriend and asked Lin Jiyun with some concern. Wu Zhongjie really missed Yang Ming for a while. Since the last exam, Yang Ming had never tutored him again. He's behind. When Lin Jiyun saw that the car was Wu Zhongjie's, she was suddenly relieved. Otherwise, if she really met someone she didn't know, she really didn't know what to do. She said with some embarrassment, "I'm sorry. It's my first time driving." "It's okay. This is nothing. If it's broken, I will ask my dad to buy another one." Wu Zhongjie didn't care. In the eyes of his father, as long as his academic performance was good, other things weren't a problem. Yang Ming also got off at this time. When he saw Wu Zhongjie coming down from the car in front, he was suddenly relieved. Otherwise, Lin Jiyun driving without a license wouldn't be so easy to handle. "Brother Yang." When Wu Zhongjie saw Yang Ming, he was suddenly happy and ran over. "Are you okay?" Although he was familiar with him, Yang Ming still had to express himself. "What can happen? It doesn't matter." Wu Zhongjie said, "Brother Yang, when will you come to my house again? I miss you so much." Yang Ming looked at the little non-mainstream Xiao Yin next to him with some suspicion. He felt a chill in his heart. Wu Zhongjie's words were a bit too ambiguous. Those who didn't know would think that he and I are. Chapter 789. Yang Ming's face was immediately full of black lines. He said helplessly, "Isn't it the same if Jiyan tutors you? I'm too busy recently. So, don't you know my phone number? You can come to me when you have nothing to do. I will teach you some interesting things." "Ah, great." Wu Zhongjie was overjoyed. This was exactly the result he wanted. In fact, he didn't need Yang Ming to teach him any homework. If it was homework, Lin Jiyun was the same. He could learn a lot of interesting things from Yang Ming. "What's the matter with you?" At this time, a traffic policeman saw that the road here was blocked, so he came over and asked, "We all know each other. We have nothing to do, so we bumped into each other for fun." Wu Zhongjie saw that Lin Jiyun was an unlicensed driver, so he quickly explained, "What? Bumped into each other for fun?" The traffic policeman was stunned and looked at the two cars in front of him. He thought, these rich kids, they have nothing to do but bump into Mercedes-Benz with a BMW. I don't know what they are thinking, but since they said so, he didn't want to care more. "Then you drive the car to the side. Don't block the road. We will treat it as a private matter." Wu Zhongjie was afraid that Lin Jiyun would be exposed, so he didn't dare to stay. After a few words with Yang Ming, he got in the car and left. This time, it was Gu Xinyao's turn to drive. Before Lin Jiyun completely learned how to drive, she didn't dare to drive casually. Yang Ming and his group came to the commercial street. After parking the car, the four people strolled on the street. Those children who wanted to come up to sell flowers saw by Hai's appearance and retreated. This guy wasn't a good person at first glance. Didn't anyone say that you look like a gang leader? Do you usually dress like this? Yang Ming looked at Bai Hai's appearance and smiled helplessly. Bai Hai smiled and said, "If I don't dress like this, I can't suppress those little punks who are looking for trouble in the community. Forget it. Do whatever you want. But in your position, it's not bad to look fierce." Yang Ming said. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the billiard hall opened by Su Peng. Yang Ming looked at the familiar sign and felt a little sad. Once, he had unknowingly spent his high school years here. Throughout his high school years, except for the second half of his senior year, Yang Ming spent the rest of his time in a muddle-headed manner. If he wasn't skipping class with Li Dagong to play billiards here, he would be sleeping in class or fighting with others. Let's go and have a look. This is opened by a good friend of mine. Yang Ming pointed to the billiard hall. However, Bai Hai secretly remembered it in his heart. He planned to greet the local tyrant some other day and take care of him. Lin Jiyun and Gu Xinyao whispered to each other. Wherever Yang Ming went, they would follow. "Old Su, I'm here." As soon as Yang Ming entered the door, he shouted inside. However, the situation in front of him made him stunned. He saw 4 or 5 young men smashing the billiard table wantonly, and Su Peng stood aside like a good man. He carefully advised these people, "Big brothers, calm down. My girlfriend is not sensible. Don't take it to heart. Fuck your mother." A man broke the billiard cue and smashed on the ground. "Not sensible? Didn't I just touch it twice? She actually slapped me. Fuck, today's matter isn't over. I'm sorry. I'll apologize to you on her behalf." Su Peng quickly said. "Old Su, what's going on?" Yang Ming frowned. When he saw the submissive Su Peng, he couldn't believe his eyes. "Is this my follower? In the past, I took him to sweep a lot of punks. Today's Su Peng was pitiful." "Yang, brother Yang." Su Peng looked up and saw Yang Ming. He said somewhat unnaturally, "Fuck your grandpa." Bai Hai picked up half of the billiard cue on the ground and smashed it at the leading man. With a bang, the man immediately held his head and squatted on the ground. Blood flowed out. Bai Hai was worried about not having a chance to show his loyalty. Just now, he heard Yang Ming say that the boss of this billiard hall was his friend. Now that he saw the boss being bullied, he immediately started to fight without saying anything. Bai Hai was a master of fighting. During this time, because he went to the security company, he received training from Li Chang's group. His skills were very good. With one hit, the man couldn't stand up anymore. "Making trouble here? You don't want to live anymore, right?" Bai Hai turned back and gave a stick to the man next to him, who was also shouting happily, but was now in a daze. The man's nose was also dented. His face was full of blood as he lay on the ground. When Su Peng saw Bai Hai's appearance, his eyes flashed with a long-lost light, but then it dimmed. He said to Yang Ming, "Brother Yang, tell him to stop. I can't afford to offend this group of people." "Su Peng, what's wrong with you?" Yang Ming looked at Su Peng in surprise. "I haven't seen you for more than half a year. Have you become so weak?" Yang Ming really couldn't connect the current Su Peng with the Su Peng in his previous impression. "Brother Su, what are you afraid of? In Songjiang, there is no one that Brother Yang can't afford to offend." Bai Hai heard Su Peng say so and quickly explained. "You shut up first." Yang Ming glared at Bai Hai. Bai Hai didn't know about the past. He thought that Su Peng was so weak, but Yang Ming suspected that something had happened to Su Peng. Who are you?" The remaining 2 men who didn't lie down saw that Bai Hai was so brave, so they didn't dare to be careless. They first probed his background. "I am from the Mingyang Company. My name is Bai Hai. If you have any opinions, you can come to me at any time." Bai Hai said indifferently. "Ah." The 2 men's faces changed after they heard it. They looked at each other and quickly helped the 2 people on the ground up. They ran away quickly. When they ran, they kept apologizing. Sorry. I didn't recognize you." "Su Peng, you come with me." Yang Ming pulled Su Peng out of the billiard hall. He pulled him into the BMW and asked, "Su Peng, what happened to you? Those people were making trouble. Why didn't you care?" Su Peng was silent. He lowered his head, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Su Peng, what happened to you here?" asked Yang Ming. "Brother Yang, we're not young anymore. We can't be as impulsive as before. These little punks, I hit them. If they come back and trouble me, then I can't do business. Su Peng sighed and said, Then you just let them make trouble? I haven't seen you for more than half a year. Why are you completely different? Yang Ming was surprised. Before you, no one dared to provoke you, right? Now, it's not the era of our time. The little punks that I knew are not here now. These little punks now don't give me face at all, Su Peng said sadly. What's more, these people can't be offended at all. What's going on in your family? Yang Ming frowned. Su Peng, do you still treat me as your boss? Can't you say something? Su Peng hesitated for a long time and finally told the truth of the matter. Last year, Su Peng's family introduced a girlfriend to him. The two got along well. They planned to register their marriage in 2 years when they reached the age. The girlfriend's family offended a local punk. After Su Peng learned about it, he went back and beat up the punk on impulse. The punk also promised at the time that he would not trouble his girlfriend's family. But who would have thought that when Su Peng came back, the punk took people to smash the grocery store opened by his girlfriend's family in the middle of the night and then burn it down. The family suddenly lost their livelihood, and their life became difficult. Su Peng also felt guilty because of his own fault. He was responsible for the livelihood of his girlfriend's parents and his girlfriend's younger brother. Since then, Su Peng had become careful. He was afraid that if he was careless, his business would be over and the family's life would immediately be in trouble. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh after listening. Life can change a person so thoroughly. Then, are you going to live like this for the rest of your life? Are you going to live so carefully? Yang Ming looked at Su Peng and asked, Otherwise, what else can I do? Su Peng showed a helpless look. It was the kind of bitter smile that showed after experiencing the vicissitudes of life. Have you ever thought about continuing to follow me? Yang Ming looked at Su Peng and suddenly asked. Su Peng was stunned and said, Brother Yang, aren't you in college now? I am in college, but did you see just now? The reaction of those little punks after hearing about the Mingyang Company. Yang Ming said, What do you think is going on? That company is more powerful. Su Peng's eyes were hot, and then he recovered his calmness and said faintly, Yeah, but if you continue to mingle like this, it is estimated that even food and clothing will be a problem in the future. You will be bullied if you are weak. Yang Ming didn't say much and patted Su Peng's shoulder. Do you have my phone number? You think about it again. Call me when you've figured it out. Su Peng didn't speak, but he fell into contemplation. After a while, he said, Brother Yang, what are you doing now? It doesn't matter what I do. But you see, the attitude of the person who even the little punks are afraid of towards me. You should be able to understand that my current situation isn't worse than before. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, I understand. Let me think about it. Su Peng nodded. Yang Ming didn't say anything. He got out of the car with Su Peng, called by Hai, and left the billiard hall together. Yang Ming called Li Dagong and asked about Su Peng. Gang, have you been to Su Peng's place recently? I have been there. What's wrong? Li Dagong was a little surprised that Yang Ming suddenly called to ask this. Then didn't you notice that Su Peng is not the same as before? Asked Yang Ming. Not the same. Li Dagong paused and said, After listening to you, it seems that he is indeed a little different. His personality seems to have become more amiable, but he is also a person who has a girlfriend. It is good to restrain his previous temper. Yang Ming listened to Li Dagong and knew that he didn't know much. He simply exchanged a few words and hung up the phone. Chapter 790. Don't be so barbaric in front of Brother Yang. It makes people look down on you. Gu Xinyao whispered to Bai Hai, Hey, did you forget that Brother Yang was in the bar at that time? He kicked Wu Xinkai away with just one kick. That's really fierce. Bai Hai said, That's right. You were so brave just now. Can Brother Yang talk to Brother Bao and promote you again? Gu Xinyao's heart moved and asked, Okay, don't push your luck. Bai Hai glared at Gu Xinyao and said, Don't get involved in this matter. I am now doing much better than others. Look at the people in the bar. Who can do better than me now? That's true. This shows that I have a good eye. Gu Xinyao was infatuated with herself. Fuck off. You have a good eye? You introduced Brother Yang's girlfriend to Wu Xinkai. Fortunately, Brother Yang is magnanimous and forgives me. Otherwise, we can't stay in Songjiang anymore. Bai Hai splashed a basin of cold water. That's also a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, Brother Yang wouldn't know you. Gu Xinyao snorted. Okay, don't talk so much nonsense. Don't break off your relationship with Lin Jiyun. Then, both of us will be rich in the future. Bai Hai reminded. You can rest assured. I'm not a fool. Gu Xinyao said proudly. Speaking of it, you still have to rely on me. Under the proposal of Yang Ming, the four of them came to the amusement park. Bai Hai went to buy tickets. He bought the kind of pass that had 20 small vouchers on it. He could choose 20 kinds of rides in the amusement park. Of course, you could also play a ride 20 times. Yang Ming naturally had no interest in these seemingly childish rides, but Lin Jiyun and Gu Xinyao's interest was very high. He didn't know if Gu Xinyao was really interested, or she was just pleasing Lin Jiyun. However, Lin Jiyun really needed such a person to accompany her. Most of the more exciting rides were played by Gu Xinyao with Lin Jiyun, but when it came to the more leisurely and romantic rides like the Ferris wheel, Lin Jiyun didn't want to do it with Gu Xinyao. Looking at Lin Jiyun looking at him, Yang Ming immediately understood what she was thinking, so he smiled and said, let's play together. Okay. Lin Jiyun naturally agreed happily. However, there were more tourists today. A Ferris wheel room was arranged with 4 people. As a result, the romantic atmosphere was much less. Bai Hai was a person with a flexible mind. When he saw this situation, he quickly walked over and said to the staff who arranged the rooms, the 2 of them will sit in a room alone. This can't be done. There are so many people today. I can't even arrange everything. The staff saw that Bai Hai looked fierce. He didn't look like a good person at first glance. He didn't dare to offend him too much, so he had to explain carefully. Can I give you 2 more coupons? Just take it that I'm going up too. Bai Hai couldn't help but give the staff 2 coupons. The staff hesitated and wanted to object. After all, this seemed reasonable, but it was against the rules. However, when he saw Bai Hai's expression, he swallowed the words that were at the tip of his mouth and changed his mind. Okay, Bai Hai nodded with satisfaction. He thought, you're sensible. Otherwise, Bai Hai can't do anything. I can't beat up this staff in public, right? Yang Ming would definitely not be willing to see it. At that time, I could only get on the Ferris wheel first, then jump down. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were arranged in a room alone, which attracted a lot of dissatisfaction from the people next to them. The staff gritted his teeth and said, they spent double the entertainment coupons. If you want, you could do it too. Sure enough, when this was said, most people closed their mouths. If they wanted to play all the projects in this amusement park, the 20 coupons on a ticket were far from enough. Therefore, no one would lose the opportunity to play other projects just because they were romantic for a while. However, there were still a few rich people who spent double the money, but that was only a few. It had no impact on the overall situation. The Ferris wheel gradually started to move. Yang Ming held Lin Jiyun's small hand and let her lean on him quietly. It's rare that only the 2 of us are left. This is Valentine's Day, but in the end, we are still with others. Yang Ming complained. Don't say that. Xinyao is a good person. Lin Jiyun quickly explained. Why don't we play the next projects? She's a good person? Have you forgotten how she treated you before? Yang Ming chuckled. She is now pleasing you. Isn't it just for me to see? This kind of person, you can play with her, but don't be too open to her. Don't tell her about our family matters. I got it. When Lin Jiyun heard Yang Ming say the word, our family, she suddenly blushed and nodded happily. Yang Ming's Ferris wheel room gradually rose, and the bright night of Songjiang City came into view. This scene of thousands of lights is really warm. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, it looks so carefree. Lin Jiyun couldn't help but be fascinated. Yang Ming, after we graduate in the future, we will be like the people in this city. Every day, go to work, go home at night, turn on the lights, watch TV, and talk for a while. That feeling is really good. Of course. Yang Ming nodded. It's just that we may be busier. That's right. You have to open a bigger company in the future. We will be busy. Lin Jiyun smiled. In the future, the company will be handed over to others to manage. We will go out and play every day. Yang Ming had no ambition at all. Now he just wanted to play in the world. You're not serious. Sister Yin won't agree. Lin Jiyun laughed and scolded. Yinair? Yang Ming suddenly said. And Lin Jiyun was a bit puzzled. Why did Yang Ming call her? Why don't we kiss? Yang Ming said seriously. You're so annoying. Are you sick? Lin Jiyun was embarrassed. She thought, just kiss. Why did you say it out loud? Therefore, the following scenes were not suitable for children. In the next project, Guxin Yao accompanied Lin Jiyun to play. Because of those screaming games, such as the crazy teacher and the pirate ship, Yang Ming didn't feel like screaming at all. The training in Europe was much more dangerous than this. Out of the amusement park, Guxin Yao and Bai Hai were also sensible. Bai Hai used Valentine's Day as an excuse. There were more people traveling. The young people in the community would probably come back in the middle of the night. Therefore, the security of the community was very important. As the security manager, Bai Hai must go back and take charge. Although Yang Ming knew that he was talking nonsense, he still nodded and said, that's fine. Work is the most important. Then you could go back first. Lin Jiyun naturally didn't know. After Bai Hai left, she sighed, Yang Ming, Bai Hai is really dedicated. Yeah, it's not easy to get to the position of manager. Naturally, I have to cherish it. Yang Ming nodded seriously. Yang Ming, I want to go somewhere. Can you accompany me? Lin Jiyun suddenly looked up and asked Yang Ming, what place? You tell me. As long as we can go, we will go. Don't go to the moon or Mars. I don't have money to buy a rocket. Yang Ming said, what? You are really? Lin Jiyun was dumbfounded. Why did you bring it to outer space? The place I'm talking about is on Earth. Let's go. Yang Ming opened the door and let Lin Jiyun get in first. Then, he said, you lead the way. The place Lin Jiyun pointed to was rugged. If it weren't for Lin Jiyun's guidance, Yang Ming wouldn't even know that there was such a place in Songjiang. Fortunately, Yang Ming was driving an off-road vehicle. Many of the dirt roads could be easily passed. Where's this place? It seems that we are almost in the countryside, right? Yang Ming looked at the empty space on both sides of the road and asked, and this is the countryside. The city hasn't been planned here yet. However, I lived here when I was a child. Lin Jiyun said, oh, Yang Ming was stunned. Didn't your family always live in Shantytown? Yang Ming seemed to remember that Feng Tian said that Lin Jiyun's family had always lived here. This is my grandmother's house. Before I was 4 years old, I lived with my grandmother. Lin Jiyun said with some sadness, after my grandmother passed away, I came back to live with my mom and dad. Don't be sad. People will always die. As long as you are happy now, your grandmother's spirit in heaven should be very gratified. Yang Ming advised, yeah, I just want to take you to my grandmother's house. Lin Jiyun nodded. When I was young, my grandmother often told me that when I grew up and got married, I should bring my husband to visit my grandmother's house. At that time, I was very silly. I would say that I won't get married. I will always accompany my grandmother in the future, and my grandmother would touch my head and say that I am a silly child. It is normal for girls to get married. She also said that I should give birth to a great-grandson for my grandmother. Okay, when we are free in the future, we will come back often, but is the old house still there? Yang Ming was a little surprised. The old lady had been gone for so long. Was the old house still not sold? It has always been there. The land price in this area is very cheap. The government has no intention to develop here, so the old house can't be sold at a good price. So my father and uncle discussed it and left the old house empty. We will come and clean it when we are free. Lin Jiyun explained. Then we will complete this task in the future. Yang Ming said with a smile, you want me to go with you to see your grandmother so that you can fulfill her wish, right? No, I haven't married yet. Lin Jiyun meant this, but how could she admit it? Do you think that you can still choose others if you follow me? Yang Ming said shamelessly, I am a narrow-minded person. I have to keep my own woman by my side for a lifetime. Chapter 791. Although Lin Jiyun was quite critical of Yang Ming's impure purpose of approaching her, she still felt warm when she heard his overbearing words. Lin Jiyun didn't care about her status with Yang Ming, and she didn't ask for anything else. She only asked Yang Ming to always be with her. This was a woman's little happiness. It's over there. Lin Jiyun excitedly pointed to a small village not far away. Yang Ming looked in the direction that Lin Jiyun pointed. Sure enough, there was a village not far away. This was a small village near Songjiang. Usually, Yang Ming couldn't come in contact with this place, and he had never been here before. Go in from this intersection? Yang Ming pointed to the fork in front and asked. And it's there. Lin Jiyun nodded. Her eyes couldn't hide the excitement. The last time she came here was when she was in the first year of high school. Later, she was busy with her studies. Only a lot of things happened at home. Lin Jiyun hadn't come here for more than 3 years. Yang Ming slowed down the car and was preparing to drive the car into the fork on the side. Suddenly, more than 10 people with bright electric batons rushed out in front of the car and blocked the front of the car. Yang Ming quickly stopped the car. At this time, the leading man ran over and pulled the door of Yang Ming's driver's seat. However, before the car reached a certain speed, all the doors were automatically locked. The man naturally couldn't pull it open. Open the door. Get out of the car. The man couldn't pull the door open, so he slammed the window vigorously and shouted. The man's voice was very loud. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun heard it clearly. What's going on? Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun puzzledly. He thought, could it be that we encounter a robbery? I don't know. Lin Jiyun was also very surprised, but she said, why don't you open the window, and I will ask them. It's better for me to ask. Yang Ming shook his head and pressed down the window on his side. As soon as the window was lowered, the man reached in and grabbed Yang Ming's collar. Yang Ming was disgusted. He quickly closed the window again and clamped the man's hand. The man screamed and quickly retracted his hand. Yang Ming lowered the window again. The man immediately didn't dare to be rash, but he stared at Yang Ming fiercely. Yang Ming was a little unhappy. What did I do to offend you? What do you want? Yang Ming frowned and asked the people outside. Leave behind all your valuables. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today, the man threatened. Ha! Yang Ming laughed instead of being angry. Are you threatening me? Do you believe me if I say I can run you over with my car right now? If you dare, then you have to go to jail. The man glared at him and said, don't pretend. I know you rich guys the best. You're all very timid. You bully the weak and fear the strong. Quickly leave the money, and I won't make it difficult for you. Are you kidding me? You guys are a group of people. You're robbing people with iron wheels and shovels. You have threatened our lives and the safety of our property. Even if I kill you, it will be a waste. Yang Ming smiled and said, forget it. I'm in a good mood today. I won't trouble you. You guys go. Don't wait for me to get out of the car. You all will have to crawl back. You have a big tone? The man obviously didn't believe Yang Ming's words. He thought that he was bragging. I tell you, our patience is limited. You only have one way to go now, which is to cooperate obediently. Don't say those useless things. Otherwise, we will kill you and no one will know. Yang Ming was really too lazy to waste time with these people. He slowly drove the car forward. He wanted to force these people to retreat. If he couldn't force it, these people wouldn't really wait to be killed. Wait a minute. Lin Jiyun quickly stopped Yang Ming. I seem to know this person. What? Yang Ming stepped on the brake and stopped the car. Are you Brother Xiaozhong from Grandma Zhang's family? Lin Jiyun asked hesitantly. And who are you? The man was stunned. He didn't pay attention to Yang Ming's co-driver. He just saw that it was a woman, so he didn't care much. He didn't expect this person to know him. I am Lin Jiyun. Don't you know me? When I came back 2 years ago, I went to Grandma Zhang's house to eat. Lin Jiyun said, ah, it turned out to be you. Zhang Xiaozhong also felt that Lin Jiyun was familiar at this time. When he heard her, he immediately remembered. You are the little granddaughter of old Lin's family. Yeah, it's me. Lin Jiyun opened the door and got off the car. Yang Ming was not assured, so he also got off the car. When Zhang Xiaozhong saw Lin Jiyun clearly, he waved to the group of men in front of the car. Everyone, get out of the way. I am from the same village. I know her. Oh. After listening to Zhang Xiaozhong's words, these people dispersed. Brother Xiaozhong, why are you robbing people? Do you know that this is against the law? If Grandma Zhang knew, would she agree? Lin Jian asked. Hey, robbery? What is robbery? Zhang Xiaozhong sneered indifferently. We are robbing people. What are those big bosses? They have worked for more than a year, and they are not paid a penny. What is the difference between this and robbery? Yang Ming sighed and shook his head secretly. This Zhang Xiaozhong's idea is a bit reasonable, but there is an essential difference between these two things. Others can only be called delinquent of wages, but this is obviously a vicious criminal case. Then you can't rob people. Lin Jiyun couldn't understand Zhang Xiaozhong's approach. How can I live if I don't rob people? Everyone has worked for the big boss for a year. It's Chinese New Year, but the big boss doesn't give us money. We haven't had a good Chinese New Year. Our wives and children at home are still waiting to live. Zhang Xiaozhong said bitterly, Your grandma Zhang is old. She needs money to see a doctor. You tell me, if I don't rob people, what should I do? Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun turned her head and looked at Yang Ming. She wanted to say something, but she stopped. Yang Ming knew that Lin Jiyun wanted to ask if he could help these people, but it wasn't easy to ask. Although this matter didn't have much to do with him, Yang Ming had been cultivating Lin Jiyun's habit of coming to him first when something happened. Therefore, Yang Ming naturally couldn't disappoint Lin Jiyun's heart. So he said, Let's get in the car together, and then we can talk about it slowly. Seeing Zhang Xiaozhong's strange expression, Yang Ming smiled and said, I'm Jiyun's boyfriend. You tell me the details of the matter. I'll see if I can help. Zhang Xiaozhong was very surprised. He naturally didn't believe that Yang Ming, a person he didn't know, could help him solve the problem. In his opinion, most rich people were heartless, not to mention the big boss that they were working for. In the village, there was a girl who married a rich boss in the city. At that time, her brother wanted to ask her help and see if she could speak for the boss that they were working for. As a result, the girl's husband flatly refused at the time. In fact, Zhang Xiaozhong thought too simply. For this kind of thing, who could speak for him? Even if they could speak, they wouldn't do it. How big of a favor was this? If the big boss really agreed to give money, the money given would be more than tens of thousands. It would be hundreds of thousands or millions. Seeing that she didn't need to speak, Yang Ming understood her meaning. Lin Jiyun was very happy. This feeling of tacit understanding was really wonderful. Yang Ming readily agreed to help. Lin Jiyun felt that Yang Ming was pampering her. Brother Xiaozhong, Yang Ming said that he can help, then there must be a way. Get in the car. Lin Jiyun waved to Zhang Xiaozhong. Although Zhang Xiaozhong didn't believe it, it was always good to have hope, so he quickly got into the back seat of the car. It was his first time sitting in such a high-end car, so he looked around curiously. Yang Ming started the car and asked, What the hell is going on? Tell me about it. Zhang Xiaozhong didn't expect Yang Ming to be more anxious than him. He was a little scared. He knew that Yang Ming's car was a BMW, so he also realized that Yang Ming was a rich person. Otherwise, he wouldn't rob him. But in his impression, those rich people were very arrogant when they talked, and they wouldn't take the initiative to take on these troublesome matters. Seeing that Zhang Xiaozhong was stunned, Lin Jiyun was a little anxious. Brother Xiaozhong, you say it. Lin Jiyun was afraid that Yang Ming would be impatient and change his mind. Then I will say it. In fact, the matter is very simple. Some young people from the same village and some neighboring villages went to work at the construction site. Originally, we were promised a salary of 20,000 yuan a year, but when we went home for the Chinese New Year, each person was only given 2,000 yuan. The remaining 18,000 yuan was never mentioned. We wanted it, but they didn't give it to us. They even found someone to drive us out and threatened us. If we dared to make trouble again, they would kill us. Zhang Xiaozhong briefly described his experience. You say, isn't this also considered robbery? He robbed so much money from us and nothing happened. We robbed 3,000 or 2,000 yuan. What's the problem? This is not the same. The nature is far different. Yang Ming shook his head and said, "Before it causes any bad consequences, don't do this kind of thing in the future. As for your livelihood, I will think of a way. Can you talk to the boss? Give us a salary?" Zhang Xiaozhong listened to Yang Ming's words and immediately became excited. "I can't say if I can talk to you. I don't even know who your boss is, but I can solve your work problems this year," Yang Ming said. Zhang Xiaozhong couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. It was good to solve the work problem, but the key question was how to survive the current days. Now, almost every family had no surplus food. They were borrowing money from their relatives, but their relatives weren't rich. It was okay to borrow once, but how could they survive if they borrowed more? "What's wrong? You don't want to?" Yang Ming looked at Zhang Xiaozhong strangely. No. Zhang Xiaozhong shook his head quickly. "It's just that we are now in debt. I'm afraid we can't find a new job. This is simple. I will introduce you to a formal security company. After signing the contract, you can get the first 2 months' salary in advance. Do you think this can solve the problem?" The security company was Yang Ming's own, so Yang Ming had the final say. Yang Ming considered that the current security company's business was getting bigger and bigger, and the need for more and more employees would be increasing. These people could take up some ordinary security posts after some simple training. How much can I get a month as a security guard? This was the question that Zhang Xiaozhong was concerned about. About 2,000 yuan. Yang Ming didn't know the specifics. He could only give a general idea. He remembered that Bao Sanli had said that he didn't know if there was a raise now. "Really?" Zhang Xiaozhong was delighted. "That's great, but you didn't lie to me, right?" Zhang Xiaozhong calculated. "I can actually get more than 2,000 yuan as a security guard. This job is too good, right? If I work hard, I can't even earn 2,000 yuan a month. Moreover, the most important thing is that I can get the first 2 months' salary in advance, so I don't have to worry about being cheated again. But can this person's words be trusted? As a matter of fact, if I'm alone, it's okay to arrange a job, but for a large group of people, isn't it a bit unrealistic to arrange a job? Brother Xiaozhong, you can rest assured. Yang Ming has never lied." Lin Jiyun saw that her lover was doubted and quickly explained. "The security company I mentioned is hiring. I can only speak up and give you a chance to get a job." Yang Ming said, "However, if you are fired because of your laziness, then I can't care about it." "That can't be," Zhang Xiaozhong quickly said. "Our rural children are the best at enduring hardships, not to mention that being a security guard is much easier than working hard in the company." The car entered the village. Yang Ming asked Zhang Xiaozhong to tell others what he just said. If they were willing, they would report to the Ming Yang Security Company tomorrow. If they weren't willing, it didn't matter. Zhang Xiaozhong's family lived next door to Lin Jiyun's grandmother's house. After Zhang Xiaozhong went back, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun also entered the small courtyard. The furnishings in the small courtyard were very neat. Lin Jiyun skillfully opened a small transformer box and pushed the switch. Suddenly, the small night light on the door of the courtyard lit up. "Oh, fortunately, there is still electricity. It must be second uncle's family who often comes over to take care of it," Lin Jiyun said. "Oh, your second uncle?" Yang Ming really didn't know that Lin Jiyun had a second uncle. My second uncle's family is in the village next door. They rely on farming for a living. They aren't rich, so when my family had an accident, it wasn't easy to borrow money. Their family's living expenses are 10 or 20,000 yuan a year," Lin Jiyun explained. Yang Ming nodded. What Lin Jiyun said was true. Now, relying on farming near the city didn't make much money. Now, the ones who made money were those specialized greenhouses or farms. "Come on." Lin Jiyun opened the door with the key and said to Yang Ming, "I'm going to light the stove. Let me help you." Although Yang Ming didn't live in the countryside, he had seen similar situations on TV. So he said, "Should I move some of these honeycomb briquettes into the house?" Be careful. Don't dirty your clothes." Lin Jiyun nodded and said, "It's okay." Yang Ming took 2 pieces of honeycomb briquettes and went into the house with Lin Jiyun. Putting the honeycomb briquettes into the stove, Lin Jiyun found a few old newspapers and lit the fire. The honeycomb briquettes were lit, and there was heat in the house suddenly. "Who?" Lin Jiyun breathed a sigh of relief and then said happily, "Okay, I will take you to my childhood room." On the right side of the door, there was a small house. Lin Jiyun pushed open the door of the house. It was a very small room, but it was still tidy. There was a small bed with no bedding on it. Not far from the small bed, there was a small table with an old radio on it. In the past, there were a lot of toys that my grandmother sewed for me, but later they were gone. Lin Jiyun said with some regret, "How is it? Is it okay? The small space is good. I didn't expect that you spend your childhood here." Yang Ming said, "Take me to see your grandmother. She will be your grandmother in the future." Lin Jiyun corrected him. Yeah. Yang Ming nodded. "Then let's go and see my grandmother together. And you come with me." Lin Jiyun took Yang Ming out of the small house and walked to the innermost room. She pushed open the door and said, "This is my grandmother's previous room." Yang Ming followed Lin Jiyun into the room. He saw an old woman's portrait and her ranking on the coffee table at a glance. Yang Ming took a deep breath and stood respectfully in front of the coffee table. He bowed 3 times in a row and then said, "Grandmother, I am Jiyun's boyfriend, Yang Ming. Jiyun brought me to see you." Lin Jiyun saw Yang Ming's meticulous and serious expression. She was very pleased. She lit the incense next to her and bowed 3 times. She said something silently in her heart. "I can see that your second uncle is also a filial son. This place is clean. Obviously, it is the result of frequent cleaning." Yang Ming touched the coffee table and then said with admiration, "And my second uncle's house is closer to here. I will take care of it more." Lin Jiyun nodded. "My second uncle is very good. I will take you to his house to play when there is a chance." "Okay." Yang Ming nodded. As the two were talking, they heard a loud noise outside the house. The lights in Grandmother Zhang's house were all lit up. "What happened?" Lin Jiyun asked, puzzled. "I don't know. Let's go out and see." Yang Ming had actually seen it, but he couldn't say it. Otherwise, if Lin Jiyun asked him how he knew, he wouldn't be able to explain. "Xiaozhong, it's not good. Your brother and a few people from the neighboring village went to the boss to ask for wages. They were beaten and sent to the hospital," a woman said to Zhang Xiaozhong with sweat. "Ani Wang, lower your voice. Don't wake up my grandmother. What happened? Why was Xiaoyi beaten?" Zhang Xiaozhong asked in a hurry. "It's because he thought that it wasn't good for you to rob a car. So he acted on his own initiative and went to the boss with a few kids from the neighboring village to ask for money. As a result, the boss asked his men to beat them up. Their injuries weren't light." Ani Wang said, "I will fight with him. At most, I will exchange a life for a life." Zhang Xiaozhong was so angry that he trembled. His face was pale, and he wanted to find the guy. However, he was stopped by a few villagers next to him. "Xiaozhong, calm down. How are you going to fight with people? They are all underworld. You're just going to die if you go. That's right. It's better to go to the hospital quickly." Ani Wang also said. Zhang Xiaozhong gradually calmed down at this moment. He also knew that it was useless for him to go. He couldn't be the boss's opponent. He sighed helplessly and asked, "Where's my brother?" "In the town hospital. I will take you there," Ani Wang said. Okay, I will stop a car," Zhang Xiaozhong said quickly. "Brother Xiaozhong, take our car," Lin Jiyun said under Yang Ming's instruction. I really thank you so much." Zhang Xiaozhong was surprised and happy. He also thought that Lin Jiyun had a car here, but it wasn't good to trouble others. At this time, Lin Jiyun took the initiative to say it. He was naturally grateful. Ani Wang looked at Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming strangely. The people in the nearby villages basically knew each other. Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming, these two strangers, obviously hadn't seen each other before. "My neighbor, old Lin's granddaughter, just came back today," Zhang Xiaozhong explained. "Ah, I remember. Is it Lin Jiyun?" Ani Wang's memory was good. "That's right. Your uncle's child also went and was injured." "Ah, my brother was also injured?" Lin Jiyun was shocked and looked at Ani Wang. "How did my brother participate?" "We are all working together," Zhang Xiaozhong said helplessly. "It's just that my brother and your brother worked for half a year. It's already a lot to get 2,000 yuan. I didn't think that they could also cause trouble. Isn't it because of you? Otherwise, why would your brother go? Ani Wang complained. Okay, don't talk about it. Let's go to the hospital. Seeing Yang Ming's car, Ani Wang was a little surprised. Why is Lin Jiyun's boyfriend so rich? Then why are they still causing trouble? However, because they weren't familiar with each other, it was inappropriate to ask more. According to Ani Wang's guidance, they came to a small hospital. The four people hurriedly got off the car and ran to the emergency room. Several people's injuries weren't very serious. After they were bandaged, they were getting a tetanus injection in the ward. Xiao Yi, how are you? Lin Jiyun saw her brother as soon as she entered the ward. His arm was wrapped in a large circle of gauze. When Lin Yi heard Lin Jiyun's voice, he was stunned. He looked up and was even more surprised. Sister, why are you here? What's wrong with you? Don't you know how to ask second uncle not to worry? Are you okay? Lin Jiyun looked at Lin Yi's current appearance and was relieved. I'm fine. Lin Yi lowered his head. Sister, can you not tell my dad? He will definitely be angry if he knows. If I don't tell second uncle can't see it? Lin Jiyun shook her head and said helplessly. Seeing the usually docile Lin Jiyun suddenly put on the big sister's attitude, Yang Ming was very interested and looked at her with interest. On the other side, Zhang Xiaozhong also had a serious face and stared at Zhang Xiaoyi. How can you go to the boss? Don't you know how much you are worth? His men are all thugs. Aren't you going to die? Chapter 792. Although Zhang Xiaoyi lowered his head, his face was full of dissatisfaction. He whispered, he owes us the wages. What's wrong with me asking for it? Instead, it's you who went to rob. That's against the law. If you are caught, you will go to jail. You still dare to talk about it? Zhang Xiaozhong said angrily. You don't have to worry about this. You will stay at home for me in the future. Well, Jiyun, don't talk about him. When I was his age, I was more impulsive than him. Yang Ming waved his hand and persuaded. Lin Jiyun rolled her eyes. She thought, you don't seem to be very stable now. Aren't you still impulsive? It's just that you are better than Lin Yi. Only you can bully others. Sister, who is he? Lin Yi really didn't appreciate it. He looked at Yang Ming with some vigilance. Little E, he is my boyfriend, Yang Ming. This time, he's going back to my grandmother's house with me. Lin Jiyun quickly introduced. You're not my brother-in-law. You have no right to talk about me. Obviously, Lin Yi was very conflicted with Yang Ming's words. He was 3 years younger than Lin Jiyun, and Yang Ming probably looked the same age as his sister. Lin Yi felt uncomfortable when Yang Ming used those old-fashioned words to talk about him. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this little guy to be hostile to him. Lin Jiyun was also very embarrassed. She touched Lin Yi's head and said, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, your sister will be angry. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. But you don't know what's going on. Don't interrupt. Lin Yi snorted and said to Yang Ming, I don't know what's going on, but I know that it's very irrational for you to fight with your life on your own. Yang Ming was too lazy to argue with a child, so he wasn't angry. So what? If others owe you wages, I don't believe that you won't do it. Lin Yi retorted. Yes, if others owe me money, of course, I will get it back. Yang Ming smiled and said, however, sometimes you have to measure your own strength first. When your strength is not enough, suffering a loss is equivalent to taking advantage. Yang Ming also used his own experience to warn his younger brother, Lin Jiyun. When he was dealing with Wang Jitao, how long did he have to endure before making a move? If it were someone else, Yang Ming wouldn't have bothered to say so much to them. Hey, I can't, but can you? Lin Yi asked. Isn't it just a salary? Yang Ming smiled and said, is your injury okay? If you don't have anything to do, come with me to ask for money for you. Can you get the money back? Lin Yi didn't believe it and looked at Yang Ming inexplicably. Probably. Yang Ming nodded and said, do you want to try? Then let's try. I want to see how you get the money back. Lin Yi said, if you get the money back, I will admit that you are my brother-in-law. Yang Ming listened to Lin Yi's words and was a little dumbfounded. He thought, do I need you to admit it? However, for this stubborn child in front of him, Yang Ming was also helpless. No matter what, for Lin Jiyun, he must help. Let's go. Yang Ming stood up from the rest chair next to him and said, Jiyun, look after him. Don't let him move. Okay. Lin Jiyun knew that Yang Ming didn't make a move, but once he made a move, it would be a big move. Fortunately, Lin Jiyun was also used to it. She knew that Yang Ming was absolutely strong, so she didn't worry that Yang Ming would suffer. Do you want to go together? Yang Ming turned to Zhang Xiaozhong and Zhang Xiaoyi and said, the back of the car can be squeezed. It's no problem to sit 3 people. Aunt Wang, you have to go back by yourself. I don't care. If you can help these guys get their wages back, then you will be the great benefactor of this village, said Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, this is 100 yuan. There is no bus at night. You can take a taxi back. Lin Jian took out 100 yuan and gave it to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang naturally didn't want it. She pushed it a few times, but Linny said, Aunt Wang, my sister gave it to you. Just take it. We are not outsiders. Aunt Wang kept it. Yang Ming walked in front, took out his mobile phone, and dialed Bao Sanli's number. Brother Yang, what's the matter? Bao Sanli quickly picked up the phone. I didn't disturb your Valentine's Day, right? Yang Ming joked. Huh, why would I celebrate Valentine's Day? Bao Sanli smiled and said, I'm not as romantic as Brother Yang. I'm in the company. Yang Ming just asked casually. He also knew that Bao Sanli didn't like to talk about love. Do you know the 202 Provincial Road? Oh, I know. What's wrong, Brother Yang? Asked Bao Sanli. Do you know the town next to the 202 Provincial Road? Yang Ming continued to ask. I know. It's Shintong Town. Bao Sanli replied. Brother Yang, what's the matter? You bring people to this area. I will inform you about the specific location. Yang Ming said. Okay, I will leave now. Bao Sanli didn't ask what he was going to do. However, he was clear about Brother Yang's strength. If Brother Yang still wanted to call people, it must be a big scene, so Bao Sanli quickly gathered the leaders under him for a short meeting. Then, more than 30 Jinlong buses and more than a dozen cars drove from Songjiang to the 202 Provincial Road and went to Shintong Town. Yang Ming didn't expect Bao Sanli to make such a big scene. When he saw it, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Yi and Zhang Xiaoyi's injuries were not very serious. They were all superficial wounds. The 2 people's bodies were relatively strong, so there was no big problem after bandaging. Under the guidance of Lin Yi, Yang Ming drove from the hospital to a nightclub. Although the scale was far worse than the nightclubs in Songjiang, it was still magnificent in this town. It's here. This is opened by Li Laohu. Lin Yi pointed to the nightclub. Li Laohu. Yang Ming felt a little funny when he heard the name. He is the boss of our contractor team. His nickname is Laohu. Everyone calls him Li Laohu. Lin Yi explained. Yang Ming nodded and said, okay. Then he dialed Bao Sanli's phone. Have you arrived? I'm here. Brother Yang, what's the order? Bao Sanli replied. Yang Ming told Bao Sanli the approximate location of the nightclub, and then said, go in and catch the boss named Li Laohu. Both Lin Yi and Zhang Xiaozhong looked at Yang Ming strangely. They didn't know who he called, but they didn't believe it. The entrance of the nightclub was full of security guards. How could they enter just like that? Not to mention catching the boss. However, the next scene made them stunned as if they were in a movie. More than a dozen black cars with emergency lights opened the road, followed by more than a dozen Golden Dragon buses. They were neatly parked in the square in front of the nightclub. Then hundreds of black-shirt macho men got off the cars. Many of them were holding long, unknown objects wrapped in cloth. Those who knew them would know that they were blunt weapons. The security guards at the entrance of the nightclub simply existed in name only. They were completely frightened by this situation. Before they could react, countless black-shirt men had already poured into the entrance. The nightclub immediately exploded, and the guests ran out. After a short noise, it was restored to calm. After a while, a few people walked out of the nightclub with a fat man and came to Bao Sanli in the square. Although Li Laohu was usually domineering, and he had dozens of people under him, compared with today's situation, his own power could be described as pitiful. Li Laohu was completely scared. He didn't know who he had offended. His legs were soft when he walked. He was dragged by others. When he came in front of Bao Sanli, these people let go. Li Laohu knelt on the ground with a putong sound. You are Li Laohu? Bao Sanli looked at Li Laohu's appearance and thought, you are such a good-for-nothing who provoked Brother Yang? I'm really puzzled. With Brother Yang's temper, why didn't he kill you directly? Brother Bao? Bao Sanli didn't know Li Laohu, but Li Laohu knew Bao Sanli. Xintong Town was part of Songjiang. How could Li Laohu not know the boss of Songjiang? Compared with Bao Sanli, Li Laohu was just a little punk. However, Li Laohu didn't care so much because he couldn't remember how he had offended the first ruthless man of Songjiang. Is it him? Yang Ming pointed to Li Laohu, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked Lin Yi. Yes, it's him. Lin Yi was shocked at the moment. The boss, who was usually arrogant and overbearing, was kneeling on the ground like a dog. How could he not be shocked? Let's go. Let's go down. Yang Ming said plainly, I will let you see what is absolute strength. Only when you have absolute strength, you are qualified to despise people who are weaker than you. Otherwise, you are looking for death. Yang Ming pushed open the door and got off. Lin Yi and the Zhang Xiaozhong brothers followed behind. Yang Ming took Lin Jiyun's hand and walked over leisurely. Brother Yang. Bao Sanli saw Yang Ming coming over and quickly greeted him. Are you stupid? Why aren't you kneeling to Brother Yang? Bao Sanli saw that Li Laohu was indifferent. He was so angry that he kicked Li Laohu's butt, making Li Laohu scream. Brother Yang. Li Laohu quickly shouted, but he wondered in his heart, why is there another Brother Yang? It seems that even Bao Sanli is very respectful to him. Do you know them? Yang Ming pointed to Lin Yi and the Zhang Xiaozhong brothers behind him and asked. Li Laohu didn't dare to delay. He quickly raised his head and looked behind Yang Ming. As a result, he immediately fell into doubt. Of course, he knew these three people. They just came to him to ask for wages. He sent someone to beat them up. However, how did these three people get together with Bao Sanli and Brother Yang? Li Laohu didn't believe that these three farmers had such great ability to know these powerful people. Otherwise, Bao Sanli just said a few words, and he didn't dare to owe these people wages. Chapter 793. Tell the people to withdraw first. It is not good to stand here. Yang Ming looked at the dense crowd and said to Bao Sanli, although it was a small town, it wouldn't be good for others to see such a big scene. Bao Sanli nodded and said, okay, I will let them get on the bus. Bao Sanli called a follower around him and then told him Yang Ming's intention. He immediately started to arrange it. After a while, the people in the square got on the bus. Although more than a dozen Golden Dragon buses were eye-catching, they were much worse than before. People who didn't know would think that they were tourist buses or passenger buses. Brother Yang, how did this bear bun offend you? Bao Sanli felt that this Li Laohu was not a person who could offend Yang Ming. How could such a person dare to be cocky in front of Brother Yang? He didn't offend me, but he killed my wife's brother. Yang Ming pointed to Lin Yi and said, you come here. If you have any anger now, you can vent it on him. Hey, you beat up Brother Yang's brother-in-law. I think you don't want to live anymore, right? I think your nightclub needs to change its appearance. Bao Sanli sneered after listening. What? Li Laohu suddenly took a deep breath. What did this Brother Yang do? Although he didn't know, Brother Bao was so respectful. Obviously, he was not an ordinary person. How did I offend such a person? Moreover, this worker named Lin, he was really strange. He had such a strong relationship, but he actually came to ask for money? He just passed a message to Brother Bao. Not to mention a year's salary. Even 10 years' salary would be given. Lin Yi looked at Li Laohu, who was kneeling on the ground, and hesitated. After all, the contrast was a bit too big. Li Laohu, who was still majestic and threatened to kill his family, was now worse than a dog. However, Lin Yi immediately returned to normal. With anger in his eyes, he raised his foot and kicked Li Laohu's head. The kick made Li Laohu's nose bleed. Didn't you want to kill my family? Let me see how you kill them. I'll kill you first. Lin Yi shouted excitedly. Wait. Yang Ming waved his hand and stopped Lin Yi. He frowned at Li Laohu and said, "You want to kill his whole family? That naturally includes me, right?" I just said it casually. Li Laohu's heart was full of regret. His words in a moment of anger actually caused trouble. Then, "Do I have to kill you to prevent future troubles?" Yang Ming pretended to be hesitant. Don't. I really just said it casually." Li Laohu was shocked. Of course, he knew what kind of person Bao Sanli was. If he really wanted to kill him, it wasn't impossible. "Forget it. I don't think you have the guts. How much money do you owe? Hurry up and pay it back. I don't have time to waste with a nobody like you. I still have to celebrate Valentine's Day." Yang Ming impatiently waved his hand. Although Yang Ming's tone was impatient, Li Laohu's heart was at ease. It seemed that he had escaped a disaster. He had to thank this foreigner for the holiday. Okay, no problem. How much money do you owe? I will definitely pay it back. I will definitely pay it back. Li Laohu quickly promised. Medical expenses and arrears of interest, you calculate these yourself. I don't care, but I will ask Lenny later. If there is anything wrong, I won't be so nice next time. Yang Ming slightly threatened. Yes, I understand. Brother Yang, you can rest assured. I was blinded by money before. I wanted to drag this money to the bank to earn more interest. I will pay the worker's salary tomorrow morning. Li Laohu explained. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't believe his nonsense, but he didn't expose it. He smiled and said, "Okay, then let's forget about this. You ask Lin Yi to continue to beat you. He has to calm down." "Okay." Li Laohu agreed with a bitter smile. There was no other way. He had to agree. Li Laohu covered his head and curled up on the ground like a punching bag. "Brother Yang, I won't beat him." Lin Yi's anger at the moment was almost gone. Seeing Li Laohu like this, he had no interest in beating him. It was interesting to beat this kind of guy who was at the mercy of others. Hee, didn't you say that you want to call me brother-in-law?" Yang Ming smiled. "Brother, husband." Lin Yi hesitated and said shyly, "Then let's go. I guess this guy won't dare to owe you money." Yang Ming glanced at Li Laohu and said with some disdain. Lin Yi nodded. Although he didn't know what his brother-in-law did, he understood that his brother-in-law's strength was amazing. The two Zhang Xiaozhong brothers were completely shocked. In their opinion, things that were more difficult than reaching the sky were solved so quickly. Li Laohu didn't even dare to say no from beginning to end. "You can go back," Yang Ming said to Bao Sanli. "If this Li Laohu pays the overdue wages and medical expenses, then don't trouble him. Otherwise, you can do whatever you want." "Understood, Brother Yang." Bao Sanli nodded and said, "Get in the car. I will send you back." Yang Ming said to Lin Yi and the Zhang Xiaozhong brothers. The three of them got in the car, silently. Apparently, they hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Until the Zhang Xiaozhong brothers got out of the car, the two of them were still in a daze. "Where is your home?" Yang Ming asked Lin Yi. "I don't want to go back. I'm injured. My parents will scold me if they see me," Lin Yi said with some embarrassment. "And if you don't go back, where are you going?" Lin Jiyun didn't listen to him. "No, you have to go back. It's so late. Are you staying in a hotel?" "I can stay at my grandmother's house for the night," said Lin Yi. "Go back. Just say that you were hit by a car on the road. I just happened to meet your sister and sent you to the hospital to bandage." Yang Ming looked at Lin Yi and smiled. "Anyway, the wound is inside. Others can't see it." "AI? This is a good idea," Lin Yi suddenly said happily. "Thank you, brother-in-law." "Yang Ming, how can you be like this? You have led my brother astray." Lin Jiyun frowned after listening. "Isn't this a stopgap measure? Why don't you tell your second uncle that he was killed? Isn't this worrying?" Yang Ming said, "What's more, it's fine now. It's better to have less trouble." "Well, you make sense." Lin Jiyun flattened her mouth and had to agree with Yang Ming's words. Under the guidance of Lin Yi, Yang Ming drove to another village nearby. After the car entered the village, they just came to the door of Lin Jiyun's second uncle. They saw a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman standing at the door, looking around anxiously. When they saw a car stop, they were a little nervous. These two people were Lin Yi's parents, Lin Jiyun's second uncle and second aunt. They had just heard from others that their son went to the boss to ask for money, and he was beaten up. Yang Ming parked the car. Lin, he didn't dare to get off. Lin Jian got off first. Second uncle, second aunt. Hey. Lin Yi's parents were stunned. They didn't see their son, but they saw their niece coming here. Jian, why are you here? My boyfriend and I went to my grandmother's house to see. As a result, we met little E on the road. Little E was hit by a passing car, and his arm was scratched. My boyfriend and I sent him to the hospital for bandaging. Lin Jian reluctantly lied according to Yang Ming's plan. Is everything okay? Although they heard that their son didn't go to fight, it was still worrying enough that he got into a car accident. Lin Yi's father asked quickly, Dad, I'm fine. Lin Yi listened to his sister's explanation and got off the car. Little E, are you okay? That's good. Fortunately, Jian passed by and saw you. Otherwise, no one would care about it. Lin Yi's father breathed a sigh of relief. Jian, where's your boyfriend? Come and sit with us. Lin Yi's mother also breathed a sigh of relief and said enthusiastically, Second uncle, second aunt, hello. Yang Ming got off the car and said, Good young man. Are you classmates with Jian? Asked Lin Yi's mother. Jian and I are college classmates. Yang Ming replied. Lin Yi's mother didn't feel anything after listening. She felt that it was normal, but Lin Yi was very surprised. Why is he a college student? Then the strength that he showed before. Come in and sit down. I will buy you some delicious food. Lin Yi's father said. Second uncle, second aunt, it's very late. We won't go in. We will go first. We will come to see you earlier next time. Lin Jian said. Dad, Mom, today is Valentine's Day. Don't delay my sister and brother-in-law's holiday. Lin Yi was afraid that Lin Jian would spill the beans if she stayed, so he wanted them to leave first. Oh, so that's the case. Look, I don't remember these 4 holidays. Lin Yi's father said, Then you should go. Are we going back to the old house of your grandmother's house? After getting in the car, Yang Ming asked, Let's not go. It's fine as long as the intention is there. Lin Jian said, Let's go back. There is nothing fun here. The car gradually drove back to Songjiang City. The bustling roadside was completely different from the previous depression. Although it was now more than 10 o'clock, there were still a lot of people on the street. There were flowers and trinkets everywhere. Where else do you want to go? I am risking my life to accompany a beauty today. Yang Ming asked with a smile. How am I a beauty? Lin Jian said with some shyness. Sister Yan is beautiful. Both of you have your own characteristics. There is no saying who is more beautiful than who. Yang Ming said. Right, Yang Ming, Lily? Lin Jian said until here, and she was a little hesitant. What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it. What else can't you say to me? Yang Ming looked at Lin Jian's appearance and said quickly, Little E is now at the age to go to school. Because of the economic conditions in the family, he didn't go to school. Now, my family is much better than before. It is not a problem to support him to go to school, but it doesn't matter. I don't know if I can arrange for him to go to university. Lin Jian said hesitantly. Chapter 794. Arrange to enter the university? There shouldn't be any problem with this, right? Yang Ming thought about it and said, With my godfather's current position in the university, it shouldn't be difficult to arrange for a student to come in. Lu Weishan was promoted to the vice principal at the beginning of the year. He wanted to take over the principal's position, but Lu Weishan had been indifferent to everything since his son disappeared. It was also because he recognized Yang Ming as his godson a while ago that he had some hope for life again. So this time, when the higher-ups talked to him, he accepted the proposal. After all, with Lu Weishan's current position in academia, if he became the principal, the school's reputation would rise to a level. Songjiang Industry University was a university focused on science and engineering, but Lu Weishan enjoyed a high reputation in the academic circles of history, fine arts, and other subjects. As a result, it would also drive the number of applicants for these subjects in the school. That's good. In fact, Lin Yi's academic performance in junior high school was very good. He was not worse than me, but he didn't go to high school later. Lin Jiyun said, "If it's too troublesome, then forget it. Don't make it difficult for your godfather. Wait for me to ask, but now the university can sponsor. We can spend money." Yang Ming smiled. "Are you still afraid that I don't have money?" "Okay." Lin Jiyun knew that Yang Ming was very rich. Although she didn't want to spend his money, this was the only way now. Besides, now that she thought about it, since she had gotten Yang Ming and Chun Mingyin's approval, they were family. There was no need to be so polite. Xiao Qing didn't expect to suddenly receive a call from Sun Jie, asking her to come out on Valentine's Day. Knowing that Sun Jie and Yang Ming had the same relationship as her, Xiao Qing was relieved. She knew that Sun Jie would not continue that relationship with her, so she boldly accepted the invitation. Although there was no suspicion between the two, it was inevitable that it would be awkward when they met. The two changed from the initial lesbian relationship to the same man's woman. Things were too coincidental. Both of them betrayed each other at the same time, but they unexpectedly walked together again and became sisters. This was indeed a bit of a headache. Fortunately, both of them were very mature and rational women. After meeting each other, they were only slightly stunned, and both of them returned to normal. Xiao Qing got into Sun Jie's car and asked, "Why did you change your car? Aren't you driving your original Audi sports car?" "The original one? It was smashed into scrap iron by Yang Ming. It is now lying in the repair factory." Sun Jie didn't need to avoid anything. Anyway, Xiao Qing also knew Yang Ming. "Oh, I remember that you never let a man touch your car." Xiao Qing smiled lightly. "Why are you asking when you already know the answer? Who doesn't know each other?" Sun Jie said indifferently. During this time, although Yang Ming's flower attack was very fierce, Sun Jie wasn't a simple girl in school. She wouldn't be moved by it. It was just that the feeling of being with Yang Ming was good, so she was willing to accept the flowers he sent. Anyway, she had an inexplicable relationship with him. Her father also recognized him. Then, she would let nature take its course in the future. Sun Jie didn't want to think too much about it. With such an idea, Sun Jie naturally wouldn't deny anything. That wasn't her character. Xiao Qing licked her lips and didn't continue this topic. She just casually teased a few words to make the atmosphere more harmonious. "Why do you want to spend Valentine's Day with me? Do you think Yang Ming has time to accompany us?" Sun Jie said this, and she was a little angry in her heart. "Why? Although I haven't officially established a relationship with him, at least you have to call and make an appointment, right?" But Yang Ming didn't even call. It was the same for Xiao Qing. In fact, Xiao Qing was different. Yang Ming called Xiao Qing before. Although Xiao Qing knew that Yang Ming couldn't really spend Valentine's Day with her, her mood was very happy. For Sun Jie, Yang Ming was actually very embarrassed. Sun Jie didn't admit that she was his woman, so Yang Ming naturally couldn't save her. "Then we'll spend the holiday together?" Xiao Qing felt that this logic was a bit problematic. Even if Yang Ming didn't accompany them, why did it feel awkward for them to spend Valentine's Day together? "Why can't we two old lovers spend Valentine's Day together?" Sun Jie asked. "Could it be that you have a new lover, so you forget the old?" Xiao Qing was speechless for a while. Sun Jie was still so bold, so she simply said boldly, "Isn't my new lover your new lover?" The topic between women was always unexpected and unimaginable. Sun Jie smiled. Suddenly, the relationship between the two changed. It really made people feel uncomfortable. She began to be annoyed with Yang Ming. "Why is this kid so fickle? When I first saw him, I thought he was a good boy. I didn't expect that the more I got to know him, the more wrong it became. I shouldn't have asked him to pretend to be my boyfriend." "How did you and Yang Ming get together?" Xiao Qing looked at Sun Jie, who was a little melancholy, and knew that her heart must have some sadness. "Last summer. You should be around this time, right?" Sun Jie thought for a while. "No wonder you didn't contact me, and I didn't think of contacting you. Hee, the two of us. Really, it would have been better if we had communicated earlier. Then we wouldn't have been cheated by Yang Ming, this kid. He didn't cheat me. I know he has a girlfriend. I'm just his godsister." Xiao Qing shook her head. She never felt that Yang Ming cheated her feelings. "You're really stupid." Sun Jie looked at Xiao Qing and shook her head. Originally, She wanted to form an alliance with her to deal with Yang Ming's little girlfriends. Now, it seemed that it was difficult to realize this idea. Could it be that you were deceived by her? Xiao Qing asked. Sun Jie hesitated. She thought, I really am not. I can only blame myself for being unlucky. I drank Guo Jinchao's drink, and I accidentally met Yang Ming, who was smoking in the toilet. So, he didn't cheat us at all. It's just that sometimes he can't help himself. Xiao Qing looked at Sun Jie and knew that she must be the same. Let's not talk about this. Let's go shopping, and then ask Yang Ming to pay the bill. Sun Jie still didn't know the true identity of Yang Ming, but she knew that he had a jewelry company. She thought that he was very rich. Although she was not short of money, asking Yang Ming to pay the bill was a different feeling. Are you still short of money? Sure enough, Xiao Qing asked. The two women walked together intimately. Naturally, it would not make people think too much. In the past, when the two of them were shopping, they held hands very intimately and leaned on each other. This time, there was still some gap between the two at first, but after talking a lot, it was nothing. Even if the relationship had changed, it had become a sisterly relationship. It was fine to be close. However, although the two of them were as close as before, there was a big difference in their mentality. The feeling of sympathy for Xiao Qing and the feeling of heartbeat for Yang Ming were two completely different concepts. Right. I heard that your former boyfriend returned to Songjiang. How is it? Sun Jie was very clear about Xiao Qing's history. She also accidentally learned that Song Heng had returned to Songjiang. In the beginning, he pestered me, but I don't know what Yang Ming said to him, and he disappeared. Xiao Qing said, however, according to Yang Ming's temper, it is likely that he beat him up. When Sun Jie heard this, she couldn't help but smile. She remembered that Yang Ming had beaten up the second young master of the Ouyang family at her house. Therefore, what Xiao Qing said was really possible. However, Sun Jie was curious about Yang Ming's identity. Some things couldn't be solved by fighting, and the strength behind Yang Ming was very questionable. She had asked her father, but her father always smiled mysteriously and said that she would know in the future. Therefore, Sun Jie wanted to see if she could get anything from Xiao Qing's mouth this time. What else does Yang Ming usually do besides running a jewelry company? Sun Jie asked casually. Usually? What else can he do? Xiao Qing was somewhat inexplicable. Why would Sun Jie ask this? Just asking. Sun Jie looked at Xiao Qing's expression. With her long contact with Xiao Qing, she knew that she was not lying. Even Xiao Qing doesn't know? Sun Jie shook her head. This man is really interesting. However, she was sure that her father must know something. Otherwise, his attitude toward Yang Ming wouldn't change so quickly. Originally, she still had a disapproving attitude toward the relationship between Yang Ming and herself. Suddenly, she strongly approved of it. If there was no secret, how could Sun Jie believe it? Xiao Qing didn't care. She just thought that Sun Jie was casually talking to her about Yang Ming. Little Jie, does your family know that you are with Yang Ming? They know. My dad has seen him. Sun Jie nodded. Then, what will you do in the future? It's impossible for Yang Ming to break up with his girlfriend. I've never thought of being together with him in a legitimate manner. Xiao Qing sighed and said, but you are different. If your family knows about Yang Ming, wouldn't it harm him? I'm afraid that in the end. Xiao Qing's worry was not unreasonable. What was Sun Jie's family background? How could Sun Jie's father allow his son-in-law to have other women outside? If he did something irrational in a fit of anger, what should she do? Sun Jie's previous boyfriend disappeared inexplicably. Xiao Qing couldn't ask where he went, but she was sure that the result was not very optimistic. Chapter 795. My dad? I don't know what he said to my dad. My dad's attitude toward him has become better. Sun Jie said helplessly. I wanted to ask you what other advantages Yang Ming has. It seems that you don't know. Really? Xiao Qing was very surprised about this. Yang Ming actually got Sun Jie's dad? This is a bit too weird. The topic of conversation between the two was Yang Ming. As for their past, no one was willing to mention it again. After all, it was embarrassing to talk about it. Although Sun Jie said that they were going to spend crazily and asked Yang Ming to pay the bill, she still paid the bill in the end. Sun Jie was just talking nonsense. She wouldn't do anything irrational. What's more, Sun Jie hadn't decided whether to be with Yang Ming. In general, she had a good feeling about Yang Ming, but on the one hand, there was a gap between Yang Ming's age and hers. On the other hand, the most important thing was that Yang Ming already had a girlfriend, and it was more than one. Sun Jie naturally wouldn't think about this headache. Everything would be natural. Maybe it would be solved naturally in the end. Hey, is this car Yang Ming's? Sun Jie had seen Yang Ming's BMW X5. She recognized the car number and pointed to the BMW in front of her. Is it? Xiao Qing couldn't remember so much. I'll overtake and see, Sun Jie said as she stepped on the accelerator. The car jumped out quickly. Although there were a lot of cars on this road, Sun Jie's driving skills were quite good. Soon, she was neck to neck with the BMW in front. It's really Yang Ming. Sun Jie glanced at Xiao Qing with a smile and asked, is the girl next to him his girlfriend? It seems like not. Xiao Qing knew Chen Mingyan and Lan Ling, but she didn't know Lin Jiyun. So at this moment, when she saw that she didn't know the girl in the car, she had some doubts. Are you trying to tell me that Yang Ming, this kid, found another girlfriend? Sun Jie saw Xiao Qing's expression and said with a weird expression, maybe not. Xiao Qing didn't care much about this. Sun Jie was a little annoyed. She thought, it's fine if you accompany your girlfriend on Valentine's Day, but you accompany others? He sends flowers to me every day, but he doesn't even call me on Valentine's Day. Sun Jie followed Yang Ming's car unhurriedly. Xiao Qing was also helpless. She persuaded Sun Jie several times, but Sun Jie didn't listen. They had to be paparazzi. How alert was Yang Ming? It was impossible for him not to notice that there was a car following behind him. Because Sun Jie didn't drive her original car today, Yang Ming did an association with Sun Jie when he saw the car behind. He thought that it was another enemy who was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on him. It was no wonder that Bai Haigang had told him that Wu Xinkai's uncle wanted to take revenge on him. However, Yang Ming used his special ability to look at the people in the car. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was actually Xiao Qing and Sun Jie. Although Yang Ming didn't know how the two of them got together on Valentine's Day, he was sure that the two must have found him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been following him. Looking at Lin Jiyun next to him, Yang Ming hesitated whether to tell her about Xiao Qing and Sun Jie. According to Lin Jiyun's temperament, even if she knew about this matter, she wouldn't have any other thoughts, and she wouldn't do anything irrational. The key question was, could Lin Jiyun hide it? After she knew, would she tell Chen Mingyan? The relationship between the two was good now. If it was leaked, Yang Ming couldn't guarantee that Chen Mingyan would accept it calmly. The current situation was almost the limit that Chen Mingyan could bear. If two more people were added, would Chen Mingyan go crazy? Yang Ming didn't dare to try. There are two friends behind. I will go down in a while. You wait for me in the car. In order not to cause a family war, Yang Ming could only say this to Lin Jiyun. And okay, you go ahead. Lin Jiyun didn't ask much. She was very well behaved. Yang Ming liked her uncompetitive character the most. Yang Ming turned a corner and came to a street with slightly fewer cars. He parked the car on the side of the road. Yang Ming quickly opened the door, got out of the car, and walked to the back. Sun Jie saw that Yang Ming stopped the car and walked to her side, so she also stopped the car. He found us. Xiao Qing sighed and said. In the end, they were still found out by Yang Ming. Xiao Qing was a little embarrassed. Previously, she said that she didn't care about anything and she wouldn't go out with Yang Ming on Valentine's Day. Now, it seemed like they were deliberately entangled with Yang Ming. What would Yang Ming think? What are you afraid of? Sun Jie smiled slyly. She also opened the door and got out of the car. Why? I didn't ask you out on Valentine's Day. Are you angry? Yang Ming looked at Sun Jie's smiling eyes and asked shamelessly, why would I be angry? Do you think I'm such a stingy person? Sun Jie smiled and pointed to Xiao Qing in the car. We are also celebrating Valentine's Day. We just happened to meet you on the road. You too. Don't tell me your old feelings have rekindled. Yang Ming was a little surprised by the two of them together. What do you mean by rekindling our old feelings? The two of us have never broken up. Sun Jie said naturally. If you didn't interfere, the two of us would be better. Really? I think it's better for the three of us to be together. Yang Ming said with a smile. Are you two going to get a room later? If so, tell me the location, and I will look for you later. Okay. Sun Jie's eyes turned after listening, and then she quickly kissed Yang Ming's face. Then she whispered in his ear, then we will wait for you. After that, Sun Jie turned and got into the car. She no longer cared about Yang Ming. She put on the reverse gear and reversed the car directly. Then, she turned around and left. Xiao Qing kept her head down, afraid that Yang Ming would say something sarcastic. However, Yang Ming knew that Xiao Qing must have been dragged by Sun Jie to follow him, so he didn't think about anything else. Yang Ming touched the place on his face that was kissed by Sun Jie. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was still tricked by Sun Jie. Yang Ming knew that although Sun Jie sometimes spoke boldly, she would never take the initiative to use actions to tease him. The reason why she did this just now must be to let Lin Jiyun in the car in front of him see it. This was great. Originally, he wanted to hide it, but in the end, he was exposed. Yang Ming walked slowly to his car, thinking about how to explain it to Lin Jiyun. The best result was that Lin Jiyun didn't see it. In the car, Yang Ming smiled awkwardly at Lin Jiyun and said, "Let's continue. She is also your..." Lin Jiyun hesitated and finally asked. Yang Ming was shocked. Lin Jiyun really saw it. In fact, it was normal. After Yang Ming got out of the car, Lin Jiyun's attention would naturally follow Yang Ming. It was not strange that she saw the scene just now. Kind of. Since Lin Jiyun saw it, it was useless for Yang Ming to hide it. It was better to just admit it openly. Then, you go and accompany her, Lin Jiyun said calmly. Can you send me home first? Jiyun, are you angry? Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's words and asked quickly. No, why should I be angry? I am very happy today. You accompanied me back to my grandmother's house and helped Lin solve the problem of salary. How can I be angry? Lin Jiyun smiled slightly. How can a person be selfish? She also wants you to accompany her, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't drive and follow us. Lin Jiyun didn't see Xiao Qing in the car behind, so she thought it was only Sun Jie. This feeling, I have also felt it. Just like today, although I know that I shouldn't fight with Sister Yin, I still feel a little uncomfortable being alone at home. I think she feels the same now, right? Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's words, and he was a little embarrassed. He touched his chin and said, Do you really think so? Lin Jiyun nodded and said after a while, I won't tell Sister Yin, but if there is a chance, you should tell her yourself. Jiyun, thank you. Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's promise and suddenly felt relieved. To be honest, Yang Ming wasn't worried about Lin Jiyun, but Chen Mingyan. Why are you thanking me? I'm just putting myself in her shoes. Lin Jiyun shook her head. Well, I have monopolized you for one night. I should be satisfied. Yang Ming was grateful, but he didn't say much. He drove in the direction of Lin Jiyun's home. However, he thought of a very important question on the way. Right, Jiyun, your parents aren't at home. Then isn't it meaningless for you to go back? Why don't I accompany you? There's no need. Lin Jiyun said, I will go to sleep when I get home. I'm a little tired after all this. Besides, I have my period, so I can't accompany you. Lin Jiyun didn't say the rest of the words, but she thought that Yang Ming would understand. Okay, but if you can't sleep, call me at any time. Yang Ming saw that Lin Jiyun had made up her mind, so he no longer persuaded her. After sending Lin Jiyun back home, Yang Ming waited for Lin Jiyun to wash up, lie on the bed, and cover herself with a quilt before he left. The loss in Lin Jiyun's heart was also melted away by Yang Ming's gentleness at this moment. Coming out from Lin Jiyun's home, Yang Ming dialed Sun Jie's phone. Sun Jie saw Yang Ming on the caller ID, and she was a bit puzzled. Why did Yang Ming call her at this time? Hello, Yang Ming? Sun Jie was afraid that the scene just now had led to a war between Yang Ming and his little girlfriend. This call was from his little girlfriend. Dear, have you chosen a hotel? I'm going to find you now, Yang Ming said straightforwardly. Hey, Sun Jie was stunned. It was just a joke. How could she really look for a hotel? He didn't expect that Yang Ming had somehow managed to get his little girlfriend. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.